Niccolo Machiavelli is the thinker who dared to say out loud what everyone else only practiced in secret. He stripped politics of morality and forced us to see the game of power as it really is: ruthless, calculated, indifferent to virtue. While others painted rulers as guardians of justice, Machiavelli wrote with chilling honesty, "It is better to be feared than loved, and appearances matter more than truth." His philosophy is not just about Renaissance princes. It is about anyone who leads: CEOs, presidents, generals, even parents managing a household. He asked a haunting question: if you want to survive in a dangerous world, can you afford to be good? Or must you sometimes lie, betray, and manipulate in order to protect yourself and those you lead? The shock of Machiavelli lies in his candor. He did not invent corruption or cruelty. He simply admitted they exist. And in doing so, he turned morality on its head. Instead of asking, "What should make a ruler good?" he asked, "What actually keeps a ruler in power?" That shift is what makes him feel modern, even 5 centuries later. To appreciate just how radical this was, Niccolo Machiavelli is the thinker who dared to say out loud what everyone else only practiced in secret. He stripped politics of morality and forced us to see the game of power as it really is: ruthless, calculated, indifferent to virtue. While others painted rulers as guardians of justice, Machiavelli wrote with chilling honesty, "It is better to be feared than loved, and appearances matter more than truth." His philosophy is not just about Renaissance princes. It is about anyone who leads: CEOs, presidents, generals, even parents managing a household. He asked a haunting question: if you want to survive in a dangerous world, can you afford to be good? Or must you sometimes lie, betray, and manipulate in order to protect yourself and those you lead? The shock of Machiavelli lies in his candor. He did not invent corruption or cruelty. He simply admitted they exist. And in doing so, he turned morality on its head. Instead of asking, "What should make a ruler good?" he asked, "What actually keeps a ruler in power?" That shift is what makes him feel modern, even 5 centuries later. To appreciate just how radical this was, we must remember the intellectual climate of Machiavelli's world. For centuries, political thought had been wrapped in the language of virtue, religion, and morality. Medieval writers often described rulers as shepherds entrusted by God to care for their flock. Kings were to be just, merciful, and pious. Power was framed as a sacred duty, meant to protect and elevate the people. In this framework, a bad ruler was one who failed to embody Christian virtues. Machiavelli shattered that ideal. He insisted that politics cannot be judged by the same standards as personal morality. A ruler may wish to be merciful, faithful, or honest, but if such virtues endanger the stability of the state, then they must be abandoned. What matters is not whether a leader is good, but whether they are effective. The true measure of leadership is survival, security, and the preservation of power. In his words, a prince who wishes to maintain his state must learn how not to be good, and to use or not use this knowledge as necessity requires. It was as if Machiavelli had ripped the mask from the face of power and demanded that we look at it in the harsh light of reality. Leaders, he argued, must deal with human beings as they are, not as they ought to be. Fickle, self-interested, easily swayed by appearances, and prone to betrayal when it suits their advantage. A ruler who depends on their loyalty, he warned, builds on sand. A ruler who commands their fear, however, builds on stone. The distinction between love and fear is perhaps his most famous insight. Love is voluntary, it is given freely, and therefore it can be withdrawn just as freely. Fear, by contrast, is involuntary. It binds people through their instinct for self-preservation. Machiavelli acknowledged that both love and fear are desirable, but since a ruler cannot always have both, fear is the safer choice. Yet he added a crucial caveat: a wise ruler must avoid being hated. Fear without hatred can sustain obedience. Fear mixed with hatred breeds rebellion, which is the one force that can topple even the most secure prince. What is striking is how this principle extends beyond politics in the narrow sense. Consider the modern workplace. A manager who relies only on being liked may find that loyalty evaporates the moment tough decisions are required. A manager who rules by intimidation may provoke resentment and sabotage. The art of leadership, Machiavelli would say, lies in striking a balance, feared enough to be respected, but not so cruel as to provoke hatred. This is why Machiavelli still feels uncomfortably relevant. His philosophy applies not only to princes of the Renaissance, but to presidents, generals, and executives in every age. He forces us to confront questions we would rather avoid. Can power ever be purely moral? Or is survival always tinged with deception and force? Another of Machiavelli's insights was the importance of appearances. People, he argued, judge more by what they see than by what they know. A ruler should therefore cultivate an image of virtue, even if he does not practice it. Appear generous, though you are frugal. Appear merciful, though you are ruthless when necessary. Appear religious, even if faith is a tool of control. For the masses, appearances shape reality. This, too, is a principle that echoes into modern politics, where image-making and public relations often matter more than substance. It would be easy to dismiss these observations as cynical, but for Machiavelli, cynicism was a form of honesty. He had seen too much of the world to indulge in comforting illusions. He watched Florence's leaders speak of liberty and justice even as they cut deals with foreign powers and betrayed allies. He saw mercenary armies switch sides for higher pay. He saw fiery preachers call for godly reform, only to end at the stake when the winds turned against them. To him, politics was not a matter of ideals, but of necessity. And if necessity required deception, cruelty, or betrayal, then so be it. This blunt realism is what sets Machiavelli apart. Earlier writers painted politics in noble colors. Later thinkers often tried to soften his edges, to reinterpret him as a misunderstood patriot. But the enduring force of his work lies in his refusal to avert his gaze from the darker truths of human behavior. He dared to write what others would not, that the pursuit of power is often indifferent to morality, and that survival may demand actions that offend virtue. And yet, there is another side to his thought that is often forgotten. Machiavelli did not advocate cruelty for its own sake. He did not celebrate tyranny. His concern was always the stability and strength of the state. A ruler who governs with excessive violence, who provokes hatred, or who acts without regard for necessity, is a fool in his eyes. The true art of power lies in knowing when to be ruthless and when to show restraint, when to lie and when to tell the truth, when to strike and when to hold back. It is, in short, a matter of judgment, a constant negotiation between virtue and necessity. Seen in this light, Machiavelli is less a corrupter of morals and more a diagnostician of power. He describes the world not as we wish it to be, but as it is. Whether we like his conclusions or not, they continue to illuminate the realities of leadership and survival. That is why his name endures, not only as a term of abuse, but as a symbol of hard truth. Machiavelli unsettles us because he holds up a mirror we would rather not look into. We want to believe that leaders can rule through justice, that morality and politics can walk hand in hand. He reminds us that history tells a harsher story, that those who cling too tightly to virtue often fall before those who wield power without scruple. It is a lesson that no age has fully accepted, yet none can ignore. In this sense, Machiavelli belongs not just to the Renaissance, but to every generation that struggles with the uneasy marriage of power and morality. His words still resonate because the dilemmas he described are still with us, in politics, in business, in war, and in the choices we make when faced with hard realities. Machiavelli began with the simple, unsettling claim that it is better to be feared than loved. From that starting point, He unfolded a vision of politics stripped of illusions, guided by necessity, and rooted in the fragile but enduring truths of human behavior. It is this vision that has made him one of the most controversial, most reviled, and most indispensable thinkers in history. To understand Machiavelli, we must begin not with his writings, but with his city. Florence in the late 15th century was both dazzling and dangerous, a place where the heights of artistic brilliance coexisted with the depths of political instability. It was a republican name, with councils and assemblies that claimed to represent the voice of the people, but in practice it was often dominated by factions and powerful families. It was a city of beauty and betrayal, of patronage and conspiracy, of Michelangelo's David standing only a short walk from the square where public executions drew cheering crowds. Niccolò Machiavelli was born into this world on May 3rd, 1469. His family was neither poor nor powerful. His father, Bernardo, was a lawyer, a man of modest means who nonetheless valued books and learning. Their home was not one of luxury, but it held shelves of manuscripts, including classical works of Roman history and philosophy. The young Nicole absorbed these texts, and they planted in him a fascination with politics and the cycles of human fortune. Rome, in the writings of Livy and Tacitus, became his first classroom, a republic rising through civic virtue, then declining through corruption. These early lessons would later surface in his own reflections on Florence. But Machiavelli's education did not take place only in books. Florence itself was a teacher, and its lessons were harsh. During his youth, the Medici family dominated the city. Wealthy bankers whose influence reached across Europe, they ruled Florence with a mixture of cunning and splendor. They sponsored artists, scholars, and architects, turning the city into a jewel of the Renaissance. Yet their power was resented. In 1494, when Machiavelli was 25, the Medici were overthrown in a popular uprising, and Florence declared itself a republic once more. This moment of upheaval would mark him deeply. Into the vacuum stepped Girolamo Savonarola, a Dominican friar whose fiery sermons denounced corruption and called for moral renewal. Under his sway, Florence experienced a wave of puritanical zeal. Luxuries were cast into bonfires, citizens patrolled each other's morality, and fear mixed uneasily with devotion. For a time, Savonarola seemed to embody the fusion of politics and religion, promising that Florence would become God's chosen city. The preacher who had ruled through moral authority fell victim to the same forces he once commanded. Arrested, tortured, and executed in the very square where he had rallied the people, Savonarola's downfall was a living lesson in the volatility of power. For Machiavelli, watching this must have been formative. He saw how swiftly fortune changes, how crowds shift from adoration to hatred, how ideals can be swept away when survival is threatened. Savonarola's story revealed the fragility of ruling by love and faith alone. It demonstrated in stark detail that appearances, though powerful, are easily shattered when events turn against them. Such experiences were not abstractions to Machiavelli. They were the living theater of politics, unfolding before his eyes in the streets of his own city. Florence itself was a crucible of contrasts. On the one hand, it was the beating heart of Renaissance culture. Painters like Botticelli, sculptors like Michelangelo, and thinkers like Marsilio Ficino flourished under its patronage. Art, philosophy, and science advanced with astonishing speed. On the other hand, the city was perpetually threatened by external enemies and internal divisions. Venice, Milan, Naples, France, Spain, and the papacy all sought influence in Italy, and Florence often found itself caught in the crossfire. Armies marched across its countryside. Alliances were made and broken with dizzying regularity. In such a world, security was fragile and survival uncertain. This environment shaped Machiavelli in profound ways. He grew up in a household where education was prized, but wealth was scarce, where books offered a vision of Rome's glory, but the streets revealed the chaos of Italian politics. He witnessed the collapse of Medici power, the rise and fall of Savonarola, and the fragile experiment of republican government that followed. He learned that power was never stable, that fortune was unpredictable, and that politics was as much about perception as about principle. It is telling that Machiavelli did not belong to the ruling elite. He was not born into privilege or destined for high office by lineage. His entry into public service would come later, not through inheritance but through ability. This outsider's position gave him a clarity others lacked. He could see both the lofty ideals proclaimed by rulers and the raw calculations that actually guided their actions. He was neither blinded by aristocratic entitlement nor sheltered from the harshness of political reality. In the years before he entered public service, Machiavelli absorbed Florence's contradictions. He studied the classics, learning how the Roman Republic built its power through citizen armies and institutions of shared responsibility. He watched his own city struggle with corruption, factionalism, and foreign interference. He saw religion wielded as a tool of power and then discarded when it no longer served. He lived in a society where fortunes could reverse overnight, where today's leader could be tomorrow's exile, and where appearances mattered as much as reality. These were the formative influences that would later shape his philosophy. When he wrote that rulers must be prepared to act against faith, charity, or truth if necessity demands it, he was not speaking from theory alone. He had seen Savonarola destroyed by his insistence on divine authority. When he warned that mercenary armies are dangerous, he was reflecting on the instability that plagued Italy's city-states. When he insisted that appearances can sustain power, even when substance is lacking, he was recalling the pageantry of the Medici, who cloaked domination in magnificence. The Florence of Machiavelli's youth was therefore more than a backdrop. It was the forge in which his ideas were hammered into shape. Every crisis, every uprising, every shifting alliance contributed to his conviction that politics must be studied as it truly is, not as we wish it to be. The city was a living laboratory, and Machiavelli was its most attentive student. By the time he entered the Chancery in 1498, Machiavelli carried with him both the lessons of the ancients and the brutal realities of his own age. He was prepared not only to serve, but to observe, to record, and eventually to interpret. His thought would never be confined to abstract ideals. It would always be tied to the living, breathing, often ruthless reality of Florence and Italy in crisis. In this sense, Machiavelli's early life illustrates a theme as old as philosophy itself, that ideas do not emerge in isolation. They are forged in the crucible of lived experience, shaped by family, culture, and the turbulent world around us. His family gave him books, his city gave him turmoil, and together they made him a thinker who would one day dare to write the unvarnished truth about power. In 1498, Florence underwent another of its many transformations. The fiery preacher Savonarola had been executed, the Medici remained in exile, and the city was once again a republic. Its institutions were fragile, but for a moment, Florence attempted self-rule through councils and elected officials. It was in this shifting environment that Niccolò Machiavelli found his place. At 29 years old, he was appointed to a post in the Second Chancery, the office responsible for foreign affairs and official correspondence. It was not the highest position in government, but it was one of enormous consequence. For Machiavelli, it was the beginning of a career that would expose him to the realities of power at every level. The Chancery was the nerve center of Florence's diplomacy. Its members drafted letters, prepared reports, and dispatched envoys to courts across Italy and beyond. In a Europe dominated by kings and popes, Florence had no army of its own to project power, and no vast territory to guarantee security. Its strength lay in negotiation, alliance, and subtle maneuvering. To work in the Chancery was to step directly into this delicate balancing act, and Machiavelli quickly proved himself capable. His role took him far beyond Florence. He traveled to the French court, where he observed the magnificence of monarchy and the arrogance of kings. He negotiated with emissaries of the Pope, where religion mingled openly with ambition. He dealt with condottieri, the mercenary captains who rented out their armies to the highest bidder, and saw firsthand how loyalty could vanish the moment coinage stopped flowing. It was here, in these encounters, that Machiavelli developed one of his strongest convictions, that mercenaries are ruinous. Hired soldiers, he argued, fight for profit, not for loyalty. They abandon the battlefield when danger outweighs reward, and they are quick to betray if an enemy offers more. Mercenaries and auxiliaries are useless and dangerous, he would later write, and those words carried the weight of bitter experience. One figure, however, left a deeper impression than any other: Cesare Borgia. The son of Pope Alexander VI, Borgia carved out a domain for himself in central Italy through a mixture of audacity, cunning, and brutality. Florence, wary of his ambition, sent Machiavelli as an envoy to his court. There, Machiavelli witnessed a masterclass in the ruthless exercise of power. Borgia moved decisively against rivals, eliminating them before they could act against him. He used cruelty not randomly, but strategically, making examples of enemies in ways that terrified others into obedience. He shifted alliances without hesitation, treating promises as tools to be discarded when they no longer served. And through it all, he projected an image of strength, even when fortune weakened his position. For Machiavelli, Cesare Borgia became a living illustration of the principles he would later articulate in The Prince. Borgia's downfall, caused by the sudden death of his father and the election of a hostile new pope, did not erase the lessons he embodied. On the contrary, it revealed another crucial truth: that fortune can undo even the boldest of men, but boldness remains the best strategy against fortune's unpredictability. From Borgia, Machiavelli learned not only the value of decisiveness and ruthlessness, but also the limits of human control. During these years, Machiavelli also rose to greater responsibility at home. He became secretary to the Council of Ten, the body that oversaw foreign affairs and defense. In this capacity, he pushed for reforms that revealed his deeper political convictions. Chief among them was his campaign to create a citizen militia. He believed that a republic cannot rely on mercenaries if it wishes to remain free. Only citizens, he argued, will fight with true commitment, for they defend not a wage but their own homes and liberties. Inspired by his readings of Roman history, Machiavelli envisioned a Florence where ordinary men bore arms in defense of their republic, just as Roman citizens had defended theirs. The project had mixed results. The militia was never as strong or disciplined as he hoped, and Florence continued to rely at times on hired soldiers. Yet the very attempt reveals much about Machiavelli's values. He was not a simple cynic glorifying manipulation and cruelty. He believed in civic strength, in the engagement of citizens, and in the possibility of a republic sustained by its own people. If The Prince represents his realism about power, the Discourses on Livy, written later, shows this republican idealism. The two are not contradictions, but two sides of the same vision, one for the fragile moment of crisis, the other for the long-term flourishing of free states. As a diplomat and secretary, Machiavelli witnessed the constant instability of Italy. He saw foreign armies march across its territories, kings and popes treating the peninsula as a battlefield for their ambitions. He observed treaties signed and broken in the span of weeks, rulers who rose one month and fell the next. In such a world, the ideals of stability and virtue seemed fragile, almost naive. What mattered was agility, decisiveness, and the ability to adapt to fortune's turns. These were the lessons he absorbed, and these were the lessons he would later set down in his writings. Yet, behind his official duties, one can imagine the man himself, writing reports by candlelight after long days of negotiation, observing every gesture of the men he met, noting the gap between their words and their actions. Machiavelli was, above all, a student of power, not in the abstract, but in the flesh. He saw that behind every noble speech, there was calculation. Behind every promise, there was leverage. Behind every act of generosity, there was strategy. It was not cynicism so much as clarity, born of relentless observation. These years of service formed his apprenticeship. They gave him first-hand exposure to the mechanics of politics, to the precariousness of alliances, and to the fragile balance between fear and love, loyalty and betrayal. They confirmed his belief that power must be studied as it truly operates, not as moralists claim it should. He had seen too much to believe otherwise. But if these were years of growth, they were also years perched on the edge of disaster. Florence remained vulnerable, and the Medici, though exiled, had not disappeared. They waited, patient and determined for their chance to return. When they did, in 1512, the republic that had nurtured Machiavelli's career would collapse, and with it, his life in public service. For now, however, we see him in the full energy of his middle years, a servant of the republic, a diplomat to kings and popes, a critic of mercenaries, and an admirer of boldness in the face of fortune. His writings had not yet been composed, but the experiences that would shape them were already engraved on his mind. The Florence he served was fragile, but it provided him with the education of a lifetime. It was an education in survival, in deception, in the precarious balance between ideals and necessity. And it was this education, lived in the service of the Republic, that made Machiavelli into the thinker whose words still unsettle us centuries later. By 1512, Niccolò Machiavelli had built a career as one of Florence's most active public servants. He had traveled as an envoy to foreign courts, witnessed the grandeur of kings and the corruption of popes, and negotiated with mercenary captains whose loyalty was measured only in coin. He had pushed for the creation of a citizen militia, convinced that a republic should be defended by its own people rather than by hired swords. For more than a decade, he had poured his energy into strengthening the fragile Florentine Republic. Yet, in that year, all his work collapsed in a single sweep of fortune. The Medici, Florence's former rulers, returned to power backed by foreign arms, and Machiavelli's world was overturned. The return of the Medici was not simply a political shift. It was a reversal of everything Machiavelli had stood for. He had served the Republic faithfully, championed its independence, and tied his identity to its survival. When Spanish troops, allied with Pope Julius II, marched into Italy, Florence was too weak to resist. The Medici rode into the city not as humble exiles but as triumphant masters. For the Republicans, it was a moment of despair. For Machiavelli, it was personal ruin. His enemies wasted no time. As a well-known figure of the Republican government, Machiavelli was immediately suspect. Accusations circulated that he had conspired against the new regime. Whether true or not mattered little. In times of upheaval, suspicion alone was enough to condemn. Machiavelli was arrested, thrown into prison, and subjected to torture. Contemporary accounts suggest he was put to the strappato, a brutal method in which a prisoner's hands are tied behind the back and then hoisted by a rope, wrenching the shoulders and inflicting searing pain. For weeks he remained in custody, enduring humiliation and fear. Here was no powerful manipulator, no schemer in shadows, but a man broken physically and stripped of dignity. He had given years of service to Florence, yet the city he loved now treated him as a traitor. In his letters from this period, one hears not the voice of the confident diplomat, but of a man on the edge of despair, uncertain if he would ever see freedom again. His release came not from vindication, but from circumstance. In March of 1513, Giovanni de' Medici became Pope Leo X. In celebration, an amnesty was declared, and Machiavelli was among those freed. He was not restored to his office. He was not forgiven or welcomed back into political life. He was dismissed, discarded, and effectively exiled from the affairs of state. His career in government was finished. He retreated to a small estate outside Florence, in Sant'Andrea in Percasina. There, stripped of the daily business that had consumed him for more than a decade, he faced an emptiness that weighed heavily. He wrote to friends of his isolation, his financial struggles, his frustration at being cast aside. He confessed to feeling restless, cut off from the city he loved, condemned to obscurity. The man who had once negotiated with kings and popes now passed his days in rural quiet, conversing with farmers and tradesmen, and spending evenings alone with his books. Yet exile did not silence him. If anything, it gave him time and space to reflect. In one of his most famous letters, written to his friend Francesco Vettori, Machiavelli described his daily routine. By day, he labored on his farm, mingling with peasants and dealing with mundane matters. But when night came, he put on his finest robes, as though preparing for an audience. He entered his study, opened the works of classical authors, and conversed with them as equals. In those hours, he lived not in obscurity, but in the company of Livy, Tacitus, and the great thinkers of Rome. He questioned them, listened to their wisdom, and tested their ideas against his own experience. It was in this setting, in exile and humiliation, that Machiavelli began to write the works that would secure his place in history. He was cut off from power, but he remained a student of power. The Prince, his most notorious book, emerged from these years. Written not as an abstract treatise, but as a response to the world he had lived and lost, it distilled the lessons he had learned from diplomacy, from war, from Florence's fragility, and from the audacity of men like Cesare Borgia. Exile transformed him. He had been a practitioner, directly engaged in politics, but now he became an observer and analyst. The pain of his fall sharpened his vision. Having lost everything, he no longer needed to flatter illusions. He could describe politics in its rawest form, without concern for reputation. The Prince was not the work of a triumphant minister, but of a man who had been broken and cast aside, yet who still refused to avert his gaze from the harsh realities of power. It is worth pausing to see how suffering shapes thought. Many of the greatest philosophical works arise not from stability, but from collapse, not from success, but from failure. Augustine wrote after the sack of Rome, grappling with the disintegration of an empire. Descartes sought certainty in the aftermath of religious wars that had torn Europe apart. Nietzsche's most radical works came during his own illness and isolation. For Machiavelli, it was prison, torture, and exile that stripped away the last remnants of illusion and left him face to face with the raw core of politics. What emerges from this period is not simply bitterness. He did not turn his back on the world. Instead, he turned to analysis, as if determined to wrest meaning from his suffering. His books became the arena where he could continue the struggle he had once fought in council chambers and embassies. If he could no longer shape politics directly, he would at least describe its true nature with unflinching honesty. Thus, the fall of the Republic did not end Machiavelli's influence. It redirected it. From exile, he produced writings that would outlast every Medici prince, every mercenary captain, every fleeting alliance. The man who had been silenced by torture and dismissal found a new voice in the pages of history. When we picture him in these years, we should not imagine only the broken prisoner. We should see also the thinker in his study at night, dressed for an imaginary audience with the ancients, conversing with Livy about Rome's republic, reflecting on the boldness of Borgia, and crafting insights that would challenge generations to come. It ended Machiavelli's career, broke his body, and humiliated his pride. But it also freed him to write. Out of his exile came a body of work that continues to unsettle and provoke, reminding us that sometimes the deepest truths emerge not from triumph, but from ruin. When Niccolo Machiavelli was cast out of public life in 1530, he could easily have vanished into obscurity. Many men in his position would have withdrawn from politics entirely, retreating into bitterness or piety. After torture, disgrace, and dismissal, he had every reason to turn his back on the world that had betrayed him. Yet Machiavelli did not disappear. He transformed his exile into a second life, one lived not in the councils of Florence, but in the pages of history. It was in this period of enforced retirement that he composed The Prince, the book that would secure his notoriety and ensure his name endured long after the fortunes of the Medici had risen and fallen again. Machiavelli's estate at Sant'Andrea in Percusina was modest. There he spent his days overseeing farm labor, tending to practical concerns, and mingling with the peasants of the countryside. But in the evenings, he became something else. In his famous letter to Francesco Vettori, written in December of 1513, Machiavelli described how he ended each day. After dealing with the muddy realities of rural life, he would return home, bathe, put on formal robes, and enter his study. There, he opened the books of the ancients. He read Livy, Tacitus, Cicero, the great chroniclers of Rome, and he engaged them in what he called an imaginary banquet. He conversed with them, questioned them, and tested their lessons against his own experiences. This was no idle pastime. For Machiavelli, the ancients were not dusty relics, but living teachers. He sought in their histories an understanding of politics stripped of illusions, politics as it truly unfolded in the clash of ambition, necessity, and fortune. His own experiences as a diplomat had shown him how fragile alliances were, how treacherous mercenaries could be, and how boldness could change the fate of a state. The Romans, he believed, had grasped similar truths in their struggles to build and maintain their republic. Now, in exile, he wove these lessons together into a new vision. It was in this crucible that the prince took shape. The work is brief, direct, and startling in its honesty. Unlike the long discursive treatises of medieval political theory, the prince reads like a manual, short chapters filled with hard-edged advice for rulers. Machiavelli addresses not how leaders ought to behave if they wish to be good, but how they must behave if they wish to survive. He tells princes that it is safer to be feared than loved, that promises can and should be broken when necessity requires, that cruelty, if well used, can secure power, and that appearances of virtue matter more than virtue itself. What is striking is how pragmatic the book is. It contains no appeals to divine justice, no long discussions of theology, no invocation of abstract ideals. It is written in the clear, unsentimental tone of a man who has seen too much to be fooled by noble rhetoric. In its pages we hear the voice of the diplomat who watched Cesare Borgia eliminate rivals, the secretary who saw mercenary armies betray their employers, the exile who learned that survival sometimes demands actions that offend morality. Yet the Prince was not only a manual, it was also, in its way, a plea. Machiavelli dedicated the book to Lorenzo de' Medici, hoping to win favor with the very family that had cast him out. Whether he believed they would listen to his advice, or whether he sought simply to regain employment is unclear. But the dedication reveals a man still longing for political relevance, still hoping that his insight might secure him a place, however precarious, in the service of Florence. This dual nature of the Prince, both practical guide and intellectual provocation, explains much of its lasting impact. On the surface, it is advice for rulers, but beneath that surface, it is a statement about politics itself. It insists that power is governed not by morality, but by necessity, not by ideals, but by human behavior as it actually unfolds. It strips politics of its comforting illusions and confronts readers with the uncomfortable truth that survival often requires deception, force, and fear. Little wonder, then, that the book was both celebrated and condemned. To some, it was a revelation, finally exposing the hidden mechanics of power. To others, it was scandalous, an endorsement of tyranny and deceit. Over the centuries, readers have debated whether Machiavelli meant the prince sincerely or ironically, whether he was advising rulers or warning citizens, whether he was a patriot or a cynic. The ambiguity has only deepened his mystique. One way to understand The Prince is to see it as the work of a man stripped of illusions. Machiavelli had seen the republic he served collapse. He had seen loyalty rewarded with torture and exile. He had seen promises broken, alliances betrayed, and power snatched away by those bold enough to seize it. In The Prince, he distilled these experiences into a set of principles that made no room for fantasy. Politics, he argued, must be studied as it is, not as we wish it to be. It is this insistence on realism that continues to resonate. Even today, leaders quote Machiavelli, sometimes openly, more often quietly. His insights into fear, appearances, and necessity are not confined to Renaissance Italy. They are visible in modern politics, in corporate boardrooms, and in the dynamics of leadership wherever survival is at stake. His name has become a byword for manipulation and cunning, yet the enduring power of his thought lies in the honesty with which he confronted uncomfortable truths. In exile, then, Machiavelli accomplished something remarkable. Stripped of office, disgraced in his city, and humiliated by torture, he nevertheless produced a work that outlived his contemporaries. The Medici who returned to power would one day fall again. The kings and popes he once negotiated with would fade into history. But the prince, born of his solitude and despair, would continue to provoke, unsettle, and illuminate for centuries to come. When we picture him at Sant'Andrea, we should not see only the defeated exile. We should also see the man who, in his study by candlelight, conversed with the ancients, tested their lessons against his own bitter experience, and wrote with a clarity that still forces us to confront the uneasy marriage of morality and power. Out of humiliation, he forged immortality. If the prince represents Machiavelli at his most stark and unsettling, then the discourses on Livy reveal another side of his thought, one often overlooked, yet just as essential to understanding him. Where the prince is a slim volume addressed to a single ruler, filled with advice on how to gain and hold power, the discourses are expansive, written for citizens of a republic. They draw not on the intrigues of the Renaissance courts, but on the history of ancient Rome, which Machiavelli studied with devotion. In these pages, the cynic of the prince gives way to the civic humanist, the man who believed that the strength of a people lies in their institutions, their participation, and their willingness to fight for their own liberty. The work takes its title from the historian Livy, whose monumental history of Rome Machiavelli read and reread in exile. For him, Livy was not merely recounting a past age, he was offering lessons for the present. Rome, Machiavelli argued, rose to greatness not through the virtue of a single prince, but through the combined energy of its citizens. It was a republic, with laws and institutions that allowed for competition, ambition, and conflict, but also for resilience. Unlike the fragile city-states of Italy, constantly at the mercy of mercenaries and foreign powers, Rome built its strength on the involvement of its people. In the discourses, Machiavelli praises Rome for embracing conflict rather than avoiding it. Many thinkers before him had treated political discord as a danger to be suppressed, but Machiavelli argued that disputes between the Senate and the people gave Rome its vitality. Out of these clashes came laws, reforms, and a balance of power that kept the republic strong. Conflict, when channeled through institutions, was not destructive, but constructive. It prevented tyranny by forcing compromise and ensured that no single group could dominate unchecked. In this, Machiavelli sounds remarkably modern, anticipating later arguments about the value of checks and balances in government. He also returned to one of his deepest convictions, the need for citizen armies. In The Prince, he had warned against mercenaries, whose loyalty was fleeting and whose courage evaporated when danger outweighed profit. In the discourses, he went further, declaring that a republic that does not arm its own citizens is doomed to weakness. Rome's greatness lay in the fact that its soldiers were also its citizens, men who had a direct stake in the survival of the state. They fought not for wages but for their homes and families. Florence, by contrast, had too often relied on condottieri, who abandoned the field at the first sign of trouble. For Machiavelli, this was not simply a military issue, but a civic one. A republic's strength depends on the involvement and responsibility of its people. Another striking theme in the discourses is Machiavelli's treatment of fortune. In The Prince, fortune appears as a force to be mastered by boldness. In the discourses, it plays a broader role. Fortune is still unpredictable, but institutions, once established, can weather its storms better than individual rulers. A republic, with its distributed power and engaged citizenry, can adapt more flexibly than a monarchy tied to the fate of a single leader. Here again, Machiavelli reveals himself as more than a teacher of princes. He is a thinker of republican resilience. It is tempting to see The Prince and the discourses as contradictory. One advocating ruthless pragmatism for princes, the other celebrating civic virtue in republics. But in truth, they are complementary. Machiavelli understood that politics unfolds on different stages. In moments of crisis, when a state is weak and survival is at stake, a leader must act decisively, even ruthlessly, as described in The Prince. But in times of stability, when a republic is secure, long-term strength comes from institutions, laws, and the active participation of citizens, as described in The Discourses. One work speaks to the emergency, the other to endurance. In this way, Machiavelli was not simply a cynic, but a realist with a wide range of vision. He could see the brutal necessities of immediate power, and he could also see the deeper foundations of freedom. His admiration for Rome was not nostalgia, it was a model. He wanted Florence, and Italy more broadly, to learn from the Roman example, to build systems that could resist corruption, channel conflict productively, and involve citizens in the defense of their liberty. The Republican, Machiavelli, the author of The Discourses, is the one who most inspired later generations. The founders of the American Republic, for instance, read him closely. John Adams, Alexander Hamilton, and James Madison were drawn to his insights about the balance of power, the dangers of corruption, and the value of civic virtue. The very idea that freedom is preserved not by harmony but by tension, not by blind unity, but by structured conflict, can be traced back to Machiavelli's reading of Rome. His reputation as a teacher of tyranny obscures this legacy, but it is real and profound. What is most striking is how the same man could produce both works, the Prince and the Discourses, within a few years of each other. Together they capture the duality of his thought, the recognition that human beings are driven by self-interest, ambition, and fear, and the conviction that political order must harness these drives rather than deny them. He did not imagine a politics of saints or angels. He imagined a politics of men as they are, sometimes cruel, often fickle, always ambitious, and he sought to design institutions that could make use of those traits rather than be destroyed by them. In the quiet of exile, then, Machiavelli was not only reflecting on his own humiliation, but also on the broader fate of his city and his country. Italy in his time was fractured, vulnerable, and dominated by foreign powers. He longed for a political order strong enough to unite and defend it. The Prince offered lessons for bold leaders in moments of crisis. The Discourses offered a vision of how a free people might build lasting strength. Both works were born of the same mind, forged in the same crucible of experience, yet they spoke to different dimensions of the political life. Seen together, they show us the full Machiavelli, not merely the teacher of deceit and cruelty, but also the advocate of civic responsibility, citizen armies, and the resilience of republican institutions. His reputation may rest largely on the notoriety of the Prince, but his true contribution lies in the balance between these two works. They remind us that politics is always a dance between necessity and ideal, between immediate survival and long-term endurance. By turning to Rome, Machiavelli gave his contemporaries, and us, a mirror in which to see both the dangers and the possibilities of political life. His discourses stand as a testament to his belief that even in a world governed by ambition and fortune, there remains room for freedom, if only a people are willing to claim it for themselves. To understand Machiavelli fully, we must turn to two concepts that anchor his entire political vision: virtue and fortuna. These words, deceptively simple in Italian, carry meanings that resist easy translation. Virtue is not virtue in the moral sense, though the words share a root. In Machiavelli's usage, it means strength, skill, boldness, adaptability, the qualities that allow a leader to shape events. Fortuna, meanwhile, is fortune, chance, the unpredictable forces of life that no human being can control. Politics, for Machiavelli, is the interplay between these two forces, the capacity of human beings to act decisively, and the shifting winds of chance that can undo even the most careful plans. He often described Fortuna as a woman, unpredictable, capricious, and prone to favor those who approach her with audacity rather than timidity. Half of human affairs, he suggested, are governed by fortune, but the other half are open to human agency. A wise leader cannot master fortune completely, but he can prepare himself to resist her blows and seize her opportunities. Virtue is the quality that allows a man to stand firm when fortune rages, or to act boldly when she presents an opening. This image is more than poetic. It reflects Machiavelli's conviction that human beings are neither completely free nor completely determined. We are caught between necessity and choice. Fortune deals the cards, but virtue decides how we play them. For a ruler, this means that success lies not in passivity or reliance on divine providence, but in the capacity to act boldly, adapt to circumstances, and impose one's will upon events as far as possible. Cesare Borgia again serves as Machiavelli's favorite example. Fortune had given him advantages. He was the son of Pope Alexander VI, and with papal backing, he carved out power in central Italy. Yet fortune also betrayed him. When his father died and a hostile new pope was elected, his foundations crumbled. What Machiavelli admired was not his final failure, but his bold use of virtue while he had the chance. Borgia moved decisively against rivals, established order through calculated cruelty, and projected strength even when vulnerable. Fortune may have destroyed him, but his actions embodied the qualities Machiavelli believed essential for leadership. In this tension between virtue and fortuna, we see the heart of Machiavelli's realism. He did not promise control over destiny. He did not assure leaders that virtue in the moral sense would protect them. On the contrary, he insisted that fortune is fickle and often cruel. The only defense is to cultivate virtue, the readiness to act with boldness, the flexibility to adapt when circumstances change, the toughness to endure when fortune turns hostile. In this way, his philosophy resonates with anyone who has faced the unpredictability of life, whether in politics, business, or personal affairs. What makes his treatment distinctive is his refusal to disguise fortune's harshness. Many of his contemporaries still frame success and failure as expressions of divine will. Fortune was providence, guiding events according to a higher plan. Machiavelli stripped away that comfort. Fortune, in his view, was not the hand of God, but the chaos of the world, unpredictable and indifferent. It was a river that floods without warning, sweeping away houses and fields. We cannot stop its floods, he wrote, but we can build dikes and channels in advance. We cannot eliminate chance, but through foresight and preparation, we can limit its damage. This metaphor of the river captures his outlook perfectly. It is neither fatalistic nor naively optimistic. It acknowledges the power of forces beyond our control, while affirming the responsibility of human beings to act with intelligence and courage. Leaders who rely only on luck will be destroyed when fortune turns. Leaders who cultivate virtue give themselves the best chance to withstand her blows. It is worth noting how radical this was in Machiavelli's time. In a culture still saturated with religious explanations, he spoke of fortune not as divine destiny, but as chance. And he spoke of human agency not as submission to God's will, but as bold action in the face of uncertainty. This secular realism is one reason his writings shocked his contemporaries. Yet it is also the reason they continue to speak to modern readers, who recognize the truth of living in a world governed by both chance and choice. The interplay of virtue and fortuna also sheds light on Machiavelli's dual works, The Prince and the Discourses. In The Prince, he emphasizes the need for boldness in moments of crisis, when fortune threatens immediate collapse. In The Discourses, he emphasizes the role of institutions in providing long-term resilience against fortune's fluctuations. One focuses on individual virtue, the other on collective strength. Together, they offer a comprehensive vision, survival in the short term, endurance in the long term. We can see echoes of this framework in countless examples from history. Consider leaders who rose through audacity. Alexander the Great, Napoleon, or more recently, figures who seized political opportunities during upheaval. They embodied virtue, bending fortune to their will. But history also shows the limits of audacity when institutions are weak. Empires collapse with the death of a single leader, while republics with strong institutions endure for centuries. Machiavelli saw this clearly. Fortune may favor the bold, but without institutional foundations, boldness alone cannot secure lasting stability. His treatment of virtue and fortuna also speaks to the human condition beyond politics. Every life is shaped by forces we cannot control: accidents, illnesses, economic downturns, sudden opportunities. Fortune, in this sense, touches everyone. The question is how we respond. Do we resign ourselves to fate, or do we cultivate the qualities of virtue, resilience, adaptability, and the courage to act when opportunities arise? In this way, Machiavelli's insights extend from princes and republics to the choices each of us faces in navigating our own lives. Perhaps this is why his thought remains unsettling but compelling. He does not offer comfort, but he does offer clarity. He tells us that the world is uncertain, that fortune is unpredictable, that morality may not protect us from disaster. But he also tells us that we are not helpless. By cultivating boldness, foresight, and adaptability, we can resist fortune's blows and even turn her caprice to our advantage. It is a message at once sobering and empowering. Seen in this light, Machiavelli's philosophy is not a counsel of despair, but of responsibility. It demands that leaders, and indeed all of us, confront the world as it is, with its dangers and uncertainties, and act with the strength we can muster. Virtue may not guarantee success, but without it, failure is certain. Fortune may not be mastered, but with preparation and boldness, she can sometimes be guided. In the balance between these two forces, the unpredictability of fortune and the agency of human action, lies the enduring drama of politics and of life itself. Machiavelli captured that drama with a candor that still challenges us to this day. At the core of Machiavelli's political thought lies a view of human nature that is at once bleak and bracing. He does not write as if people are noble creatures guided primarily by reason or morality. Nor does he describe them as children of God who naturally incline toward goodness. Instead, he presents a portrait that is stripped of comforting illusions. People, he argues, are self-interested, fickle, and prone to betrayal when circumstances change. They may appear loyal in times of prosperity, but when hardship comes, their devotion often evaporates. For a leader, failing to recognize this reality is fatal. This was not a casual aside in his writings. It was a central conviction, repeated in different forms across the prints and the discourses. Human beings, he wrote, are ungrateful, fickle, liars and deceivers, fearful of danger and greedy for gain. This is not a flattering description, but it reflects what he believed he had observed time and again. In Florence, he saw citizens cheer for Savonarola one year and demand his execution the next. He saw alliances sealed with oaths and handshakes collapse overnight. He saw mercenaries switch sides for a higher payment. From these experiences, he concluded that trust, loyalty, and love are fragile bonds. A wise ruler does not depend on them. This perspective set him apart from many earlier traditions. Christian political thought emphasized the ruler's duty to care for his people as a shepherd tends his flock. Ancient writers, too, often spoke of the common good, imagining that citizens could be guided by honor and civic virtue. Machiavelli did not deny that such qualities exist, but he treated them as unreliable foundations for power. In his view, people are capable of loyalty and virtue, but only when it aligns with their interests. When survival, ambition, or fear come into play, self-interest prevails. One might object that this is too cynical, too dark a view of humanity, but Machiavelli would answer that it is not cynicism, but honesty. Better to prepare for betrayal than to be surprised by it. Better to assume people will act out of self-interest than to rely on their goodwill. A ruler who expects gratitude, he warned, will find himself abandoned when fortune turns. A ruler who understands the frailty of human loyalty will govern with prudence, ensuring obedience through fear, institutions, or necessity rather than love alone. Consider how this plays out in practical advice. Machiavelli tells rulers to avoid relying on promises. People break promises when keeping them becomes inconvenient or costly. Therefore, a ruler must be ready to break his own promises as well when necessity demands it. Hypocrisy, in this sense, is not a moral failure, but a survival skill. Similarly, he warns that generosity can breed expectation and resentment. A ruler who lavishes gifts may win temporary affection, but he will soon exhaust his resources, and when he can no longer give, the same people will turn on him. Far safer, Machiavelli argues, to be seen as careful with resources, even stingy, than to court love through generosity that cannot be sustained. His realism about human nature is also evident in his treatment of religion. Machiavelli recognized the power of religious belief to unite and inspire people, but he also saw how quickly devotion could shift, and how often religious leaders manipulated faith for political ends. He did not reject religion outright. In fact, he admired how Rome used religion to strengthen civic unity. But he never confused devotion with loyalty. Religion was useful, but it could not be trusted as an enduring bond between rulers and the ruled. What is remarkable is how relevant these insights remain. In modern politics, leaders still discover the limits of public affection. A politician celebrated in times of prosperity may be abandoned in times of economic hardship. Promises made on campaign trails are easily forgotten once circumstances change. Companies that rely on customer loyalty find it evaporating when a competitor offers better prices or new conveniences. In every sphere, Machiavelli's warning holds. People are loyal until it no longer serves their interests. Yet there is nuance in his view. He did not claim that people are purely selfish or incapable of noble actions. Rather, he insisted that noble actions cannot be the foundation of politics because they are too rare and too fragile. Individuals may sacrifice for others, but masses rarely do so reliably. A state that depends on widespread altruism is doomed. A state that assumes self-interest and structures itself accordingly has a chance of survival. In this sense, Machiavelli's realism about human nature aligns with his broader emphasis on necessity. Politics, for him, is not about ideals but about what works. And what works must take account of how people actually behave, not how we wish they would. Leaders who ignore this reality court disaster. Leaders who embrace it, however uncomfortable, are better equipped to endure. This perspective also explains why he valued institutions. If people are fickle, then a state must create structures that channel their ambitions productively and constrain their potential for betrayal. Rome, in his eyes, succeeded not because its citizens were saints, but because its institutions forced them to balance each other. Ambition was not eliminated, but redirected into offices, assemblies, and competition that strengthened the republic. Florence, by contrast, too often relied on personalities and fragile loyalties, leaving it vulnerable to collapse. We might find Machiavelli's description of human beings unsettling, but we must admit its resonance. Who has not seen friendships falter under pressure, alliances dissolve when interests diverge, or loyalty evaporate when rewards dry up? His honesty forces us to confront the less flattering aspects of our nature. And while we may protest that people are capable of goodness, and indeed they are, his warning is that goodness cannot be the basis of political order. To build on such a foundation is to build on sand. In the end, Machiavelli's view of human nature is not a condemnation, but a challenge. If people are self-interested and fickle, then leaders must account for it. If loyalty is fragile, then institutions must secure stability. If appearances matter more than truth, then rulers must manage appearances carefully. Politics, in his vision, is the art of governing people as they are, not as we imagine them to be. It is this candor that has kept his name alive for centuries. He did not flatter us with illusions. He told us the truth as he saw it, however uncomfortable, that men are not reliably good, that they will betray when it suits them, that they will love when it is easy and abandon when it is hard. To govern in ignorance of this reality is folly. To govern with awareness of it is, in Machiavelli's eyes, the beginning of wisdom. Among all of Machiavelli's teachings, none is quoted more often than his claim that it is better for a ruler to be feared than loved. The phrase, repeated endlessly across centuries, has made him infamous as the philosopher of cruelty and tyranny. Yet to stop at this line alone is to miss the subtlety of his argument. Machiavelli did not glorify violence for its own sake. He did not counsel rulers to indulge in cruelty without measure. Rather, he offered a precise calculation. Love is fragile, fear is reliable, but cruelty, if used, must be measured carefully. For excess leads not to stability, but to hatred. And hatred, in his eyes, was the surest path to ruin. This perspective begins with his assessment of love. To Machiavelli, love is voluntary. It is freely given by people when they feel secure, when prosperity is abundant, or when leaders distribute favors. But, because it is voluntary, it can vanish the moment circumstances turn. A prince who relies on being loved by his people will find that love evaporates when taxes rise, when enemies advance, or when famine strikes. Affection is unreliable because it rests on choice, and choice changes when interests change. Fear, by contrast, binds more tightly. It is rooted in the instinct of self-preservation. People may abandon love when times are hard, but fear of punishment remains. A ruler who instills a reasonable fear of consequences ensures obedience even in adversity. For Machiavelli, this was not cruelty but prudence, an acknowledgement of human nature as it is, not as we wish it to be. Yet he drew an important distinction. Fear must never cross the line into hatred. Hatred provokes rebellion, conspiracies, and the kind of desperate opposition that can overthrow even a powerful ruler. To be feared is to command respect through discipline and consequence. To be hated is to awaken a passion so strong that people will risk everything to destroy you. A wise leader must know the difference. This distinction is where Machiavelli's treatment of cruelty becomes especially nuanced. He recognized that rulers sometimes must use violence. A new prince who seizes power may need to eliminate rivals or impose order through harsh measures. But cruelty, he argued, should be swift, decisive, and limited. He praised leaders who acted firmly at the outset and then refrained from constant bloodshed. Cesare Borgia, whom Machiavelli admired, offers an example. When Borgia took control of Romagna, the region was in disorder. He appointed a brutal lieutenant, Ramiro de Orco, to restore order with ruthless methods. Once order was established, Borgia had the lieutenant executed publicly, presenting himself as the bringer of justice. The cruelty was concentrated and followed by a gesture that won him the people's gratitude. To Machiavelli, this was cruelty, well used, harsh but effective, followed by stability. By contrast, cruelty that is prolonged, arbitrary, or self-indulgent breeds hatred. Leaders who torment their people unnecessarily, who impose suffering without purpose, or who waver between leniency and harshness, undermine their own stability. They create enemies where none need exist. Machiavelli warned that cruelty, if mismanaged, becomes self-destructive. It is not cruelty itself that ruins rulers, but cruelty without measure. Cruelty that awakens hatred instead of fear. Here we see the pragmatism that sets Machiavelli apart from caricatures of him as a simple advocate of brutality. He did not endorse wanton violence. He endorsed violence as a tool to be used sparingly and strategically. His concern was always the preservation of the state. If cruelty secured order, it was justified. If cruelty provoked hatred, it was foolish. The test was not morality in the abstract, but effectiveness in practice. This marks a sharp departure from the traditions that preceded him. In Christian thought, cruelty was sin, condemned without qualification. In classical philosophy, rulers were often advised to cultivate mercy as a virtue. Machiavelli broke with both. He did not measure cruelty against moral standards, but against political outcomes. For him, the question was never, is this act good? But, will this act preserve power and stability, or will it lead to hatred and collapse? In this shift, he inaugurated a new way of thinking about politics, one grounded not in ideals, but in necessity. Modern readers may recoil from this cold calculation, but it has a certain honesty. History offers countless examples of leaders who lost their thrones because they were too lenient, too trusting, too eager to be loved. It also offers examples of rulers who secured stability through decisive, even ruthless, measures, yet avoided excess that would have turned subjects into enemies. Machiavelli forces us to confront these uncomfortable truths rather than hide from them behind moral platitudes. His reflections on cruelty also reveal his broader understanding of power as an art of balance. A ruler must weigh fear against love, discipline against leniency, cruelty against mercy. Too much of one or the other can destabilize the state. Politics, for Machiavelli, is not about rigid principles, but about judgment. The ability to discern when harshness is necessary and when restraint is wiser. This demand for judgment makes leadership both dangerous and deeply human. It is telling that his examples often come from Rome. He admired how Roman leaders used severity to secure order, but also built institutions to temper ambition. He admired figures who combined boldness with prudence, cruelty with justice. Rome, in his view, showed that political survival requires a willingness to act against conventional morality when necessary, but also the wisdom to avoid excess. The relevance of these ideas endures. In modern politics, leaders who appear too soft often invite challenges, while those who govern through excessive repression provoke revolts. In business, managers who rely solely on affection risk being ignored, while those who lead through fear alone breed resentment and turnover. The challenge is always balance. Enough fear to command respect, but not so much cruelty that it turns into hatred. What makes Machiavelli unsettling is not simply that he acknowledged the role of cruelty in politics. It is that he insisted we confront it as a reality we cannot wish away. Leaders may aspire to rule through love alone, but history, he argued, proves this aspiration fragile. Leaders who recognize the necessity of fear and who manage cruelty with prudence have a better chance of survival. Leaders who deny this reality often lose both love and power. In this light, his advice is less an endorsement of brutality than a warning against naivety. The world is not governed by ideals alone. It is governed by human nature, by fear and self-interest, by the fragile bonds of loyalty, and by the unpredictable turns of fortune. To navigate this world, leaders must be willing to act decisively, even harshly, while never forgetting the limits of cruelty and the danger of hatred. Machiavelli's reflections on fear and cruelty remain disturbing because they strip away illusions we prefer to keep. We want to believe that love is enough, that kindness will be repaid with loyalty, that cruelty is always punished. He reminds us that history tells another story, one in which fear often secures obedience, cruelty sometimes builds stability, and the difference between wise leadership and tyranny lies not in rejecting violence outright, but in knowing how, when, and to what extent it must be used. One of the most unsettling lessons Machiavelli offers is his insistence that, in politics, appearances often matter more than reality. A ruler may be cruel, manipulative, or even cowardly, but if he appears merciful, honest, and courageous, he can still maintain power. By contrast, a ruler who genuinely embodies virtues but fails to project them will appear weak and risk being overthrown. In the harsh arena of politics, perception outweighs substance. This is a theme Machiavelli hammers home in The Prince. He does not advise rulers to abandon virtue entirely, nor does he deny that being virtuous can sometimes be useful. But he warns that leaders who insist on practicing virtues in all circumstances will often find themselves undone. The world is too dangerous, human beings too fickle, and fortune too unpredictable for morality to be applied rigidly. Instead, he counsels that rulers should cultivate the appearance of virtue because appearances are what people see, believe, and respond to. He lists the traditional virtues: mercy, honesty, generosity, faithfulness, and then argues that while they are admirable in theory, in practice they often work against survival. Too much mercy invites disorder. Too much honesty exposes weakness. Too much generosity drains the treasury. Too much faithfulness makes a ruler vulnerable to betrayal. And yet, he insists, rulers must seem to embody these very virtues. They must appear merciful, honest, generous, and faithful, even as necessity sometimes forces them to act in ways that contradict these appearances. This is not mere hypocrisy for its own sake. It is a recognition of how human perception operates. People judge not by what they cannot see, but by what they can. They cannot peer into a ruler's heart. They see only his actions, his gestures, his words. If those project virtue, they are reassured, even if the reality is different. Machiavelli knew well how much politics depends on symbols, ceremonies, and public images. In Florence, he had seen how parades, festivals, and speeches shaped the mood of the city. In Rome, he studied how consuls and emperors cloaked their authority in rituals that conveyed dignity and strength. Appearances, in this sense, are not illusions, but instruments of power. Consider again his admiration for Cesare Borgia. Borgia was ruthless, but he also staged spectacles of justice and mercy. By executing his brutal lieutenant after order was restored, he projected fairness even though the cruelty had been his own strategy. He appeared as a protector of the people, even while consolidating personal power. Machiavelli praised this not because it was morally admirable, but because it was politically effective. This emphasis on appearances sets him against much of the moral tradition that came before. Christian teaching emphasized sincerity, that rulers should not only act justly, but be just in their hearts. Classical philosophy, too, often held that authenticity mattered, that virtue was genuine only if it aligned inner character with outward action. He separated the inner from the outer, insisting that for politics, the outer is what counts. If survival depends on deceit, then deceit is not only acceptable but necessary, provided the mask of virtue is maintained. We may recoil from this bluntness, yet modern life confirms its resonance. In democratic politics, leaders are judged as much by their public image as by their policies. A carefully staged photograph, a well-timed speech, or a display of emotion on camera can sway public opinion more powerfully than legislation. In business, CEOs who project confidence can maintain investor trust even when their companies face difficulties. In personal life, too, appearances shape trust and reputation. Machiavelli's insight into the power of appearances is not limited to Renaissance courts. It touches the way human beings form judgments in every age. Still, his advice is not without caution. Appearances can sustain power, but only if carefully managed. If a ruler's deception is exposed, the backlash can be devastating. Hypocrisy must be concealed to be effective. The mask must never slip too far. This requires constant vigilance, discipline, and the ability to adapt. For Machiavelli, politics is a performance as much as a struggle, and leaders must master both roles: the actor who projects virtue and the strategist who calculates necessity. The unsettling brilliance of this argument lies in its refusal to let us cling to comforting illusions. We want to believe that authenticity triumphs, that sincerity is rewarded, that reality matters more than perception. Machiavelli shows us how often this is untrue. He reminds us that people see what is shown to them, not what is hidden, and that power belongs to those who understand and shape perception. It is a warning as much as a lesson: neglect appearances at your peril. The philosopher Isaiah Berlin once called Machiavelli's thought the most revolutionary break in Western morality. The break is visible here in his treatment of appearances. He does not measure politics by truth and authenticity, but by effectiveness and survival. In separating politics from morality, he forces us to ask whether the values that guide private life, honesty, sincerity, faithfulness, can ever fully apply to public life. If appearances are what sustain political order, then the demand for authenticity may be not only naive, but dangerous. For many readers, this is Machiavelli at his most disturbing. He admits openly what others practice in secret. He dares to say that rulers must lie, deceive, and manipulate appearances if they wish to endure. And yet, in doing so, he captures a reality that is difficult to deny. Who can look at history, or at contemporary politics, and fail to see how much appearances matter? Who can deny that survival often depends not on what is real, but on what is believed? Seen in this light, his argument is less a recommendation than a mirror. He shows us the world as it is, where appearances shape reality, and where survival often depends on deception. Whether we like what we see is another matter. But ignoring it, Machiavelli warns, is the luxury of the powerless. After the shock of his dismissal, the torture in prison, and the humiliation of exile, Machiavelli might have retreated into silence. Many disgraced officials of his time faded into obscurity, their ambitions broken by fortune's blows. But Nicole was not a man built for quiet resignation. Though barred from public office and under suspicion from the Medici, he refused to let his mind stagnate. In the years after 1513, we see a Machiavelli who was restless, searching, and surprisingly versatile. He wrote not only political treatises, but also plays, poems, and letters that reveal a different side of his character: playful, witty, and sharply observant. The letter to Francesco Vittori from December 1513 remains the most vivid snapshot of his life at Sant'Andrea. In it, Machiavelli describes his days of managing farmhands and dealing with petty quarrels among neighbors, his evenings in taverns where he played dice and traded jokes with millers and butchers, and his nights spent in dialogue with the ancients. This letter captures the full contrast of his exile: by day, a man humbled and provincial; by night, a thinker in communion with the great minds of Rome. It is a portrait both humorous and poignant, a a man who had once shaped diplomacy at the highest level, now gambling for small stakes in a village tavern, yet still dreaming of politics with unquenched intensity. What is striking about Machiavelli in these years is his adaptability. Denied the stage of government, he found other outlets for his energy. He turned to literature. His comedy, La Mandragola, The Mandrake Root, became one of the most popular plays of the Renaissance. On the surface, it is a bawdy farce about lust and trickery, telling the story of a man who deceives a foolish husband to seduce his wife. But beneath the humor lies a sharp commentary on human folly, desire, and manipulation, themes not far from the lessons of The Prince. Audiences roared with laughter, but the wit was barbed. Machiavelli was showing that politics, seduction, and everyday life all obey similar laws: deception, persuasion, and the clever exploitation of weakness. He also wrote poetry, lighter works, and reflections on history. In every genre, the same qualities appear: sharp observation, irony, and a refusal to indulge in illusions. Even in comedy, his realism is present. He portrays people as they are: lustful, ambitious, easily duped, rather than as they ought to be. It is as if exile had freed him to explore human behavior from multiple angles, not only in the arena of princes and republics, but in households, taverns, and intimate affairs. We see not only the stern analyst of power, but also the man who craved company, laughter, and recognition. His letters are filled with self-deprecating humor, occasional bitterness, and flashes of hope that he might be restored to service. He jokes about his poverty, laments his obscurity, and flatters Vittori with playful banter. Yet always beneath the surface is the longing for politics. His heart remained tethered to Florence, to the city he could not serve but could never forget. Machiavelli was not content to be merely a scholar or philosopher in the abstract sense. He was, above all, a man of action, whose mind burned for practical engagement. Writing was not his true calling in the beginning, politics was. Yet, in exile, writing became his substitute for action, the arena where he could still contest ideas, shape understanding, and prove his worth. His treatises were not exercises in theory, but attempts to remain relevant, to re-enter the game of power through the force of words if not through office. It is telling that The Prince was dedicated to Lorenzo de' Medici. Machiavelli hoped, perhaps naively, that the book would win him favor with the very family that had dismissed and tortured him. He wrote other works with similar hopes, offering advice, historical analysis, and reflections that might show his value. Again and again, we see him angling for a way back into service. He petitioned, he dedicated, he hinted at loyalty. Yet the Medici were cautious. They kept him at arm's length, never granting him the role he longed for. Still, exile was not barren. It was productive in ways Machiavelli may not have fully realized. Stripped of power, he turned inward and sharpened his insights. His writings from this period display a freedom of candor he might not have dared while in office. Removed from the constant demands of administration, he had the leisure to think deeply, to compare the lessons of history with his own bruising experiences. His works endure not because he held power, but because he lost it, and in loss found the voice that made him immortal. We must not forget the personal side of this exile. Machiavelli was a husband and father. His letters reveal financial worries, his struggle to provide for his family, and the sense of failure that came with his fall. These concerns make him relatable. He was not only a statesman and thinker, but also a man trying to keep his household afloat while his ambitions smoldered. His humor and wit and letters may mask deeper anxieties, but they also show resilience, a refusal to let defeat extinguish his vitality. In the plays and poetry of this period, we see a Machiavelli who laughed at human folly even as he suffered his own misfortunes. He turned personal frustration into satire, political failure into insight, and exile into creativity. The man who had once moved among kings and popes now entertained ordinary Florentines with comedies that skewered the pretensions of the powerful and the gullibility of the common. In this, too, we glimpse his genius. He could speak to all audiences, high and low, serious and playful, always with an eye for the hidden mechanics of human behavior. Exile, then, was not only a punishment, it was a crucible. It forced Machiavelli to reimagine himself, to channel his restless energy into words that would travel farther than his presence ever could. He remained restless, always yearning for politics, but his writings from these years reveal a resilience that turned humiliation into a new form of influence. When we picture him at Sant'Andrea, it is tempting to see only the broken official. But we should also see the man at his desk, writing with both bitterness and humor, crafting works that entertained his contemporaries and challenged future generations. His exile was not the end of his story, but the middle chapter of a life that, though denied direct power, still shaped the understanding of power for centuries to come. For all his wit and restless creativity in exile, Machiavelli never abandoned the hope of returning to political life. His mind remained fixed on Florence, on the world of diplomacy, councils, and negotiation that had once defined him. The Medici had stripped him of office and subjected him to torture, yet he continued to seek their favor, writing letters, dedicating works, and offering his insight in the hope of regaining a position. It was a paradox at the heart of his exile. The man who wrote with brutal clarity about power was himself entangled in the humiliating need to please those who had ruined him. This is one of the most revealing tensions in Machiavelli's life. We often imagine him as detached, cold, a theorist of manipulation, untroubled by pride. But the reality was more complicated. He was proud, immensely so, of his service to Florence, of his diplomatic skill, of his understanding of politics, and yet he was also desperate. His dismissal left him not only dishonored, but impoverished. He had a family to support, debts to manage, and a restless energy that could not be satisfied with farming or tavern gossip. His petitions to the Medici, then, were both personal and political, a bid for relevance and a plea for survival. The dedication of the prince to Lorenzo de' Medici was the boldest of these attempts. In it, Machiavelli presents his little book as a gift, the only thing he has left to offer. He frames himself as a man of low station, lacking wealth or power, but rich in knowledge gleaned from years of service and reflection. He offers Lorenzo a distillation of what he has learned about states and rulers, an honest manual for survival in the dangerous world of Italian politics. It is at once a statement of genius and a posture of humility. Here is the man who had been broken by fortune, presenting himself as useful, loyal, and willing to serve again. But Lorenzo never employed him. Whether he was offended by the frankness of the prince or simply mistrusted its author, the Medici patronage Machiavelli hoped for never came. The book circulated in manuscript, but it did not win him the redemption he sought. Instead, it secured his notoriety in ways he could not have predicted. Undeterred, Machiavelli continued to write in hopes of catching Medici attention. He composed The Art of War, 1521, a dialogue on military strategy that argued once more for citizen militias and criticized reliance on mercenaries. He dedicated it not to a Medici prince, but to a group of Florentine citizens, yet the work reflects his ongoing desire to demonstrate his practical value. He also wrote histories, including the Florentine Histories, commissioned eventually by Cardinal Giulio de' Medici, the future Pope Clement VII. Here, at last, was a measure of recognition, though still far less than Machiavelli had dreamed of. The letters from this period reveal the strain of his situation. In one, he describes his attempts to gain even minor appointments, only to be passed over. In another, he jokes bitterly about his obscurity, likening himself to a disused tool left to rust. Beneath the humor lies humiliation. This was a man who had once negotiated with kings and emperors, reduced now to begging for scraps of employment from the family that distrusted him. His sharp intellect could dissect the mechanics of power, but it could not overcome the realities of patronage and suspicion that governed Florence. The same Machiavelli who counseled princes to act decisively, to seize fortune by boldness, to avoid dependence on others, was himself dependent. He knew the rules of the game, but knowing them did not spare him from playing it badly. He could expose the illusions of politics in writing, yet he could not free himself from the humiliations of his own situation. The philosopher of power was, in his personal life, powerless. This dissonance complicates the common caricature of Machiavelli as a cynical manipulator. The real man was far less secure. He was ambitious, but vulnerable, brilliant, but needy. His petitions to the Medici remind us that he was not above flattery, that he was capable of compromise, that he felt the sting of exclusion as acutely as anyone might. His brilliance lay in analyzing the forces that governed human behavior, but he himself was still bound by them. And yet, even in humiliation, his genius shone through. His writings from this period did not merely beg for favor, they reshaped the intellectual landscape. The Prince, the Discourses, the Art of War, and the Florentine Histories all emerged from his exile and his restless bid for recognition. The Medici may not have granted him a prominent role, but history did. The works he produced in pursuit of their approval became the foundation of his legacy. Ironically, it was his exclusion from power that made him more powerful in the long run. Seen in this light, his petitions take on a tragic quality. Machiavelli the man wanted nothing more than to serve Florence again, to return to the councils and embassies that had defined his life. Machiavelli the thinker, however, was creating works that would endure far beyond the petty struggles of Medici politics. The tension between these two selves, the ambitious servant and the immortal writer, defines his middle years. We can sympathize with his plight. Who among us has not faced the frustration of being overlooked, of watching lesser talents advance, while our own contributions go unrecognized? Who has not felt the sting of needing help from those we dislike or mistrust? Machiavelli's petitions to the Medici are not only historical documents, they are mirrors of human pride, humiliation, and resilience. In the end, the Medici never restored him to the positions he craved. He was occasionally employed for minor tasks, and his Florentine histories brought him some patronage, but he remained on the margins. The city that once relied on his skill never fully forgave his past. The power he sought never returned. But the works he produced in his pursuit of that power ensured that he would remain, not as a servant of Florence, but as a teacher to the world. In 1521, after years of disappointment and frustration, Machiavelli managed to publish the only book that appeared in print during his lifetime, The Art of War. On the surface, it was a treatise on military organization and strategy, written in the form of a dialogue between a veteran soldier and several Florentine citizens. But beneath its technical discussions of formations, weapons, and tactics, the book carried a larger message, one that reached to the heart of his political thought. For Machiavelli, the strength of any state rested ultimately on the strength of its military, and the strength of its military, in turn, depended not on mercenaries or hired swords, but on its own citizens, trained and ready to fight for their freedom. This was not a new theme for him. In The Prince and the Discourses, he had already denounced the reliance on mercenaries that plagued the Italian city-states. He had seen too many battles lost because condottieri, professional captains of fortune, abandoned the field when the risks outweighed the rewards. Mercenaries, he argued, are loyal only to money, and when money fails or a higher bidder appears, their loyalty dissolves. They bring danger rather than security. A state that relies on them is like a house built on sand. By contrast, Machiavelli praised the Roman Republic for building its power on citizen armies. Rome's legions were composed of men who had a direct stake in the survival of the Republic. They fought not only for pay, but for their land, their families, their civic honor. Military discipline was inseparable from civic virtue. To fight for Rome was to be a Roman. This, for Machiavelli, was the true foundation of political strength. The Art of War is full of practical detail. Discussions of infantry formations, the advantages of certain weapons, the role of fortifications. But its deeper argument is political. A free state must defend itself with the arms of its own citizens. To outsource defense is to outsource liberty itself. Only a citizen militia, trained and disciplined, can safeguard freedom. This conviction reflects his broader realism about human nature. Just as he distrusted loyalty based on love alone, he distrusted military power based on hired service. Both, in his view, are fragile bonds that dissolve under pressure. Fear secures more than love, and citizen militias secure more than mercenaries. In both politics and war, the same principle applies. Stability depends on necessity and self-interest, not on fragile sentiments or purchased promises. It is worth pausing to consider how radical this argument was in Renaissance Italy. The reliance on mercenary armies had become deeply entrenched. Wealthy city-states preferred to hire professionals rather than arm their citizens, partly out of fear that an armed populace might turn against them. Mercenaries seemed safer in the short term, even if unreliable in the long term. Machiavelli, by contrast, urged Florentines to embrace the risk of arming their own people, arguing that true freedom could not exist without it. A republic unwilling to trust its citizens with arms, he warned, was a republic already in decay. In this, we see Machiavelli's republican spirit shining clearly. He was not simply offering tactical advice. He was articulating a philosophy of civic responsibility. A citizen who is willing to fight for his state is also a citizen more invested in its survival, its laws, and its liberty. Military service, in this sense, was part of the fabric of civic life. Rome's greatness, in his telling, was not only its armies but its culture of discipline and participation. The decline of Rome, likewise, came when luxury and corruption undermined this spirit of citizen service. Modern readers may be surprised to find Machiavelli writing with such detail about military matters. Yet for him, the connection was obvious. Politics and war are inseparable. A ruler who ignores military strength, he wrote, is like a man who builds a palace without foundations. The splendor may impress, but the first storm will bring it down. Politics without military strength is illusion, and military strength without civic participation is fragile. The influence of the art of war extended beyond Florence. Later thinkers and leaders admired its clarity about the relationship between military power and political freedom. The American founders, who had read the Discourses, also absorbed his warnings about standing armies and the importance of citizen militias. The idea that liberty requires citizens willing to defend it resonates across centuries, even if the form of armies has changed. At the same time, Machiavelli was not naive. He knew that citizen militias required discipline and training, not mere enthusiasm. Untrained crowds with weapons were no more reliable than mercenaries. The strength of Rome's legions lay not only in their civic identity, but in their strict discipline, their organization, their ability to endure hardship. Machiavelli's art of war therefore emphasized drill, structure, and leadership. Liberty was not sustained by passion alone, but by discipline harnessed to civic purpose. Seen in the larger arc of his thought, the art of war complements The Prince and the Discourses. The Prince reveals how individual rulers must act in moments of crisis. The Discourses explores the institutions that sustain a republic over time. The art of war adds a third pillar, the military foundations that make both survival and endurance possible. Without military strength, princes and republics alike are at the mercy of fortune. With it, they have a chance to shape their own destiny. What makes this work especially poignant is that it reflects Machiavelli's enduring hope of being useful again. He wrote it not as an abstract treatise, but as a manual that might convince the Medici of his practical value. By offering detailed advice on how Florence might strengthen itself, he was once more seeking favor. Yet, as with the Prince, the personal goal failed, even as the intellectual achievement endured. There is, then, a double legacy in the art of war. On the one hand, it is a record of Machiavelli's desperation, his bid to re-enter political service by showing his expertise. On the other hand, it is a lasting statement of principle, that freedom and security rest on citizens who are willing to fight for their state, that mercenaries bring ruin, and that politics cannot be separated from military strength. For modern readers, the details of pikes, arquebuses, and battle formations may seem distant, but the core lesson remains close to home. A society that outsources its defense, that expects freedom without sacrifice, that prefers comfort to discipline, is a society that risks decay. Machiavelli's warning is stark. Liberty survives only when citizens are prepared to bear its burdens, not merely enjoy its fruits. In the early 1520s, Niccolò Machiavelli received what must have felt like a small redemption, a commission from Cardinal Giulio de' Medici, the future Pope Clement VII, to write an official history of Florence. It was not the political office he craved, nor the full restoration of trust he longed for, but it was recognition. After years of rejection and humiliation, the Medici family, who had once imprisoned and tortured him, now employed him to tell the story of his own city. The task was both an honor and a test. The Florentine Histories, completed in 1525, is not a dry chronicle of dates and events. It is a narrative infused with Machiavelli's characteristic eye for conflict, ambition, and the mechanics of power. His subject was Florence, but his theme was universal: politics as the ceaseless struggle between factions, classes, and ambitions. If the prince showed rulers how to act, and the discourses revealed how republics endure, the histories illustrated how cities rise and fall through conflict. He begins not with Florence alone, but with the broader sweep of Italy, setting the stage for the city's emergence. He then traces Florence's story through centuries of turmoil: the clashes between nobles and commoners, the constant rebalancing of power, the rise and fall of regimes. Again and again, he highlights the destructive role of factionalism. Florentine history, in his telling, is a pattern of internal strife: powerful families feuding, guilds struggling for influence, republican ideals clashing with aristocratic ambitions. It is a city defined by brilliance and beauty, yet constantly undermined by division. The Medici who commissioned the work may have hoped for a flattering account, and indeed, Machiavelli was careful. He did not directly condemn the family. He dedicated the work to Pope Clement VII, presenting himself as a loyal servant. But beneath the surface, his realism persisted. He described Florence not as a harmonious community, but as a battlefield of competing interests. He acknowledged the brilliance of its culture, its artists, its commerce, its civic energy. But he refused to romanticize its politics. Conflict was not an aberration, but the essence of its story. This approach reflects Machiavelli's larger philosophy of history. For him, history is not guided by providence or morality, but by necessity, ambition, and the unpredictable play of fortune. He looked to the past not for moral lessons, but for patterns: Rome's rise, Florence's struggles, the endless rivalries of Italian states, all revealed the same dynamics of power. Human nature does not change, and therefore, history repeats its rhythms. Studying history, for Machiavelli, was not about reverence for the past, but about equipping oneself to navigate the present. In the Florentine histories, one senses both pride and bitterness. Pride in the richness of Florence's story, in its contributions to art, commerce, and republican life. Bitterness in the recognition that the city had squandered so much potential through division. Again and again, he shows how internal discord weakened Florence against external threats. The city that produced Dante, Giotto, and Brunelleschi also produced endless conspiracies, exiles, and coups. Its brilliance was matched only by its instability. Machiavelli's emphasis on conflict was not accidental. In the discourses, he had argued that the clash between social classes in Rome, far from being destructive, had strengthened the Republic by creating checks and balances. But in Florence, the same energy produced only instability. Why the difference? For Machiavelli, the answer lay in institutions. Rome had harnessed conflict through laws and offices that gave both patricians and plebeians a stake in the system. Florence never achieved this balance. Its institutions were too fragile, its factions too ruthless, its leaders too self-serving. The lesson was clear: conflict is inevitable, but whether it strengthens or destroys depends on how institutions channel it. This insight gives the Florentine histories a dual purpose. On the surface, it is a narrative of Florence's past. Beneath the surface, it is a meditation on political design. Machiavelli was showing his Medici patrons, and any reader, that the city's fate was not the product of individual sins alone, but of structural weakness. Without durable institutions, even the most brilliant city would be doomed to turmoil. It was a subtle way of reminding the Medici that their power, too, was fragile without institutional support. The style of the histories is different from the sharp, concise prose of the prince. It is broader, more expansive, more narrative, but the same skeptical eye shines through. Where others might have written panegyrics to Florence's greatness, Machiavelli wrote a story of its divisions. Where others might have praised noble families, he exposed their ambitions. Where others might have cloaked events in providence, he analyzed them in terms of necessity. The work is less famous than his other writings, but it offers perhaps the clearest picture of how he thought history should be studied, as a record of human struggles, not moral tales. For modern readers, the Florentine histories may feel strikingly contemporary. Its pages are filled with the kinds of conflicts that still shape societies: elites versus commoners, tradition versus reform, private ambition versus the public good. Its message is that politics is never static, that division is constant, and that survival depends not on suppressing conflict, but on channeling it. In this sense, Machiavelli's Florence is not so far from our own societies, with their competing interests and fragile institutions. We should also remember the personal dimension. By accepting the commission, Machiavelli was swallowing pride. He had once been branded an enemy of the Medici, yet here he was, writing under their patronage. The man who had been tortured by their regime now produced a history dedicated to their leading figure. Was this hypocrisy, or was it necessity? The same necessity he counseled rulers to embrace. Perhaps both. Like his princes, Machiavelli knew the importance of appearances. By presenting himself as a loyal servant, he ensured his survival. Yet within the pages of his history, his realism spoke more freely than his dedications. The Florentine histories did not restore him fully to political life, but it did re-establish him as a thinker of significance. It showed that he was not merely a pamphleteer of scandalous advice, but a serious historian capable of chronicling the destiny of his city. It gave him a place, however modest, in the Medici orbit. And it added another dimension to his legacy: Machiavelli, the historian, not only the theorist of power. In the end, the Florentine histories reflects the paradox of Machiavelli's career. He wanted to serve Florence directly, to shape events as a diplomat and official. Instead, he served it indirectly, by interpreting its past and extracting lessons for its future. He longed for action, but left his mark through words. And in those words, he preserved for future generations not a flattering portrait of Florence, but an honest one. A city of brilliance and strife, of art and ambition, of promise and peril. As the 1520s wore on, Niccolò Machiavelli entered the final chapter of his life. He was in his 50s, no longer young by the standards of Renaissance Italy, and the years of exile had taken their toll. Though he had found outlets in writing and occasional minor commissions, the great return to political power that he longed for never came. Florence remained under Medici control, and while they tolerated him and even employed him for certain tasks, they never restored him to the central role he believed he deserved. For a man whose life had been defined by political engagement, this was a slow, grinding disappointment. Financial difficulties compounded his frustrations. He was never wealthy, and the loss of steady income from public service left him struggling to support his household. Letters from these years reveal a man constantly worried about money, trying to secure payment for his works, appealing for small posts, and managing debts. The sharp humor that colored his earlier correspondence now often carried a note of weariness. Behind the jokes and banter lay a man aware of his declining fortunes. And yet, Machiavelli did not collapse into bitterness. His vitality persisted, even if tinged with resignation. He continued to write, to observe, to reflect. He participated in literary circles in Florence, where his comedies were staged and his wit was appreciated. Friends remembered him as lively, talkative, full of stories and jokes. In these moments, one sees the resilience of a man who, though denied political greatness, refused to be silenced. He remained, to the end, a presence, restless, sharp, and alive to the ironies of the world around him. Still, the sense of decline was undeniable. By the mid-1520s, the Medici had consolidated their power, and Florence was far from the republican spirit that Machiavelli had once celebrated. His dream of serving a free republic, strengthened by citizen armies and wise institutions, seemed remote. Machiavelli must have felt the futility of his vision. He had devoted his thought to preserving liberty and stability, but the city he loved seemed increasingly beyond saving. This awareness of decline extended to his own body. He was aging, and though not yet an old man, he carried the weight of fatigue. His earlier energy, which had propelled him through diplomatic missions and nights of study, was now tempered by the aches and frailties of middle age. In Renaissance terms, where life expectancy was lower and illness constant, his awareness of mortality would have been acute. Friends and colleagues died around him. Wars and plague swept through Italy. He knew his time was limited. What makes this period poignant is the contrast between his intellectual vitality and his political marginalization. His mind remained sharp, his ideas as provocative as ever, yet the world no longer gave him the stage he craved. He was a thinker whose insights reached across centuries, but in his own day he was a sidelined figure, known but not trusted, admired but not embraced. It is a reminder that genius is not always recognized in its own time, that history often saves for later what contemporaries neglect. And yet, Machiavelli did taste a measure of recognition. His Florentine histories brought him some esteem, and his comedies delighted audiences. He was not forgotten or entirely obscure, but he knew the difference between literary praise and political power. The stage of letters was not the stage of government, and he longed for the latter. Even as he aged, he still angled for positions, still wrote to patrons, still hoped for some restoration. Hope dies slowly, even in the face of repeated disappointment. In these later years, we glimpse a Machiavelli who is both humbled and defiant. Humbled by the reality that his career as a statesman was over. Defiant in that he continued to write truths that others avoided. He never softened his realism to suit convention, never retreated into piety or false comfort. His view of human nature, politics, and fortune remained bracingly clear-eyed. If anything, exile and age had only sharpened his commitment to honesty. He had lived too much, suffered too much, and seen too much to flatter illusions. There is something profoundly relatable here. Many in midlife or later years know the sting of unfulfilled ambition, the frustration of watching opportunities pass, the awareness that time is running out to achieve what one once dreamed. He was a man who knew he had the talent for greatness, but lacked the fortune to realize it. His legacy would be secured by his writings, but he himself longed for action. He wanted to shape events, not merely interpret them. That gap between desire and reality defined his decline. And yet, it was precisely this gap that gave his writings their edge. His exile and marginalization forced him into the role of observer, giving him the distance to analyze politics with brutal clarity. His sense of disappointment sharpened his insights into the role of fortune, the limits of human agency, and the fragility of power. He may have lost the game in his own time, but by writing about it, he ensured that his lessons would guide players for centuries to come. By the late 1520s, Machiavelli was a man aware of his own mortality. He had achieved much as a writer but little as a politician. He had influenced some circles but remained distrusted by the ruling family. His life was a story of brilliance frustrated by circumstance. And yet, in that story lies a deeper truth, that greatness is not always measured by office or honor, but by the clarity of one's vision. Machiavelli, denied the power he sought, gave the world something greater, an unflinching account of how power truly works. If there is a single theme that runs through all of Machiavelli's writings, it is the ceaseless tension between human effort and the forces beyond our control. He lived in an Italy torn apart by invasions, betrayals, and sudden reversals of fortune. He himself had risen in Florence's service, only to be cast down by a change in regime. He saw allies crumble, enemies triumph, and entire states collapse overnight. For him, no philosophy of politics could ignore the role of chance. And so he gave it a name that carried weight in both classical and Renaissance thought, fortuna. Fortuna was not simply luck in the modern sense. It was the unpredictable, uncontrollable element of life. The shifting tides of war, the sudden death of a ruler, the outbreak of plague, the betrayal of a supposed friend. In ancient Rome, fortune was personified as a goddess, often blindfolded, turning her wheel without regard for human merit. Machiavelli inherited this image but made it harsher. He saw fortune not as a gentle goddess, but as a powerful, capricious force that could destroy the plans of even the wisest rulers. And yet, Machiavelli did not counsel resignation. He paired fortuna with another concept, virtù. This word does not mean virtue in the moral sense, kindness, justice, or piety, but something closer to strength, boldness, ingenuity, and the ability to bend circumstances to one's will. Virtue is the quality of the leader who acts decisively, who adapts to changing times, who seizes opportunities when they appear. It is the energy that confronts the chaos of fortune and wrestles from it some measure of control. He often illustrated the relationship between the two with vivid metaphors. In one of his most notorious passages, he compared fortune to a woman who must be mastered through boldness, for she favors the audacious over the cautious. The image is jarring to modern ears, but its meaning is clear. Fortune does not reward timidity. Those who wait passively for conditions to align are swept away. Those who act boldly, even recklessly, are more likely to bend events to their advantage. Another metaphor he employed was that of rivers. Fortune, he wrote, is like a raging river that floods and destroys everything in its path when unprepared, but whose force can be channeled and restrained if humans build dikes and dams. No one can stop the river from swelling, but foresight and planning can mitigate its destruction. In the same way, human beings cannot control fortune completely, but with virtue, they can prepare, adapt, and seize the chances that fortune presents. This balance between fortuna and virtue reveals the realism at the heart of Machiavelli's thought. He rejected both extremes, the belief that fate rules everything and human effort is meaningless, and the belief that humans can master events entirely by will. Instead, he insisted on a middle path. Fortune controls half of our lives, he argued, but the other half remains in our power. It is enough to demand courage, prudence, and boldness, but not enough to grant certainty. Machiavelli's own life illustrates the lesson. His rise in Florentine service owed much to fortune. The expulsion of the Medici had opened a place for him. His fall, likewise, owed much to fortune. Their return closed the door again. But within those shifting circumstances, his virtue was evident. His energy, his diplomacy, his writings, his relentless attempt to make himself useful. He could not control fortune, but he never ceased to exercise his own agency within its limits. This interplay between chance and effort resonates far beyond Renaissance politics. In our own lives, we know the truth of it. A sudden illness, an economic downturn, a stroke of luck. These can alter a life's course in ways no amount of planning could foresee. And yet, within those circumstances, we make choices. Some freeze in adversity, others adapt and act. Some squander opportunities, others seize them. Machiavelli's categories of fortuna and virtue capture this eternal drama. What makes his treatment compelling is its refusal of illusions. He did not promise that the virtuous in the moral sense would be rewarded, nor that hard work alone guaranteed success. He knew too well that fortune can destroy the righteous and favor the corrupt, but he also knew that passivity was the surest path to ruin. If fortune is half of life, then the other half demands human effort, boldness, skill, and the readiness to act when the moment comes. In this, his teaching is both harsh and empowering. Harsh, because it denies the comforting belief that justice or providence ensures good outcomes. Empowering, because it insists that even in the face of chaos, human agency matters. We may not control the storm, but we can set our sails. We may not command fortune, but we can prepare for her blows and seize her gifts. The concepts of fortuna and virtudo also explain why Machiavelli praised figures like Cesare Borgia, despite their ruthlessness. Borgia exemplified virtue in his boldness, his ability to adapt, his willingness to act decisively. Fortune eventually turned against him when his father, Pope Alexander VI, died, but until then he had bent fortune to his will through audacity. For Machiavelli, this was the model, not goodness in the moral sense, but effectiveness in the political sense. There is a tragic note in this philosophy. Even the boldest can be crushed by fortune. Even the most skillful cannot foresee every turn. Machiavelli himself was proof of this. He possessed virtue in abundance, yet fortune placed him in a time and place where his talents could not prevail. His writings survive as monuments to his insight, but his life was marked by frustration. The lesson is sobering. Virtue can increase our chances, but it cannot guarantee victory. And yet, his insistence on action carries a timeless resonance. He urges us to face life not with passivity, but with boldness, not with illusions, but with clarity. Fortune will always be capricious, but our response need not be. In politics, in business, in personal life, the same principle applies. Fortune presents opportunities and dangers, and virtue is the courage to act in the face of both. For Machiavelli, the interplay of fortune and human agency was not just a theory, but the very essence of political life. Leaders succeed or fail not by adhering rigidly to moral codes, but by reading the times, adapting to circumstances, and seizing the moments that fortune presents. The world, unpredictable and often unjust, demands no less. Few themes in Machiavelli's writings have provoked as much controversy as his treatment of religion. In an age when Christianity saturated every corner of European life, shaping laws, morality, and the rhythms of daily existence, he approached the subject with the same dispassionate realism he brought to politics and war. He did not deny religion's importance. On the contrary, he saw it as essential. But he stripped it of its sacred aura, treating it not as a divine truth, but as a human institution, a tool that could strengthen or weaken a state depending on how it was used. To understand this stance, we must remember his admiration for ancient Rome. Again and again, in the discourses on Livy, Machiavelli praises the Roman Republic, not only for its armies and laws, but for its civic religion. Roman leaders, he argued, understood the political utility of religion. Public rituals, auguries, and sacred ceremonies gave citizens a sense of unity, discipline, and purpose. Religion reinforced obedience and sacrifice, binding individuals to the collective. It was less about divine truth than about civic cohesion. In one striking passage, Machiavelli notes how Roman generals used omens to inspire courage or to delay battles until conditions were favorable. Whether the omens were genuine mattered less than their effect on the soldiers. Religion was a tool of morale and order, shaping human behavior by appealing to fear, reverence, and tradition. For Machiavelli, this was the model, religion as an instrument of statecraft. Christianity, by contrast, he judged far less favorably. He believed that Christianity, at least as it was practiced in his time, encouraged humility, meekness, and a focus on the afterlife, virtues that might serve the soul, but weakened the civic spirit. Whereas Roman religion promoted courage, discipline, and worldly achievement, Christianity promoted withdrawal from the world. Machiavelli lamented that this had made modern Italians less vigorous than their ancient counterparts. Where Rome had produced citizens ready to die for their republic, the Christianity of his day produced subjects more concerned with eternal salvation than with earthly freedom. It is important to see the nuance here. Machiavelli was not an atheist in the modern sense. Atheism was scarcely a category in his time. He did not deny God's existence or mock faith outright. But he shifted the frame of discussion. Instead of asking whether religion was true, he asked whether it was useful. And in asking that question, he redefined the role of religion in political thought. This utilitarian approach scandalized later readers. To many, it seemed irreligious, even blasphemous. The very act of treating religion as a tool of power rather than a divine mandate felt like sacrilege. Yet Machiavelli's frankness was of a piece with his entire philosophy. Just as he stripped morality out of politics, so too did he strip sanctity out of religion, reducing both to their practical functions. For him, what mattered was not doctrine but effect. A religion that unified citizens and strengthened civic virtue was good. A religion that weakened civic spirit was harmful. We can see the political dimension of this most clearly in his analysis of Italy's weakness. He argued that the division of the peninsula, torn between papal authority and secular rulers, had left it vulnerable to foreign invasions. The Church, instead of unifying Italy, had often sown discord. Far from being a source of strength, the papacy had been a source of fragmentation. In this sense, Machiavelli saw Christianity not only as spiritually weakening, but politically corrosive. Yet he was too astute to deny religion's enduring power. He recognized that belief cannot be uprooted simply because it is inconvenient. People are deeply shaped by faith, and rulers must account for this. The wise leader, then, does not seek to abolish religion, but to harness it. He encourages ceremonies, honors traditions, and uses the authority of religion to reinforce law and order. Even a ruler who privately doubts the truth of religious claims should publicly uphold them for the sake of social stability. Here again, appearances outweigh inner conviction. This dual perspective, critical of Christianity's weakening tendencies, yet insistent on the necessity of religion as a political force, reveals Machiavelli's realism. He was not writing theology. He was writing about the management of human beings. Religion, like fear, like law, like military discipline, was one of the levers by which people could be bound together and guided. To treat it otherwise, to view it only as a matter of personal conscience, was, in his eyes, to miss its political importance. For modern readers, this analysis feels uncannily familiar. We live in societies where religion is both deeply personal and politically potent. Leaders still invoke faith to unify, to inspire, to justify policy. Skeptics still worry about the political uses of belief. The tension between religion as sacred truth and religion as civic instrument remains unresolved. Machiavelli forces us to confront it without illusions. His treatment of religion also speaks to a broader theme in his philosophy: the gap between what we wish the world to be and what it actually is. We may wish that religion were purely a matter of divine truth, untouched by politics, but history shows otherwise. From Rome to Florence to our own day, religion has always shaped power, bound communities, and been used, wisely or cynically, by rulers. Machiavelli simply had the candor to say it. That candor is what earned him a reputation for impiety. Critics branded him a teacher of evil, a corrupter of morals, a man who placed expediency above truth. Yet to read him carefully is to see not contempt, but clarity. He did not mock faith, he analyzed it. He did not dismiss religion, he insisted on its importance. What made him unsettling was his refusal to veil that importance in pious language. He told rulers not to be saints but to be effective. And in religion, as in politics, effectiveness was measured not by purity of doctrine, but by stability of the state. In the end, Machiavelli's reflections on religion capture his larger legacy. He was not a destroyer of belief, but a realist who asked hard questions: what holds societies together? What inspires people to obey laws, fight for their country, sacrifice their lives? Religion, he saw, was one answer. Not the only one, but a powerful one. Whether we like his conclusions or not, we cannot ignore the truth behind them. Human beings live not only by reason, but by symbols, rituals, and beliefs. To govern without understanding this is to court failure. If there is a thread that binds together Machiavelli's analysis of history, it is his obsession with corruption and decay. He lived in a world where the greatness of states was matched by their fragility, where powerful republics collapsed into faction, and where ambitious rulers were undone by indulgence or weakness. For him, corruption was not simply moral vice. It was the political disease that gnawed at the foundations of every society. To understand politics, one had to understand not only how states are built, but how they rot. In The Discourses on Livy, he reflects on why Rome thrived for centuries, while Florence stumbled again and again. The difference, he argued, lay in their ability, or inability, to renew themselves. Rome's genius was not only in conquest, but in institutional design. Its balance between patricians and plebeians, its rotation of offices, and its acceptance of internal conflict created a system where civic energy could be redirected rather than suppressed. Florence, by contrast, never found this balance. Its factions consumed it from within, leaving it vulnerable to foreign domination. For Machiavelli, corruption begins when citizens lose their sense of responsibility to the common good. In a healthy republic, citizens are vigilant, engaged, and willing to sacrifice for the state. In a corrupt one, private interest overrides public duty. Wealth breeds luxury, luxury breeds softness, and softness breeds decay. Laws lose their force, leaders lose their discipline, and citizens become more interested in personal gain than collective strength. Once this rot sets in, the republic is doomed, unless it can be renewed. Renewal, in his view, rarely comes peacefully. Corrupt societies do not reform themselves willingly because the powerful who benefit from corruption resist change. Renewal requires crisis, sometimes even violence. In Rome, renewal often came through conflict, the creation of the tribunes, the reforms of great leaders, even the occasional dictatorship used to restore order. Florence, by contrast, saw its conflicts erupt in destructive ways, conspiracies, exiles, vendettas, that weakened rather than renewed the city. This is one of Machiavelli's most unsettling lessons. He does not present corruption as an avoidable flaw, but as an inevitable tendency. All states, he believed, carry within them the seeds of decline. Prosperity brings comfort, comfort weakens discipline, weakness invites collapse. The cycle is inexorable. But no design lasts forever. Even Rome, with all its strength, eventually succumbed. The harshness of this insight is balanced by its realism. Machiavelli refused to flatter us with the belief that societies naturally progress, or that human beings grow ever more virtuous. He insisted on the opposite, that human beings are prone to selfishness, that prosperity breeds decay, and that vigilance is always temporary. If there is a lesson here, it is one of humility. No society, however brilliant, is exempt. Florence was not, Rome was not, and we are not. Yet his reflections are not purely pessimistic. He believed that corruption could, at least for a time, be resisted. Laws, institutions, and, above all, citizen participation could strengthen a state against decay. He admired the Roman Republic precisely because it recognized human weakness and built structures to manage it. Rome did not pretend that citizens would always be virtuous. It forced them to be, through offices, obligations, and discipline. A society that expects virtue without structures to sustain it, he argued, is naive. A society that designs institutions to harness ambition may endure. This is why Machiavelli placed such importance on conflict. Conflict, properly channeled, was a source of renewal. The clash between patricians and plebeians in Rome, though dangerous, produced reforms that kept the republic vibrant. In Florence, the same energy turned into destructive feuds because the city lacked institutions to contain it. Conflict is inevitable. The question is whether it strengthens or destroys. That depends on the wisdom of a society's design. For modern readers, Machiavelli's theory of corruption carries a haunting relevance. We live in societies that are prosperous, comfortable, and often complacent. We enjoy freedoms won by earlier generations, but we also risk losing the civic vigilance that sustains them. His warning is clear: when citizens retreat into private comfort, when wealth becomes an end in itself, when public duty fades, corruption takes root. The decline may be slow, but it is inexorable unless renewal occurs. This is not merely a political diagnosis, but a human one. Machiavelli's understanding of corruption reflects his view of human nature, that people are self-interested, driven by desire, and prone to forget the common good when times are easy. The task of politics is not to deny this nature, but to shape it, to design systems where even self-interest contributes to public strength. Without such systems, corruption overwhelms. We can see in his own Florence the embodiment of his theory. The city was rich, brilliant, and creative, but also fractured, indulgent, and short-sighted. Its citizens produced wonders of art and commerce, yet failed to sustain a stable republic. Its wealth bred division, its politics bred mistrust, and its decline invited foreign domination. Machiavelli loved Florence, but he diagnosed its disease with merciless clarity. There is a somber wisdom in this view. It strips away the comforting idea that progress is inevitable, that once gained, liberty endures forever. Instead, it reminds us that every generation must renew its institutions, reawaken its civic spirit, and guard against corruption. To fail is to invite decline. For Machiavelli, this was not cynicism but realism. the hard truth of human affairs. And so, his reflections on corruption deepen our understanding of his entire philosophy. He was not only the teacher of princes, but the physician of republics, diagnosing the diseases that afflict them and prescribing harsh remedies. His medicine was bitter, but it was meant to save. To ignore corruption, he warned, is to pretend health while the body decays. To confront it honestly is the first step to renewal. Among Machiavelli's many metaphors, none is more memorable than his advice that a ruler must learn to be both a fox and a lion. The phrase captures in a few words the essence of his philosophy of leadership. Power cannot be sustained by strength alone, nor by cunning alone. To endure in the world of shifting alliances, treacherous enemies, and uncertain fortune, a ruler must combine the brute force of the lion with the sly intelligence of the fox. One without the other is inadequate. Together, they form the complete arsenal of political survival. The lion represents strength, force, and open confrontation. A lion is feared for its power, its ability to defend itself, and its willingness to crush opposition. Leaders who embody the lion command, respect, and deter threats. But the lion also has weaknesses. A lion can be trapped or outmaneuvered. Raw strength cannot detect hidden plots or avoid subtle dangers. A ruler who relies only on force may be formidable, but also predictable, vulnerable to cunning adversaries. The fox, by contrast, represents cunning, deception, and adaptability. A fox knows how to detect traps, how to maneuver through danger, and how to manipulate appearances. Leaders who embody the fox can avoid pitfalls, outwit rivals, and use trickery to gain advantage. But the fox, too, has weaknesses. A fox cannot fight off wolves. Cunning alone cannot overcome sheer force. A ruler who relies only on deceit may avoid defeat for a time, but cannot command lasting authority. For Machiavelli, the lesson was clear: successful leaders must master both roles. They must be lions when strength is required, crushing open threats decisively. But they must also be foxes when cunning is required, deceiving enemies, disguising intentions, and manipulating appearances. The greatest rulers are those who know when to be which, shifting between the two as circumstances demand. This dual image shatters the illusion that leadership can rest on a single quality, that one can rule by force alone or by intelligence alone. Machiavelli insists on the complexity of power. Human affairs are too unpredictable, too treacherous for simplicity. Leaders who cling to one method are doomed. Those who adapt, who combine strength with cunning, stand the best chance of survival. What makes this metaphor so enduring is that it extends far beyond Renaissance politics. We see the fox and the lion in modern life as well. In business, a successful executive must sometimes act with the force of the lion, making hard decisions, cutting losses, imposing discipline. But the same executive must also act with the cunning of the fox, reading competitors, negotiating deals, presenting one face to the public while pursuing another in private. In parenting, too, one might see the balance: the lion's firmness in setting boundaries, the fox's subtlety in guiding behavior. The metaphor speaks to any form of leadership where survival and influence are at stake. Machiavelli's image also reflects his deeper view of human nature. People are not purely rational or purely moral. They deceive, betray, and pursue their own interests. To govern them effectively, one cannot rely solely on honesty or solely on force. One must understand both sides of human behavior, the openness of confrontation and the secrecy of deception, and be prepared to respond in kind. Leaders who refuse to deceive, he warned, will always fall victim to those who do. Leaders who refuse to use force will always be crushed by those who will. This advice disturbed his readers because it broke with the tradition of presenting rulers as paragons of virtue. The mirror for princes literature of the Middle Ages and Renaissance typically urged rulers to be just, merciful, and pious. Machiavelli shattered this convention. He told rulers that deception is not only acceptable but necessary, that cruelty is sometimes required, that appearances matter more than sincerity. To be only a lion or only a fox is to fail. To be both is to rule. There is, however, a nuance worth noticing. Machiavelli did not suggest that rulers announce their cunning and ruthlessness. Quite the opposite. He advised them to appear virtuous, to cultivate reputations for mercy, honesty, and faithfulness, while using deception and force when needed. The fox operates best under cover of the lamb's clothing. The lion, too, must know when to conceal its claws. Appearance and reality diverge, and the wise ruler manages both. This duality reveals Machiavelli's larger commitment to pragmatism. He did not celebrate cruelty or deceit for their own sake. He celebrated them when they served survival, stability, or greatness. Force without cunning was reckless. Cunning without force was fragile. But combined, they formed a balanced, effective strategy for navigating the dangers of politics. We can also see in this metaphor a reflection of Machiavelli's own life. As a diplomat, he often played the fox, maneuvering through negotiations, observing rivals, writing sharp reports that revealed the hidden motives of others. But when the Medici returned, he found himself powerless, unable to be the lion who defends himself by force. His writings, then, can be read as both analysis and confession. He knew what was required, but fortune denied him the chance to embody it fully. For those who lead in any sphere, the fox and the lion remain vivid reminders of the dual nature of power. Strength without cunning becomes bluster. Cunning without strength becomes manipulation. But together they create a formidable presence capable of both deterring enemies and outwitting rivals. Machiavelli's brilliance was to condense this truth into an image so simple yet so profound that it has endured for centuries. In the end, the metaphor is not about animals, but about adaptability. The world is unpredictable, people are unreliable, and fortune is fickle. Leaders who survive are those who can shift between roles, who know when to roar and when to slink, when to strike openly and when to deceive subtly. To be only one thing is to be brittle. To be both is to endure. One of the most unsettling insights in Machiavelli's philosophy is his insistence that appearances matter more than reality. In The Prince, he states bluntly that it is unnecessary for a ruler to possess all the traditional virtues, generosity, faith, compassion, honesty, but it is essential to appear to possess them. People judge by what they see, not by what is. The wise ruler understands this, cultivating an image of virtue even while practicing whatever measures are necessary behind the scenes. This was not cynicism for its own sake. It was, for Machiavelli, a recognition of how human beings actually behave. Most people, he argued, are concerned with appearances. They lack the time, the access, or the desire to probe deeply into reality. They judge leaders by outward displays, ceremonies, and reputations. A ruler who appears virtuous secures loyalty, inspires confidence, and gains legitimacy. A ruler who appears cruel or deceitful risks revolt. Thus, even when deceit or cruelty is necessary, it must be masked with the appearance of virtue. Here, Machiavelli breaks decisively with the moral traditions of political thought. Earlier writers had urged rulers to embody justice, mercy, and faithfulness sincerely. Machiavelli, by contrast, reduced these to tools of political theater. Virtue, in his account, is less a matter of inner character than of outward performance. What matters is not being merciful, but being seen as merciful, not being faithful, but being seen as faithful. The gulf between appearance and reality becomes central to political survival. He illustrated this with examples from history. Successful rulers, he noted, often cloaked their ruthlessness in the language of justice. They used religion, ceremony, and spectacle to present themselves as protectors of the common good, even as they pursued self-interest. Those who failed to manage appearances, who allowed their cruelty to be seen too plainly, or who appeared weak when they were strong, invited ruin. Perception became a battlefield as important as armies or laws. For Machiavelli, this was not hypocrisy, but necessity. Human beings, he believed, cannot be ruled by naked truth. They require illusions, symbols, and appearances to hold them together. Leaders who insist on being perfectly honest, who reveal every harsh measure, who scorn the power of appearances, will be destroyed by rivals who understand the game better. Politics is not the realm of saints, but of actors, and the stage is public opinion. This emphasis on appearances resonates deeply with modern experience. In politics today, we see how image often outweighs substance. A leader's reputation, their charisma, their ability to project strength or compassion, frequently matters more than the actual details of their policy. A scandal may ruin a career not because the deed itself was unprecedented, but because it shattered the appearance of integrity. Likewise, a leader may survive repeated failures if they maintain the appearance of decisiveness and confidence. Machiavelli anticipated this dynamic centuries before the age of mass media. What unsettles us is his candor. We may prefer to believe that substance outweighs image, that truth inevitably triumphs over illusion. Machiavelli confronts us with the harder reality. Illusions often triumph, and appearances often determine outcomes. This does not mean that truth is irrelevant. Reality eventually asserts itself. But in the meantime, perception shapes the field on which reality is contested. A ruler who loses control of appearances loses power, no matter how capable they may be in substance. Machiavelli's insight also explains why he emphasized adaptability. Appearances must be carefully managed because they change with circumstances. A ruler who appears generous in times of abundance may appear reckless in times of scarcity. A ruler who appears merciful during peace may appear weak during war. The art of politics lies in knowing which appearances to project in which circumstances. It is a performance, but a performance with real consequences. This does not mean Machiavelli dismissed the importance of actual deeds. Actions still mattered, but they mattered as much for how they were perceived as for what they accomplished. A harsh punishment might be necessary, but if carried out in a way that preserved the appearance of justice, it could strengthen a ruler's position. A victory in war might depend as much on how it was presented to the people as on its actual strategic value. Reputation was a form of power in itself, shaping the expectations and loyalties of others. Here again, his realism cuts against comforting illusions. We might wish that sincerity were enough, that leaders who are genuinely virtuous would naturally succeed. But history shows otherwise. Many sincere leaders have fallen because they failed to manage appearances, while many ruthless leaders have endured by cloaking themselves in the trappings of virtue. Machiavelli forces us to confront this disparity. The world judges not the hidden heart, but the visible mask. For ordinary citizens, this can be disheartening. It suggests that we are easily deceived, that our judgments are shallow, that we reward appearances more than substance. And perhaps we do, but Machiavelli does not condemn this, he simply observes it. To govern human beings, one must understand them as they are, not as we wish them to be. And as they are, appearances shape their perceptions, and perceptions shape their loyalties. Yet there is also a liberating dimension to this insight. It reminds us that power is not only about brute force or wealth, but also about persuasion, reputation, and performance. Leaders are not omnipotent. They are constrained by the images they project and the reputations they build. A ruler who loses credibility, who shatters the illusion of virtue, cannot endure for long. Appearances may be fragile, but they are also decisive. In the end, Machiavelli's teaching on appearances is both sobering and illuminating. It tells us that leadership is not only about deeds, but about image, not only about substance, but about perception. This may unsettle our desire for a world ruled by truth, but it clarifies the world we actually inhabit. To lead is to perform, to project, to manage the mask as carefully as the sword. Those who fail to do so, no matter how virtuous in reality, are undone by rivals who play the game better. By the time Machiavelli died in 1527, his name was already surrounded by controversy. His writings had circulated widely, passed from hand to hand among diplomats, princes, and scholars. Some read him with admiration, marveling at his candor and clarity. Others recoiled in horror, accusing him of stripping politics of its moral foundation, and of teaching rulers to be treacherous, cruel, and godless. Even in his own lifetime, his reputation was divided, admired by a few, reviled by many, and mistrusted by most. The most notorious of his works, The Prince, was completed in 1513, but not published until 1532, 5 years after his death. Yet even in manuscript form, it circulated among the powerful. Those who read it were shocked by its bluntness. Unlike the traditional mirrors for princes that urged rulers to embody Christian virtue, Machiavelli's book counseled them to embrace deceit, cruelty, and manipulation when necessary. He wrote not as a preacher but as a physician, diagnosing the real conditions of power and prescribing harsh remedies. For some, this was exhilarating. For others, it was abhorrent. In Florence, his reputation was deeply ambivalent. To Republicans who remembered his service before the Medici returned, he was a comrade who had shared their hopes for liberty. Yet they also remembered that he had later tried to ingratiate himself with the Medici, dedicating the prince to them in hopes of employment. To the Medici themselves, he was useful but never fully trusted, a man with talent but a history of opposition. He was caught between camps, admired for his skill, but distrusted for his loyalties. Among Italy's broader intellectual circles, he was recognized as original but dangerous. His willingness to place politics above morality challenged the very framework of Renaissance humanism, which sought to reconcile classical wisdom with Christian virtue. He seemed to many a corrupter, a man willing to separate necessity from justice, appearance from reality, power from ethics. In this sense, he appeared less like a humanist and more like a skeptic, one who cared not for ideals but for outcomes. The Church, predictably, regarded him with suspicion. Though he never directly attacked Christian doctrine, his analysis of religion as a tool of politics was unsettling. His critique of papal politics, his praise of Roman civic religion over Christianity, and his readiness to justify deceit all painted him as irreligious. In later centuries, the prince would be placed on the index of prohibited books, condemned as immoral and dangerous. Even before that formal condemnation, the Church's silence toward him was telling. He was not celebrated as a moral thinker, but tolerated as a political one, and even that tolerance was uneasy. What makes his early legacy fascinating is the gap between his intention and his reception. Machiavelli had written The Prince partly as a bid for employment, dedicating it to the Medici in hopes of regaining political office. He did not intend it as a manifesto of evil, but as a manual of survival in the brutal politics of Renaissance Italy. Yet his blunt honesty, his refusal to veil advice in moral language, made the work scandalous. Readers could not forget its sentences, that it is better to be feared than loved, that appearances matter more than reality, that cruelty can be well used. These phrases echoed like thunderclaps, defining his reputation before the book even reached print. Ironically, his less shocking but more substantial work, The Discourses on Livy, attracted less immediate notoriety. There, he celebrated republican institutions, citizen armies, and civic virtue. It was a work of depth and vision, far more in line with the ideals of Renaissance humanism. Yet it lacked the sensational bite of the prince, and so it did not define his reputation. The scandal of the shorter treatise overshadowed the substance of the longer one, branding him forever as the teacher of princes rather than the advocate of republics. This tension shaped his legacy in Italy. To some, he was a dangerous realist, stripping away illusions and revealing the world as it is. To others, he was a corrupter of morals, teaching treachery under the guise of wisdom. Few saw him as he saw himself, a patriot who loved Florence, a man exiled by fortune, and a writer who sought to turn his suffering into lessons for others. There is also a human element in how he was remembered. Those who knew him personally recalled his wit, his humor, his lively company. He was not a grim cynic, but a man full of energy, laughter, and stories. He could be bawdy, playful, and irreverent. His comedies delighted audiences, showing a lighter side of his genius. Yet in the political sphere, his reputation hardened into something darker. The public image of Machiavelli, the teacher of ruthless cunning, quickly overshadowed the private man who laughed with friends and struggled to provide for his family. This duality between the man and the myth began already in his own lifetime and only deepened after his death. The myth of Machiavelli as a sinister teacher of evil took root quickly, spreading beyond Italy to the courts and universities of Europe. His name became synonymous with duplicity and ruthlessness. Yet for those willing to read him carefully, a more complex picture remained. A man who admired republican virtue even as he counseled princes. A thinker who exposed corruption even as he was accused of spreading it. The scandal of his writings ensured that his legacy would never be neutral. He was destined to be loved or hated, admired or condemned, but never ignored. His contemporaries may not have fully grasped the depth of his insights, but they felt the shock of his candor. In that shock, his reputation was born. The true measure of Machiavelli's impact emerged not during his lifetime, but in the years that followed his death in 1527. He died in relative obscurity, still yearning for office, still burdened by disappointment. But his words, particularly the words of the prince, took on a life of their own. As the 16th century unfolded, they spread across Europe, carried by printers, copied in manuscript, translated into other languages. With each new audience, his reputation grew, but not as he might have wished. He was not remembered first as a patriot or as a lover of Florence. He was remembered as the man who had stripped politics bare, who had told rulers to be ruthless, who had declared it better to be feared than loved. His name itself began to take on a darker meaning. By the mid-16th century, Machiavellian had become a word of condemnation. Preachers denounced him from pulpits. Moralists attacked him in print. He was described as the devil's counselor, the teacher of evil, a man whose book was a manual for tyrants and assassins. To many, he embodied everything corrupt about Renaissance politics, the duplicity, the betrayal, the cold calculation of power. His work was placed on the Catholic Church's Index of Prohibited Books in 1559, ensuring that, officially, at least, it was to be shunned as dangerous and immoral. And yet, even as he was condemned, he was read. His critics could not resist the sharpness of his insights, and rulers could not ignore the usefulness of his advice. The prince was copied and translated, sometimes in secret, sometimes openly, making its way into the hands of monarchs and statesmen. Even those who denounced him often betrayed in their writings that they had absorbed his lessons. The paradox of his legacy was already clear, publicly reviled, privately studied. England provides a vivid example. Elizabethan writers made Machiavelli a stock villain in plays and pamphlets. Christopher Marlowe's The Jew of Malta famously opens with a prologue spoken by Machiavel, a personification of cynical deceit. In the English imagination, Old Nick and Old Machiavel became nearly interchangeable terms for the devil himself. And yet, English rulers and their advisors read him carefully. The balance of power, the use of appearances, the management of reputation. These were lessons too valuable to ignore. In France, too, Machiavelli became a symbol of evil, even as his works circulated widely. Catholic polemicists accused him of teaching atheism. Protestants accused him of undermining morality. The very intensity of the attacks showed how deeply his ideas had penetrated. If he were truly irrelevant, there would have been no need to denounce him so loudly. The louder the condemnation, the clearer it became that his words had struck a nerve. The paradox deepened in Italy itself. The land of his birth, fractured and weakened, had seen firsthand the treacherous politics he described. For Italians, his works had the ring of bitter truth. Yet because of papal hostility, his writings were publicly suspect. Admirers studied him quietly, often disguising their references, while detractors accused him of impiety. He became both a source of national shame and a symbol of Italian brilliance, condemned as corrupt, yet admired for his fearless honesty. What disturbed readers most was his refusal to veil politics in moral or religious language. In an age when rulers justified their actions by appeal to God, Machiavelli had written as if God were irrelevant to politics. In a culture that prized virtue as the foundation of leadership, he had said it was often a liability. This bluntness made him seem like a corrupter, a man willing to set aside not only morality, but faith itself. His critics called him a pagan, a Satanist, even the Antichrist prophet. Few thinkers in history have been so demonized so quickly. And yet, underneath the denunciations, there was a fascination. The very fact that the prince was banned only increased its allure. To read Machiavelli became a mark of daring, a way of glimpsing forbidden truths. Statesmen could denounce him in public and quote him in private. Intellectuals could call him a corrupter, while quietly acknowledging the force of his analysis. His reputation as the devil's teacher ensured that his name would never fade. By the end of the 16th century, his fate was sealed. Machiavellian had entered the European vocabulary as a synonym for cunning, treachery, and unscrupulous manipulation. It was a word hurled as an insult, a label of condemnation. Yet at the same time, it became a badge of realism. To call someone Machiavellian was to accuse them of deceit, but also to acknowledge their effectiveness. His name became not only a moral warning, but a recognition of power. This dual legacy, reviled and revered, condemned and consulted, would follow him for centuries. In life, Machiavelli had longed for recognition as a statesman. In death, he became something stranger, a myth, a symbol, a name that carried the weight of fear and fascination. His contemporaries and immediate successors could not agree whether he was a corrupter or a truth-teller, a devil or a patriot. What they agreed on was that he mattered. His words had cut too deep to be ignored. The 16th and 17th centuries were an age of turbulent politics. Monarchs rose and fell, empires expanded and collapsed, and wars of religion tore apart Christendom. In this climate, Machiavelli's ideas, though officially condemned, found fertile ground. His writings became a kind of underground manual for rulers, diplomats, and advisors who needed to navigate the shifting currents of power. Publicly, princes might denounce his name, insisting on their piety and virtue. Privately, they acted as foxes and lions, practicing precisely what he had counseled. Few figures embodied this paradox more vividly than Catherine de' Medici, Queen of France and mother of several French kings. A daughter of the Florentine Medici, Catherine grew up in the same cultural world that had shaped Machiavelli. When she married into the French royal family, she carried with her the lessons of Italian politics, a world of intrigue, shifting alliances, and constant peril. As queen and regent, she ruled in a time of religious civil war, when Catholics and Protestants were locked in brutal conflict. Catherine's reign was marked by ruthless pragmatism. She employed marriage alliances, secret negotiations, and calculated shows of force to maintain the fragile survival of the monarchy. To her critics, she was a schemer, a manipulator, even a poisoner. To her defenders, she was a realist, doing what was necessary to preserve her son's throne in impossible circumstances. Her policies, blending deception with force, have often been described as Machiavellian. Not because she read Machiavelli directly, though she almost certainly did, but because she embodied the fox and the lion in practice. This was the wider pattern across Europe. As the old medieval order gave way to the modern system of sovereign states, rulers increasingly acted in ways that mirrored Machiavelli's advice. They balanced alliances, practiced deception, and prioritized survival over virtue. The concept of reason of state, the idea that the preservation of the state justifies actions that might otherwise be condemned, became central to political thought. While Machiavelli had not invented this principle, he had articulated it with unmatched candor, and now it guided the policies of Europe's most powerful rulers. In Spain, the Habsburg monarchy justified wars and intrigues in the name of defending Catholicism, yet their diplomacy often followed Machiavellian logic, making and breaking treaties as circumstances demanded, using religion as a political tool, and placing dynastic survival above all. In England, Elizabeth I presented herself as a virtuous Protestant queen, beloved and merciful, while practicing the arts of deception and espionage to outmaneuver Catholic powers. Her reign was a masterclass in the manipulation of appearances, a page torn straight from Machiavelli's book. The rise of balance of power politics in Europe also reflected his influence. Machiavelli had emphasized that states must always be vigilant against rivals, that alliances shift, and that peace is only temporary. European diplomacy in the 17th century embodied this lesson. No power could dominate for long without provoking coalitions against it. Wars and treaties reshaped the continent, and rulers who survived were those who understood that alliances were tools, not friendships. To act otherwise was to invite ruin. Even in the New World, Machiavelli's shadow reached. the brutal realities of conquest in the Americas, the deception of indigenous leaders, the use of force and spectacle to secure control, the manipulation of appearances to maintain authority, followed patterns he would have recognized. Conquistadors often cloaked their actions in the language of religion, but beneath the rhetoric lay the same logic. Survival demanded ruthlessness, and appearances mattered more than truth. What is striking in all this is the disjunction between rhetoric and reality. Publicly, rulers invoked God, justice, and virtue. Privately, they practiced Machiavellian statecraft. The gap between appearance and reality widened, and Machiavelli's reputation as a corrupter of morals only grew. Yet the very universality of the practices he described suggests that he had merely given voice to what rulers already knew but dared not admit. He was not the inventor of deceit, he was its most honest analyst. In this sense, his influence was both direct and indirect. Direct, in that his writings circulated among educated elites, informing their thinking about politics. Indirect, in that even those who never read him practiced his principles instinctively, because the conditions of power made them unavoidable. The fox and the lion, the power of appearances, the balance between fortune and virtue. These were not abstract concepts, but daily realities for rulers navigating a violent and unstable world. By the 17th century, Machiavellian had become not only an insult, but also a recognition of political skill. Statesmen might disavow the name, but they quietly embodied the practice. The diplomat who deceived an enemy while preserving an alliance, the monarch who staged a display of mercy while plotting revenge, the general who combined ruthlessness with cunning, all were Machiavellian in the sense that they lived by the rules he had described. His realism became the hidden grammar of politics. For Machiavelli himself, this posthumous role would have been bittersweet. He had hoped to be remembered as a servant of Florence, as a thinker who revived the glory of Republican Rome, as a patriot who loved liberty. Instead, his legacy was entangled with monarchs and ministers across Europe, many of whom he would have despised. Yet the irony is fitting. His writings were too sharp, too penetrating, to be confined to one city or one cause. They belonged to the whole world of power. What we see in this period is the transformation of Machiavelli from man to myth, from Florentine exile to European archetype. His words, once whispered in manuscripts, now shape the conduct of kings and queens, generals and diplomats. He became a presence in the halls of power, both denounced and imitated, feared and admired. Few thinkers have achieved such a paradoxical fate, rejected in name, indispensable in practice. By the 18th century, Europe was in the midst of the Enlightenment, a movement that prized reason, progress, and human perfectibility. Philosophers, writers, and reformers sought to liberate society from superstition, to restrain the arbitrary power of kings, and to build political systems grounded in rational principles. Against this backdrop, Machiavelli's reputation took on new dimensions. For some, he was still the sinister Florentine who had taught rulers to deceive and oppress. For others, he was recast as a misunderstood patriot, a thinker who had laid bare the mechanisms of tyranny precisely so that republics could resist it. Jean-Jacques Rousseau was among the most important of those who attempted to reclaim Machiavelli. In his Social Contract, 1762, Rousseau argued that the prince should not be read as a handbook for tyrants, but as a warning to peoples. Machiavelli, Rousseau suggested, wrote not to flatter rulers, but to expose their methods. By revealing how princes deceive and manipulate, he armed citizens with the knowledge they needed to protect their liberty. For Rousseau, the prince was less a manual of tyranny than a satire, a dark mirror held up to power, forcing readers to see its corruption clearly. This reinterpretation was striking. It turned Machiavelli from a villain into a secret ally of liberty. Rather than condemning him as immoral, Rousseau elevated him as a truth-teller, whose apparent cynicism served a higher purpose. Whether or not Machiavelli intended the prince as satire, Rousseau's reading helped rescue him from the stigma of being merely the devil's teacher. It opened the possibility that his realism could serve republican virtue, not just princely power. Other Enlightenment thinkers, however, remained skeptical. Montesquieu, in The Spirit of the Laws, 1748, recognized Machiavelli's insight but worried about its implications. Montesquieu admired Rome's republican institutions much as Machiavelli had, but he believed that liberty required a careful balance of powers and the restraint of ambition. Machiavelli's embrace of cunning and force seemed, to Montesquieu, too dangerous. A system built on deception could not foster lasting liberty. Still, Montesquieu acknowledged Machiavelli's brilliance as an observer of history and politics, even as he tried to channel that brilliance into more moderate conclusions. Voltaire, with his characteristic wit, was harsher. He mocked Machiavelli as a man who revealed the worst about politics without offering solutions. For Voltaire, who championed reason, tolerance, and enlightened despotism, Machiavelli's apparent celebration of deceit was both distasteful and counterproductive. Yet even Voltaire could not ignore him. He acknowledged that Machiavelli had captured truths about the brutality of Renaissance Italy, even if those truths were unpalatable to Enlightenment optimism. Beyond these great names, Machiavelli became a reference point across Europe. Radical Republicans admired his analysis of Rome and his distrust of corruption. Monarchists, paradoxically, sometimes read the prince as justification for strong, centralized rule. His writings were cited in debates about liberty, tyranny, and the responsibilities of rulers. To reject Machiavelli was to reject realism. To embrace him was to embrace danger. Either way, he remained unavoidable. The Enlightenment's fascination with Machiavelli also reflected a deeper tension within its own project. On the one hand, Enlightenment thinkers believed in progress, in the possibility that human beings could grow more rational, more virtuous, more peaceful. On the other hand, Machiavelli's stark realism suggested that human nature remained selfish, fickle, and prone to corruption. Was history a story of improvement, as the philosophies hoped, or a cycle of decay and renewal, as Machiavelli insisted? This question haunted Enlightenment debates, and Machiavelli stood as the counterweight to their optimism. In some ways, the Enlightenment rescued Machiavelli from his reputation as merely a corrupter of morals. By reinterpreting him as a patriot and a realist, thinkers like Rousseau made it possible to see him not as a destroyer of virtue, but as a diagnostician of power. Yet in other ways, the Enlightenment sharpened his notoriety. For a movement that believed in reason and morality, Machiavelli remained an uncomfortable figure, a reminder that power often defies ideals, that cunning often defeats honesty, that fear often outweighs love. This ambivalence carried forward into the political revolutions of the late 18th century. The American founders, though more directly influenced by classical republicanism, echoed many of Machiavelli's concerns about corruption, virtue, and the need for vigilance. The French revolutionaries, who devoured Rousseau, inherited his sympathetic reading of Machiavelli as a patriot. And yet, when the revolution descended into terror, critics accused its leaders of being Machiavellian in the worst sense, ruthless, duplicitous, and willing to sacrifice morality for power. Thus, Machiavelli's Enlightenment legacy was double-edged. He was both rehabilitated and condemned, both celebrated as a hidden teacher of liberty and denounced as the philosopher of tyranny. What united these readings was the recognition that he mattered. Centuries after his death, he remained central to debates about politics, liberty, and morality. No other Renaissance thinker provoked such fascination or fear. In the end, the Enlightenment could not fully domesticate him. He remained a disturbing presence, an unsettling reminder that beneath the dreams of reason and progress, the realities of power still lurked. His fox and lion prowled in the background. His warnings about corruption and appearances whispered through the halls of debate. The philosophies might hope for a rational politics, but Machiavelli forced them to confront the enduring truths of human frailty. By the late 18th century, the old monarchies of Europe were under pressure from a new political spirit. The Enlightenment's emphasis on reason, liberty, and rights had planted seeds of change. In both America and France, these seeds burst into revolution. And though the revolutionaries cited Locke, Montesquieu, and Rousseau more often, the shadow of Machiavelli was unmistakable. His warnings about corruption, his celebration of civic virtue, and his unsentimental realism about power all found new life in the revolutionary age. In America, The founding generation was steeped in classical republicanism. They admired Rome's republic, feared its decline, and believed that liberty could survive only if citizens remained virtuous and vigilant. These concerns were pure Machiavelli. Though the founders rarely cited him directly, they shared his obsession with corruption, not merely as bribery or personal vice, but as the erosion of civic spirit. A republic could fall, they believed, not only to external enemies, but to the internal decay of ambition, faction, and luxury. This was the very lesson Machiavelli had drawn from Florence and Rome. John Adams, James Madison, and others wrote passionately about the need to guard against corruption in government, the dangers of faction, and the necessity of checks and balances. These ideas had multiple sources, but Machiavelli was among the most important Renaissance voices to articulate them. His discourses on Livy, with its praise of Roman institutions and its warning about civic decay, resonated with their fears. Even when his name was not invoked, his themes were present. The American Constitution, with its careful division of powers and its attempt to channel ambition through structure, reflected the Machiavellian principle that one cannot eliminate selfishness, but must instead design institutions to manage it. The American founders also shared Machiavelli's suspicion of appearances. George Washington, for example, was acutely aware of the importance of reputation. His refusal to seize power, his resignation after the Revolution, and his carefully cultivated image as a virtuous citizen soldier all carried Machiavellian echoes. Washington understood that appearances of restraint mattered as much as reality, that the image of Republican virtue could bind citizens to the new order. Machiavelli had written that it was essential for rulers to appear virtuous, even if necessity forced harsh measures. Washington lived this insight, though in a far nobler form. Across the Atlantic, the French Revolution presented a more turbulent reflection of Machiavelli's thought. The revolution began with high ideals, liberty, equality, fraternity, but quickly descended into conflict, faction, and bloodshed. Here, Machiavelli's darker lessons about power seemed to come alive. Leaders such as Robespierre insisted on virtue but relied on fear. The Committee of Public Safety, in its ruthless pursuit of enemies, embodied the Machiavellian principle that cruelty can be well used if it preserves the state. Yet in practice, the cruelty became excessive, and the terror devoured its own leaders. The revolution illustrated both Machiavelli's insights and his warnings. Fear may be more reliable than love, but unchecked cruelty destroys stability. Critics of the revolution frequently invoked Machiavelli's name as a symbol of its successes. To them, the guillotine, the betrayals, the manipulation of appearances, all were Machiavellian in the worst sense, yet admirers of the revolution saw another side. They viewed Machiavelli as a Republican patriot who had understood that liberty is always threatened by corruption and complacency. To them, his writings on Rome and Florence offered lessons for building a republic that could survive. The dual image of Machiavelli, corrupter and patriot, devil and teacher of liberty, was alive in revolutionary France. Even Napoleon Bonaparte, who rose from the revolution's chaos, showed traces of Machiavellian influence. He admired Roman history, manipulated appearances brilliantly, and combined the lion's force with the fox's cunning. His rise demonstrated Machiavelli's truth that fortune favors those bold enough to seize the moment. Yet his fall also reflected Machiavelli's warning. Fortune is fickle, and power won through conquest is difficult to sustain. What unites the American and French experiences is the way Machiavelli's themes resonated, even when his name was not always spoken. Both revolutions grappled with the tension between virtue and necessity, liberty and power, ideals and appearances. Both feared corruption as the great enemy of Republican survival. Both revealed the difficulty of sustaining civic spirit once prosperity or faction set in. These were Machiavelli's concerns centuries earlier, drawn from the ruins of Florence and the triumphs of Rome. The revolutionary age also ensured that Machiavelli's legacy would no longer be confined to Italy or even to Europe. His insights now shapes the founding of new nations, the overthrow of monarchies, and the birth of modern politics. Whether read directly or absorbed through intermediaries, his thought was present wherever people debated how to build and preserve liberty in a dangerous world. And yet, the revolutions also revealed the limits of his advice. Machiavelli had written in the context of city-states and princely courts. His lessons about corruption and appearances remained powerful, but the new politics of mass participation introduced dynamics he had not foreseen. The guillotine, the pamphlet press, the revolutionary crowd. These were realities of power that extended his insights into new and sometimes terrifying forms. Still, the fact that Machiavelli's voice could be heard in both the American Republic and the French Revolution underscores his universality. He was not simply a thinker for princes or Florentine republicans. He was a thinker for anyone who confronted the realities of power, the fragility of liberty, and the inevitability of corruption. His words, written in exile 5 centuries earlier, echoed in the declarations, constitutions, and speeches of a new age. The 19th century was a time of sweeping transformation. Industrialization remade economies, empires expanded and collapsed, and nationalist movements reshaped the political map of Europe. In this turbulent age, Machiavelli's name returned to prominence, not as a Renaissance curiosity, but as a prophet of modern statecraft. His insights into power, deception, and necessity resonated deeply with those who sought to unify nations or preserve empires in a rapidly changing world. The century's central political development was the rise of the modern nation-state. In Italy, long fragmented into city-states and small kingdoms, patriots dreamed of unification. The Risorgimento, the movement to forge a single Italian nation, became the great project of the mid-19th century. Here, Machiavelli's shadow loomed large. He had loved Florence, but had longed for a united Italy strong enough to resist foreign domination. His writings closed with passionate appeals for liberation from foreign powers. 3 centuries later, his dream became the rallying cry of Italian patriots. Giuseppe Mazzini, the romantic prophet of Italian nationalism, appealed to ideals of liberty, duty, and sacrifice. His vision was lofty, moral, almost religious in tone, but Mazzini's dream alone could not bring unification. That task fell to men of pragmatism, Count Camillo di Cavour, the statesman of Piedmont, Sardinia, and Giuseppe Garibaldi, the charismatic revolutionary general. Together, they embodied the duality of Machiavelli's lion and fox. Cavour was the fox. A master of diplomacy, he maneuvered between great powers, securing French support against Austria, manipulating allies, and balancing appearances to achieve Italy's goals. He cultivated the image of moderation while pursuing bold, often ruthless strategies behind the scenes. His politics were not guided by lofty ideals, but by necessity, a profoundly Machiavellian approach. Garibaldi was the lion, a man of action. He inspired troops with his courage, seized territory through bold campaigns, and embodied the raw strength of nationalist fervor. Yet even Garibaldi's heroics had to be tempered by diplomacy. Without Cavour's cunning, his victories might have unraveled. Together, the two showed that the unification of Italy required both the fox's cunning and the lion's force. Machiavelli would have recognized the pattern instantly. Beyond Italy, Machiavelli's influence appeared in the figure of Otto von Bismarck, the Iron Chancellor of Germany. Bismarck's practice of realpolitik, politics based on practical objectives rather than ideals, echoed Machiavelli's spirit more than any other 19th century leader. He united Germany not through romantic nationalism, but through calculated wars, shrewd alliances, and ruthless manipulation of appearances. He famously declared that the great questions of the day would be decided not by speeches and majority votes, but by blood and iron. This was pure Machiavellian necessity. Outcomes mattered more than ideals. Bismarck's diplomacy was a textbook in Machiavellian technique. He isolated enemies before war, secured allies through temporary promises, and always left himself room to maneuver. He cultivated the appearance of conservatism while pursuing radical change. He used nationalism when it suited him and suppressed it when it threatened stability. Like Machiavelli, he believed that politics was not about virtue, but about survival, not about sincerity, but about results. The term realpolitik itself reflects Machiavelli's legacy. While he did not coin the term, his insistence on looking at politics as it is rather than as it ought to be, laid the foundation for it. Realpolitik meant to focus on power, necessity, and pragmatism, stripped of illusions. In the 19th century, as nations unified and empires jockeyed for dominance, this approach seemed not cynical but essential. Idealism alone could not withstand the pressures of industrial armies, economic competition, and imperial rivalry. Yet Machiavelli's influence in this era was not only political. The 19th century was also the age of literature and philosophy grappling with his ideas. Writers invoked Machiavellian characters to represent ambition and deceit. Philosophers debated whether his realism was compatible with the liberal ideals of freedom and progress. Some saw him as the necessary antidote to utopian dreaming, others as the enemy of morality in public life. Either way, his name remained synonymous with the stark truths of power. It is telling that both admirers and detractors found him useful. Nationalist leaders invoked his dream of Italian unity, while conservative critics accused revolutionaries of being Machiavellian plotters. Revolutionaries praised his republican writings, while monarchs used his advice on appearances and fear. His legacy proved adaptable because it was rooted not in ideology, but in observation. He described human behavior as it is, and so his lessons applied across ideologies and centuries. The 19th century also revealed the enduring tension in how Machiavelli was understood. Was he the advocate of ruthless tyranny or the prophet of national liberation? Was he a cynic who destroyed morality, or a realist who taught hard truths? These questions persisted as Italy and Germany unified, as empires expanded, and as revolutions flared across Europe. The contradictions of his reputation mirrored the contradictions of the century itself. A century of idealism and pragmatism, of revolutions and realpolitik. In the end, what Machiavelli contributed to the 19th century was not a blueprint, but a sensibility. He reminded leaders that survival often requires harsh choices, that appearances matter as much as deeds, and that fortune favors those who act boldly. Whether in the diplomacy of Cavour, the campaigns of Garibaldi, or the strategies of Bismarck, his spirit was present. He had lived in a world of city-states, but his lessons found new expression in the Age of Nations. The 20th century was the most violent century in human history. 2 world wars, genocides, revolutions, and the rise and fall of totalitarian regimes reshaped the globe. It was an age that tested every theory of politics, every ideal of liberty, every system of government. In such a world, Machiavelli's name resurfaced again and again, sometimes claimed, sometimes condemned, always lurking in the background as the philosopher of necessity and power. In Italy, Machiavelli was explicitly adopted by Benito Mussolini. The fascist leader saw himself as the heir to Renaissance pragmatism, a man reviving Roman greatness in the modern era. Mussolini admired Machiavelli's patriotism, his call for a strong Italy, and his insistence that survival sometimes requires ruthless measures. In speeches, Mussolini invoked him as a national thinker, a Florentine who had seen clearly the dangers of weakness. But the identification was selective. Mussolini ignored Machiavelli's republican commitments, his celebration of citizen militias, and his suspicion of corruption. What Mussolini embraced was the image of Machiavelli as the teacher of force and cunning, a figure who justified authoritarian power in the name of necessity. Adolf Hitler, too, has often been linked to Machiavelli, though here the association is more misleading. Hitler embodied cruelty without restraint, fear without balance, and appearances warped into propaganda. Machiavelli had warned that cruelty must be well used, that fear must not turn to hatred, and that appearances must be carefully cultivated to maintain legitimacy. Hitler violated these rules, and in doing so, he brought destruction not only upon others, but upon his own regime. If anything, the collapse of Nazism illustrated the limits of Machiavellian realism when pushed into brutality without measure. Machiavelli advised princes to be feared but not hated. Hitler ignored the distinction, and history judged the result. More nuanced uses of Machiavelli's thought appeared among democratic leaders who faced the extraordinary challenges of total war. Winston Churchill, for example, understood the importance of appearances. His speeches, his defiant posture, even his personal image as the Bulldog of Britain were as much performances as policies. He embodied the Machiavellian insight that leaders must appear resolute and virtuous, even when reality is grim. Behind the rhetoric, Churchill was pragmatic, willing to ally with Stalin to defeat Hitler, willing to make hard bargains for survival. It was the fox and the lion together, necessity clothed in inspiring language. Franklin Delano Roosevelt likewise displayed Machiavellian instincts, though tempered by democratic ideals. He projected optimism through his fireside chats, carefully managing the appearance of confidence even during the Depression's darkest days. He expanded executive power, often pushing constitutional limits, but always cloaked his actions in the language of popular necessity. His ability to appear both compassionate and decisive gave him extraordinary staying power. Machiavelli had said that rulers must learn to be not good, but effective. Roosevelt showed that in a democracy, effectiveness required the appearance of goodness as well. The Cold War that followed World War II brought yet another revival of Machiavelli's realism. The confrontation between the United States and the Soviet Union was not only ideological, but strategic, marked by espionage, proxy wars, and careful management of appearances. The doctrine of deterrence, the maintenance of overwhelming force not to be used but to be displayed, was deeply Machiavellian. It was the politics of fear, carefully calculated, designed to maintain stability through the perception of strength. Leaders on both sides practiced deception, covert action, and manipulation of allies and rivals. The fox and the lion stalked through the nuclear age. And yet, even as statesmen practiced Machiavellian politics, his name remained controversial. To be called Machiavellian in the 20th century was still an insult, implying deceit and ruthlessness. Intellectuals debated whether his thought led naturally to totalitarianism, or whether it offered insights for democracy. Some accused him of paving the way for fascism and dictatorship. Others argued that he had simply described realities that any political system must face. The century of extremes sharpened the stakes of this debate. In the United States, Machiavelli was sometimes studied in military academies and schools of diplomacy, not as a moral guide, but as a strategist. His emphasis on adaptability, on the need to match methods to circumstances, appealed to a world in which survival seemed perpetually at risk. At the same time, the civil rights movement and other democratic struggles stood as reminders that politics must aspire to more than survival. The moral critique of Machiavelli, that he reduces politics to power without principle, remained as urgent as ever. The 20th century, in its extremes, revealed both the brilliance and the dangers of Machiavelli's philosophy. Leaders who ignored his lessons about appearances, balance, and necessity often fell. Leaders who absorbed them selectively sometimes succeeded brilliantly. But when his insights were twisted into justification for cruelty without limit, the results were catastrophic. The century showed that Machiavellian realism is a tool, one that can be used for survival and stability, or for oppression and destruction. Its value depends on the wisdom and restraint of those who wield it. In the ruins of the Second World War and the tensions of the Cold War, Machiavelli's presence was undeniable. He remained a figure invoked to explain the harsh choices of politics, the deceptions of diplomacy, and the ruthless calculus of power. 5 centuries after his death, in a world he could never have imagined, his fox and lion still prowled the corridors of power, reminding leaders that survival often comes at the price of virtue. By the 20th century, Machiavelli was no longer only a controversial name in history. He had become something more enduring, a foundational figure in the modern discipline of political science and international relations. The questions he raised, about power, appearances, fear, and necessity, were now institutionalized in academic debates, taught in universities, and embedded in the language of diplomacy. Though 5 centuries separated him from the world of nuclear weapons, global trade, and international law, the essence of his realism continued to shape how scholars and statesmen understood politics. The defining feature of Machiavelli's thought, and the reason it remains central to modern political science, is his insistence on describing politics as it is, not as it ought to be. Where medieval thinkers framed rulership in terms of morality, justice, and divine order, Machiavelli asked instead, what actually keeps a ruler in power? what makes a state survive. That shift, from normative ideals to empirical analysis, was the birth of political science. It was the move from theology to strategy, from preaching to diagnosing. In international relations, this sensibility evolved into the school of realism. Realists argue that the international system is anarchic. There is no overarching authority above states, and therefore survival depends on self-help. Each state must rely on its own strength, alliances, and strategies, just as Machiavelli advised princes to rely on their own arms and institutions. Realists emphasize the balance of power, the inevitability of conflict, and the unreliability of moral appeals in the face of necessity. These are Machiavelli's lessons transposed to a global stage. Hans Morgenthau, one of the 20th century's most influential realists, acknowledged this lineage. In his classic Politics Among Nations, 1948, Morgenthau argued that politics is governed by objective laws rooted in human nature, particularly the drive for power. Though he wrote in the context of modern nation-states and nuclear rivalry, the spirit of Machiavelli animated his work. The emphasis on prudence, on the limits of morality and politics, and on the need to distinguish between appearance and reality all echo the Florentines' insights. Of course, realism was not the only school of thought. Idealists, especially after World War I, hoped to build a world order based on cooperation, law, and morality. They emphasized the League of Nations, disarmament, and international agreements. To them, Machiavelli's pessimism seemed outdated, a relic of a violent past. Yet, when the League collapsed and World War II erupted, realism returned with renewed force. Once again, Machiavelli's fox and lion seemed more relevant than hopeful appeals to virtue. Even later theories, such as neorealism, which emphasizes the structure of the international system rather than human nature, bear Machiavelli's imprint. When scholars describe states balancing against threats, calculating interests, and manipulating appearances, they are applying principles he articulated centuries earlier. The terms may be new, but the logic is the same. Survival comes first. Morality follows only when it does not endanger survival. It is striking how often modern debates echo his insights. Consider the Cold War doctrine of deterrence. Nations amassed nuclear arsenals not to use them, but to appear strong, to instill fear, to prevent aggression. This was Machiavellian logic on a global scale. Or consider contemporary diplomacy, where leaders must cultivate reputations, manage appearances, and sometimes deceive allies as well as enemies. Machiavelli wrote that it is not enough to be virtuous, one must appear virtuous. Today, in an age of global media and instantaneous communication, that lesson is more relevant than ever. Yet modern political science also grapples with the dangers of pure realism. Critics argue that Machiavelli's vision, if applied without restraint, risks justifying endless conflict and mistrust. If every state assumes the worst of others, cooperation becomes nearly impossible. International institutions, human rights, and global norms seek to temper realism with morality, to prove that politics can aspire to more than survival. The tension between realism and idealism, between Machiavelli's bluntness and the Enlightenment's hopes, defines much of modern international thought. Machiavelli's influence also extends beyond the realm of high politics into the analysis of leadership, organizations, and even business. His emphasis on appearances, on the psychology of fear and love, and on the necessity of adaptability has been applied to corporate strategy and management theory. In boardrooms as well as battlefields, his advice resonates. Leaders must be flexible, cunning, and willing to act decisively when fortune presents an opening. What makes Machiavelli enduring is not simply the content of his advice, but the method of his analysis. He looked at history, observed human behavior, and drew lessons without moralizing. He treated politics as an art and a science, governed by patterns that could be studied and understood. This empirical approach is what modern political science claims as its foundation. Whether one agrees with his conclusions or not, his method continues to shape how scholars study power. At the same time, Machiavelli remains a deeply uncomfortable figure. His name is still invoked as an insult. His ideas still provoke moral unease. To study him is to confront the darker side of politics, the lies, the betrayals, the manipulation, the cruelty. Yet to ignore him is to risk naivety, to build theories of politics that collapse in the face of reality. This is why he remains essential. He is the hard voice, whispering that survival often trumps virtue, that power often decides what is possible. In this sense, modern political science carries forward the same paradox Machiavelli embodied in his own time. He is indispensable, yet disreputable, admired, yet condemned. His ideas are taught in universities and practiced in governments, yet his name remains a byword for cunning and immorality. He is the father of political science, but also its scandal. The irony is that this duality ensures his survival. If he were merely a cynic, he would be dismissed. If he were merely a moralist, he would be ignored. It is his combination of sharp realism and unsettling candor that keeps him relevant. He forces us to ask whether politics can ever be truly moral, or whether it must always be, at its core, the management of fear, appearances, and necessity. That question, as much as any of his specific maxims, is why Machiavelli still matters to the study of politics today. When Niccolò Machiavelli died in June of 1527, he was only 58 years old. By the standards of his time, it was not an unusually short life, but for him, it was a bitter one. He had witnessed Florence swing from Republic to Medici rule and back again. He had endured torture, exile, humiliation, and disappointment. And though he had written some of the most enduring works in political history, he died not as a celebrated thinker, but as a frustrated patriot, still yearning for recognition in his own city. The final chapter of his life was shaped by Florence's turmoil. In 1527, after the sack of Rome by imperial troops, the Medici were briefly driven from power, and Florence restored the Republic once again. For Machiavelli, this should have been the great moment of vindication, the return of the very government he had served with devotion in his youth. Yet the Republic's leaders distrusted him. His long association with the Medici during his later years, when he had written in hopes of regaining their favor, marked him as suspect. He had written The Prince in part to please them, and though the book was not officially published during his lifetime, its reputation was already spreading. For Republicans, it seemed evidence of betrayal. Thus, when Florence cast off the Medici in 1527, Machiavelli did not regain office. Instead, he found himself sidelined, distrusted by both sides. To the Medici, he had been too Republican. To the Republicans, too close to the Medici. He was, in the cruelest sense, a man without a patron, a thinker whose realism left him politically stranded. In his last months, he sought appointment to a government post, but the request was denied. He fell ill shortly after, and within days he was gone. Yet his burial was modest, without fanfare. The grand tomb that now bears his name, with the inscription, Tanto nomini nullum par elogium, no eulogy is equal to so great a name, was erected only in later centuries. He was simply another disappointed man of letters, remembered by friends but distrusted by the city he loved. There is a deep irony in this ending. Machiavelli longed above all for practical recognition. He wanted to serve Florence, to guide its politics, to shape its destiny. His writings were, in his eyes, a means to that end, a way of demonstrating his insight so that rulers might employ him. Yet in his lifetime, they brought him no power, no office, no reward. His greatest works circulated only in manuscript, passed among friends and patrons, but not yet published for the wider world. His prints, the text that would make his name immortal, remained in the shadows, unprinted until 5 years after his death. He died without knowing the reach his words would have. And yet, there is another way to see it. Machiavelli had always insisted that fortune is fickle, that human designs are fragile, that greatness often comes not in life, but in what endures afterward. If his own political career ended in failure, his intellectual career was only beginning. His writings, ignored or mistrusted in Florence, would soon spread across Europe and define the study of politics for centuries. In death, he became more powerful than he had ever been in life. His fate reflects the gap between personal ambition and historical legacy. As a man, he sought office, security, and recognition. He received instead exile, suspicion, and disappointment. As a thinker, he gave the world a mirror of power so sharp and unsettling that it still commands attention 500 years later. Lawrence denied him, but history claimed him. For those who study him today, there is something deeply human in this contrast. We see not just the ruthless analyst of power, but the man who longed to serve and failed, who believed in his city yet was mistrusted by it, who wrote in exile with passion and desperation. His philosophy was about survival, necessity, and the frailty of fortune. His own life was the proof of those lessons. Machiavelli's death in 1527 closed the story of a man, but opened the story of an idea. The Florentine secretary, dismissed and dishonored, would become Machiavelli the legend, reviled as the devil's teacher, admired as the father of modern politics, debated endlessly as the most unsettling realist in history. His mortal body lay in Santa Croce, largely unnoticed, but his words began their march across time. When Niccolò Machiavelli died in 1527, Florence barely noticed. He was not celebrated as a genius or condemned as a villain. He was simply another dismissed secretary, another casualty of shifting politics. Yet within decades, his name became one of the most infamous in European thought. Few writers in history have experienced such a dramatic, posthumous transformation. In life, Machiavelli was a frustrated servant of Florence. In death, he became Machiavellian, a word that would forever change the language of politics. The publication of The Prince in 1532, just 5 years after his death, was the spark. To readers across Europe, the book was shocking. It stripped away moral and religious justifications for power, presenting politics as a realm governed by necessity rather than virtue. To some, this candor was enlightening. To others, it was terrifying. Very quickly, Machiavelli was branded as a corrupter of morals, a teacher of tyranny, even a servant of the devil. The Catholic Church placed his works on the index of prohibited books, and theologians denounced him as an enemy of Christian virtue. Yet condemnation did not prevent circulation. In fact, it fueled it. Rulers, advisors, and ambitious men read Machiavelli in secret, curious about his dangerous advice. The Prince became a kind of forbidden text, a book whispered about, hidden under desks, consulted in private. The very fact that it was banned gave it allure. And though few admitted to following it openly, its lessons seeped into practice. To denounce Machiavelli in public while imitating him in private became a pattern that would persist for centuries. By the 17th century, Machiavellian had entered common speech as a synonym for cunning, deceit, and ruthlessness. Playwrights used it to characterize villains. Politicians used it as an insult against rivals. In Elizabethan England, Christopher Marlowe's plays portrayed Machiavellian figures as dark manipulators, emblematic of ambition unchecked by morality. William Shakespeare, too, echoed his reputation in characters like Richard III and Iago, men who manipulate appearances, exploit weakness, and pursue power with chilling clarity. Machiavelli himself did not appear on stage, but his spirit haunted the drama of the age. And yet, even as the name became a byword for treachery, a countercurrent of admiration persisted. Some thinkers began to argue that Machiavelli was misunderstood, that his apparent cynicism was actually realism, and that his ultimate loyalty was to republican liberty, not tyranny. The tension between Machiavelli the corrupter and Machiavelli the patriot shaped his reception across Europe. In France, thinkers like Rousseau reclaimed him as a defender of liberty. In England, Republican writers such as James Harrington drew on his discourses on Livy to argue for the balance of powers and the importance of civic virtue. The dual legacy of Machiavelli, as both villain and patriot, reflected the complexity of his writings. The Prince seemed to counsel ruthless rulers, while the discourses celebrated the vitality of republican institutions. Was he a teacher of tyrants or a friend of liberty? The ambiguity ensured that he could never be neatly categorized, and it made him adaptable to different political climates. In authoritarian states, he was invoked as a manual of power. In republican movements, he was cited as a prophet of liberty. Jesuit thinkers wrote treatises refuting his ideas, emphasizing that morality could not be separated from politics. Yet in doing so, they often confirmed his relevance, for they acknowledged the unsettling truths he had revealed about human behavior. He was the dark mirror in which society saw its own contradictions. In the modern era, Machiavelli's legacy continued to evolve. In the 19th century, nationalists in Italy saw him as a prophet of unification, a patriot who longed for a strong Italy free of foreign domination. His final chapter in The Prince, calling for the liberation of Italy, was read as a stirring appeal to national pride. Statues were erected, tombs honored, and his reputation began to shift in his homeland from disgrace to recognition. The man once dismissed by Florence was claimed as one of Italy's great voices. In the 20th century, as we have seen, his name was invoked by dictators and democrats alike. Fascists embraced him as a realist, while liberal thinkers tried to reinterpret him as a critic of corruption. In academia, he was increasingly studied not as a corrupter, but as the founder of political science. His realism was seen as the foundation of international relations, his analysis of appearances as essential for understanding modern leadership. Yet the word Machiavellian still carries its sting. Even today, to call someone Machiavellian is to accuse them of cunning and ruthlessness, of manipulation without scruple. It is an insult that persists in popular language, even as scholars attempt to rehabilitate the man behind the myth. Few thinkers have so thoroughly entered the fabric of culture that their name becomes shorthand for an entire style of behavior. In that sense, Machiavelli's afterlife has outgrown even his writings. He has become both a historical figure and a cultural archetype. There is a profound irony in all this. Machiavelli longed for practical recognition in Florence, but received little. Yet, in the centuries after his death, his name traveled the world, shaping politics, literature, and culture in ways he could never have imagined. His personal disappointments were real, but his intellectual legacy proved stronger than fortune itself. His life was bound by the limits of a city-state. His name became boundless. Machiavelli's afterlife, then, is not only the story of a philosopher, but the story of a reputation. He became both hero and villain, both corrupter and patriot, both insult and honor. In this ambiguity lies his enduring power. He forces each generation to confront its own view of politics, to decide whether power can ever be moral or whether survival always demands something harsher. To study Machiavelli is to study not only a man, but the ongoing human struggle between ideals and necessity. 5 centuries after Niccolò Machiavelli set down his observations of power in Renaissance Florence, his words still strike with unsettling clarity. We live in a world of democratic institutions, global markets, and instant communication, yet the questions he raised remain the same. Is it better to be feared than loved? Do appearances matter more than truth? Can leaders afford to be good when survival is at stake? These questions may feel ancient, but they confront us every time we open a newspaper, step into a workplace, or reflect on the choices that shape our own lives. Consider modern politics. Campaigns today unfold under the relentless gaze of television, social media, and 24-hour news cycles. Leaders are judged less by the depth of their convictions than by their ability to project confidence, manage appearances, and control narratives. A stumble on camera, a poorly chosen phrase, or a scandal, real or fabricated, can undo years of careful work. He warned that leaders must appear virtuous, even if reality demands compromises. In an age where image travels faster than truth, his insight feels not only relevant but prescient. Corporate leadership tells a similar story. CEOs and executives face pressures not unlike Renaissance princes. They must guide organizations through uncertainty, manage competing factions, and ensure survival in a ruthless environment. Machiavelli's fox and lion metaphor finds new life here. Leaders must be cunning enough to outmaneuver rivals, yet strong enough to enforce discipline and inspire loyalty. Many business schools openly teach Machiavellian principles under the softer language of strategic leadership, or competitive advantage. The methods may be cloaked in modern jargon, but the core remains the same. Adaptability, perception, and decisiveness often matter more than moral purity. Even in personal life, Machiavelli's realism resonates. Anyone who has managed a family, led a community group, or navigated office politics knows the tension between honesty and diplomacy, between kindness and firmness. To lead, even in small contexts, is to face the balance between being loved and being respected, between accommodating others and drawing lines. Machiavelli's lesson is not that we should abandon morality, but that we should recognize the costs of clinging to it blindly. His writing asks whether goodness without effectiveness is truly good at all. For many, this is precisely why Machiavelli unsettles us. We want to believe that leadership can be both moral and effective, that honesty and kindness will triumph in the long run. And often they do, but not always. History, business, and even our own experiences tell us that the world rewards adaptability, toughness, and the ability to play appearances to advantage. To confront Machiavelli is to confront the possibility that morality alone cannot protect us, and that survival sometimes demands choices we would rather avoid. At the same time, Machiavelli's relevance today lies not only in his blunt realism, but in the warning embedded within it. He wrote not to celebrate cruelty, but to reveal its dangers when misused. He distinguished between fear and hatred, urging leaders to avoid the latter at all costs. He warned that cruelty, if excessive, corrodes legitimacy. He emphasized that corruption is the great enemy of republics, a lesson that resonates in every democracy struggling with cynicism, polarization, and the erosion of trust. His advice, though harsh, was often a call to prudence. Use force sparingly, guard appearances carefully, and never forget that power without legitimacy cannot endure. For those in midlife and beyond, his thought also speaks to deeper themes of mortality and legacy. Machiavelli himself died disappointed, denied the recognition he craved. Yet his words outlived him, shaping centuries of political thought. His life reminds us that the measure of a person may not be found in immediate success, but in what endures. As we reflect on our own choices, our careers, families, and contributions, it is worth asking, do we seek to be loved in the moment or to be respected in the long run? Do we cling to appearances or do we confront reality as it is? Machiavelli's philosophy is not only about rulers, it is about anyone grappling with the balance between ideals and survival, between short-term comfort and long-term consequence. It is tempting to dismiss him as too harsh, too cynical, too willing to abandon virtue. But perhaps the real service he provides is honesty. He tells us what others prefer to leave unsaid, that human beings are fickle, that appearances matter, that fear is often more reliable than love. We may reject his conclusions, but we cannot dismiss the truths he exposes. His enduring relevance lies in this discomfort. He forces us to look at politics, leadership, and life without illusions, and then to decide how much of his realism we are willing to accept. In this sense, Machiavelli remains a teacher, an uncomfortable teacher, but one we still need. He reminds us that power, whether in the halls of government or in the dynamics of family and work, is always entangled with human weakness. He insists that survival requires adaptability, that appearances cannot be ignored, and that fortune favors those willing to act boldly. His lessons are not moral guides, but tools, and it is up to us to decide how to use them. 5 centuries on, Niccolò Machiavelli still speaks to us. He speaks when a leader rises or falls on the strength of perception. He speaks when a corporation thrives by adapting to changing markets. He speaks when we ourselves make hard choices about how to balance kindness with firmness, honesty with diplomacy, ideals with necessity. He may not tell us what we want to hear, but he tells us what we need to confront. That, perhaps, is the true measure of his relevance. Niccolò Machiavelli's life was a tapestry of contradictions. He was a servant of the Republic who wrote a book for princes. He was a patriot who died distrusted by his own city. He was a realist condemned as a cynic, a writer of genius who never held power again after exile. His own life seemed to embody the very themes he wrote about: the unpredictability of fortune, the fragility of human plans, and the harsh truth that appearances often matter more than reality. And yet, across 5 centuries, his words have endured. Few thinkers have left such a profound mark on how we understand politics, power, and leadership. To read Machiavelli is to enter into a conversation not only with Renaissance Florence, but with the very structure of human affairs. His insights do not belong only to a past age. They speak wherever power exists, in governments, in corporations, in families, in communities. His lessons extend wherever human beings struggle with the balance between survival and virtue. At the heart of Machiavelli's philosophy lies a single, uncomfortable truth. Politics is not a realm of ideals, but of necessity. Leaders are not judged by what they intend, but by what they achieve. Morality may guide them, but survival demands flexibility. Love is fragile, fear more reliable. Appearances are indispensable, truth often secondary. It is a vision that strips politics of illusions and forces us to see it as it is. This does not mean that Machiavelli dismissed morality altogether. Rather, he shifted its place. He argued that a ruler who clings to goodness in all things will be ruined in a world where others do not. But he also warned that cruelty must be measured, that fear must not turn to hatred, that corruption destroys republics from within. His lessons were not a license for brutality, but a call for prudence, a recognition that human affairs require both firmness and restraint. What makes Machiavelli unsettling is that he does not give us the comfort of certainty. He does not promise that virtue will prevail, nor that cynicism always wins. Instead, he tells us that fortune is unpredictable, that human beings are fickle, that necessity demands flexibility. He forces us to live in the tension between ideals and reality. In this way, he is less a guide who tells us what to do, and more a mirror who shows us what is at stake. His life reinforces this lesson. Machiavelli longed for office, craved recognition, and offered his talents to both Republic and Medici alike. Yet he died without honor, his writings unpublished, his ambitions unrealized. And still, his words outlived him, shaping centuries of debate. His personal failure became intellectual triumph. His fate is a reminder that legacy is not always measured by immediate success, but by what endures beyond our own time. For an audience reflecting on life's arc, on aging, responsibility, and the choices that define us, Machiavelli offers a sobering perspective. He reminds us that appearances matter, that strength and cunning are necessary, and that fortune rarely favors the passive. But he also shows that even in disappointment, one's voice can carry forward. His life speaks to the unpredictability of legacy. We cannot control how we will be remembered, but we can shape what we leave behind. Today, when we see leaders balancing truth and image, when we witness politics entangled in spin and strategy, when we ourselves weigh honesty against diplomacy in our personal lives, Machiavelli is there. He whispers that power is fragile, that human beings are inconsistent, that survival is never guaranteed. We may resist his conclusions, but we cannot escape his relevance. Why, then, does Machiavelli still matter? Because he forces us to confront the hardest questions. Can politics ever be moral, or is it always the art of survival? Can leaders afford to be loved, or must they settle for fear? Can we live by ideals without ignoring necessity? They are questions that reach into the choices of nations, and the choices of individuals alike. In the end, Machiavelli does not offer answers so much as a framework for reflection. He shows us that power is entangled with appearances, that necessity often overrides virtue, and that fortune is fickle. To engage with him is to wrestle with the contradictions of human life itself, between what we want and what we must do, between the legacy we seek and the fate we receive. Niccolo Machiavelli, the disappointed secretary of Florence, became one of history's most enduring teachers. He teaches us not to trust illusions, not to cling to easy morality, not to ignore the realities of power. But he also teaches us the fragility of fortune and the enduring power of words. He died without honor, yet his name became immortal. In his life and in his thought, he reminds us that human affairs are never simple, never clean, never free of contradiction. 500 years later, Machiavelli still speaks. He speaks to rulers and to citizens, to scholars and to ordinary people, to anyone who has struggled with the balance of ideals and survival. His words unsettle us because they are true, and they endure because the struggle they describe is eternal. That is why Machiavelli still matters. Do you ever feel like people in power control your life, not through laws or police, but through health and medicine? Think back to the pandemic. Think about lockdowns, mask mandates, vaccine passes, debates over who had the right to decide what you could put into your own body. For some, these were necessary measures to protect lives. For others, they felt like overreach, like governments stepping deeper into the most intimate parts of existence. But whichever side you fell on, one truth became hard to deny: our bodies had become political territory. This may feel new, a product of modern crises and technology, but in fact, one man saw it coming decades ago. His name was Michel Foucault, a French philosopher whose writings still unsettle readers with their clarity and daring. Long before COVID-19, before mass vaccination debates, before biometric tracking and digital health passports, Foucault argued that power had shifted. No longer was it only about kings and presidents, about executions and prisons. Power, he claimed, now worked through biology, through health, disease, sexuality, and medicine. He called this biopower, the management of life itself. Pause and think about that term, biopower. It sounds abstract, academic, maybe even distant. But what Foucault meant was chillingly simple. He believed that modern governments don't just rule over citizens, they regulate populations. They decide who gets to live long, who gets treatment, who bears more risk, whose bodies are protected, and whose are left exposed. Public health, in his eyes, was never neutral. It was always a tool of control. When a society insists on regulating birth rates, monitoring sexual behavior, organizing vaccinations, or managing pandemics, it is exercising biopower. Not necessarily maliciously, but always with consequences. What troubled him was the hidden politics of medicine, the way health became a justification for new forms of surveillance, new regulations, new boundaries between the normal and the abnormal. Consider how, in the 18th and 19th centuries, hospitals were reorganized not simply to treat patients, but to categorize them, to measure, to observe. The medical chart, the diagnosis, the statistics. These were, to Foucault, the birth of a new way of governing, not by law, but by health. Fast forward to our own time. Ask yourself, how often do you surrender personal data in the name of health? Fitness trackers, insurance incentives, DNA tests, vaccine registries. Each of these promises care, but also collects information. Each is part of a system where your body is not just your own, but a site of governance. When governments lock down entire populations, they are not exercising the old power of kings who could execute with a command. They are exercising the modern power to make live and let die, as Foucault put it. They preserve some lives while exposing others to risk, often according to hidden hierarchies of value. It is here that Foucault's work becomes controversial. He forces us to ask uncomfortable questions. Do health policies protect us, or do they discipline us? When a state insists on mass vaccination, is it safeguarding life or asserting control? When it decides which diseases get funding and which communities are left behind, is that neutral science or political strategy? Foucault does not offer simple answers. Instead, he pulls back the curtain, showing that what looks like compassion is often intertwined with control. And this is why his ideas remain so electrifying today. At a time when debates rage about bodily autonomy, whether over abortion, vaccines, gender identity, or medical privacy, Foucault reminds us that these questions are not just personal, they are political. They reveal the deep ways in which power operates not above us, but through us, through our flesh, our habits, our health, even our sense of self. But who was this man who could see all of this so clearly? Michel Foucault was not a detached academic sitting in an ivory tower. He was a restless, radical spirit who lived through wars, revolts, and revolutions. He was a man marked by depression and alienation who sought in philosophy both a weapon and a mirror. He was openly gay in a time when it was dangerous, and he immersed himself in the very subcultures, madness, sexuality, prisons, that polite society shunned. His life was as provocative as his work. When we trace his story, we see not just a thinker but a man who lived the very contradictions he studied. He walked the line between brilliance and breakdown, between intellectual rigor and dangerous excess. He wrote about madness while feeling its pull. He analyzed prisons while protesting outside their gates. He dissected sexuality while living in ways that scandalized his contemporaries. And in his final years, he confronted AIDS, one of the very forces of biopolitics he had described, the regulation of life and death through disease. So, let us return to that first question. Do you feel controlled through health and medicine? Whether you answer yes or no, you are already inside Foucault's world, a world where freedom and power are more complicated than they seem. A world where the hospital, the school, the prison, and even your bedroom are arenas of politics. A world where the state no longer simply punishes, but manages life itself. In this documentary, we will follow Foucault's journey, from his lonely childhood in provincial France, to his studies of madness, to his radical explorations of prisons, sexuality, and health. We will see how his philosophy grew not from abstract speculation, but from lived experience, from engagement with the darkest and most hidden corners of society. And we will ask, again and again, what does his vision mean for us now, in an age where technology and medicine reach further into our lives than ever before? Because if Foucault is right, then the question is not whether we are controlled through health and medicine. The question is how much, and whether we can resist. Michel Foucault was born in 1926 in Poitiers, a quiet provincial town in western France. At first glance, there was little in his surroundings to suggest the radical thinker he would become. His father, Paul Foucault, was a respected surgeon, a man of science and order, devoted to medicine. His mother, Anne Malapert, came from a wealthy local family. In many ways, Michel's childhood was marked by the expectation of continuity. He was meant to follow in his father's footsteps, to enter medicine, to carry on a life of prestige and stability. But, beneath the calm surface, there were cracks. The young Michel was restless, often anxious, and deeply aware of the weight of expectations pressing upon him. He would later describe his childhood as one of distance, not a warm immersion in family life, but a kind of discipline by tradition. In a way, it mirrored what he would later write about institutions, that they are spaces of rules, hierarchies, and silent pressures, shaping lives even before words are spoken. The city of Poitiers itself carried its own paradoxes. With its ancient churches, medieval streets, and conservative culture, it was a place steeped in tradition. Yet this was also interwar France, a nation still reeling from World War I, unsure of its future, and increasingly polarized politically. Michel's own father, as a surgeon, represented science and rational order. But the broader society around them still clung to Catholic conservatism. The boy grew up between these two poles. On one side, the strict rationality of medicine, on the other, the moral authority of the church. It was a tension that would never leave him. As a child, Michel was bright, but also troubled. Teachers noticed his intelligence early, but they also saw signs of something darker. He was moody, sometimes withdrawn, sometimes prone to violent outbursts of anger. Later, biographers would note that these early patterns foreshadowed his lifelong struggles with depression and instability. His peers often mocked him, not only for being different, but for his perceived arrogance. One classmate recalled him as both brilliant and aloof, the boy who always seemed older than the rest of us. This alienation was sharpened by the expectations of his family. His father wanted him to become a doctor, like himself. Medicine was not just a profession, it was a family identity, a legacy. But Michel resisted. He was fascinated not by fixing bodies, but by exploring the workings of the mind, the cracks in reason, the edges of human experience. Already, he was drawn to what others avoided: madness, death, the unspoken. In the shadow of a surgeon's household, he grew increasingly curious about what lay beyond the neat boundaries of science. It is worth pausing here to notice something. In many biographies of philosophers, childhood can feel like a prelude, a set of trivial details before the real. Story begins. But with Foucault, his early life matters. It mattered that he was the son of a surgeon, steeped in medicine but skeptical of its authority. It mattered that he was raised in a conservative Catholic environment, only to later reject both its faith and its moral constraints. It mattered that he felt alienated and pressured, because these experiences would become the soil from which his philosophy grew. When he later wrote about the medical gaze, about how institutions impose order and silence on individuals, he was not speaking only as a historian. He was remembering what it felt like to be a child under watchful eyes, measured against standards he never chose. World War II cast its shadow over Michel's adolescence. When he was 13, Nazi Germany invaded France. Poitiers fell under occupation, and young Michel grew up in a world marked by fear, censorship, and collaboration. His family, like many others, endured the humiliations of defeat, the shortages, the restrictions. For a boy already aware of authority and discipline, the presence of German troops in his hometown must have felt like an external confirmation of what he already sensed internally. That power is not just a matter of laws, but of daily life, shaping where you walk, what you say, even what you think. Later, when he analyzed prisons and surveillance, he was drawing on the lived experience of a society where even the most ordinary freedoms could vanish overnight. Yet amid this atmosphere, Michel's intellectual brilliance continued to shine. He read voraciously, exploring not just the classics assigned in school, but also literature and philosophy that stretched beyond the conservative curriculum. Nietzsche would eventually become one of his guiding lights, but already as a teenager, he was drawn to writers who questioned norms and exposed hypocrisy. Friends recalled him as someone who devoured books, who seemed always hungry for knowledge, but also someone tormented by what he discovered. Knowledge for Michel was never simply comforting, it was unsettling, disruptive. It is easy, from the vantage point of his later fame, to see in the young Michel Foucault the seeds of the thinker he would become. The boy who resisted his father's discipline would become the philosopher who exposed discipline as a form of power. The teenager who endured war and occupation would become the historian who revealed how institutions internalize authority. The young man who felt isolated, mocked, and pressured would become the intellectual who sided with those society excluded, the mad, the imprisoned, the marginalized. In his childhood, we see not just biography but philosophy in embryo. And yet, he was still just a boy, fragile, insecure, uncertain. Behind the image of the brilliant student was someone deeply troubled, someone who often felt he did not belong. His later struggles with depression, self-harm, and identity can already be traced to these early years. This is important because it reminds us, Foucault was not an abstract machine of ideas. He was a man whose philosophy grew out of pain as much as intellect. His early life in Poitiers gave him the vantage point of an outsider, someone who knew what it was like to be watched, judged, and disciplined, but who also sensed that these forces could be resisted, questioned, exposed. By the time he left Poitiers for Paris, Michel was already determined not to become his father's son in the traditional sense. He would not mend bodies with scalpels. He would dissect the world with thought. And that determination was the beginning of the journey that would take him from provincial France to the center of the intellectual world. When Michel Foucault entered the École Normale Supérieure, ENS, in 1946, he stepped into the most prestigious intellectual institution in France. For generations, ENS had been the training ground for the nation's philosophers, writers, and politicians. To be accepted was a mark of brilliance, but it also carried the weight of tradition. The school was both a sanctuary of ideas and a crucible of intense competition. For Foucault, who had grown up in the provincial quiet of Poitiers, Paris offered both liberation and new forms of pressure. The France he arrived in was still reeling from the devastation of World War II. German occupation had left scars on its institutions and psyche. The resistance, the Vichy regime, collaboration, betrayal, all of these were fresh memories. The universities buzzed with political debate. Students argued in cafes about communism, fascism, Catholicism, and the future of democracy. To walk through the streets of Paris was to feel history pressing against the present. For a restless young man like Foucault, it was intoxicating. At ENS, Michel threw himself into philosophy. The curriculum was demanding. Students were expected to master the classics of Descartes, Kant, and Hegel, but also to grapple with contemporary debates. Professors drilled students in logic, metaphysics, and epistemology. Foucault excelled, but he also gravitated toward disciplines outside strict philosophy. He became fascinated with psychology and psychiatry, areas that allowed him to explore questions of the mind, madness, and identity. He also pursued history, literature, and medicine, not to practice them, but to understand how they defined human beings. It was during these years that Foucault encountered some of the thinkers who would shape his trajectory. Friedrich Nietzsche, with his radical questioning of morality and truth, became a lifelong influence. Nietzsche's declaration of the death of God and his suspicion of absolute truths resonated with Foucault's own instincts. Martin Heidegger, with his exploration of existence and being, provided another set of tools. Sigmund Freud, with his excavation of the unconscious, showed how hidden structures shape the self. And Karl Marx, though Foucault never became a Marxist, taught him to see history as a struggle, not of ideas alone, but of material forces and power. Foucault's brilliance, however, came with turbulence. He was not the serene, detached student some might imagine. He suffered from deep depression, marked by self-doubt and alienation. Accounts from classmates describe him as both dazzling and unstable, capable of sharp wit and keen insight one moment, and then withdrawn and volatile the next. He engaged in self-destructive behavior, at times pushing himself to the brink. It was during these years that he made his first suicide attempts. These struggles were not incidental. They were woven into his intellectual journey. For Foucault, philosophy was not an escape from suffering, but a way of wrestling with it. Another source of difficulty was his sexuality. In the conservative climate of post-war France, homosexuality was stigmatized and dangerous. At ENS, Foucault experienced both discovery and fear. He found relationships and circles where he could express himself more freely, but he also endured mockery, rejection, and hostility. His openness, rare at the time, made him a target. This tension between desire and repression would become central to his later philosophy. His insistence that sexuality is not merely biological, but shaped by discourse and power, grew directly out of these lived experiences. But ENS was not only a site of struggle, it was also where Foucault began to find his voice. He explored libraries obsessively, diving into historical texts on medicine, madness, and punishment. He was fascinated by how ideas changed over time, not simply because new discoveries were made, but because societies themselves shifted in how they defined truth. Why was madness seen one way in the Middle Ages and another in the modern age? Why were bodies treated one way in religious discourse and another in medical practice? These questions planted the seeds for his later works. The intellectual atmosphere at ENS was electric. Students debated not just ideas, but politics, ethics, and the role of the intellectual in society. This was the age of Jean-Paul Sartre, the towering figure of existentialism, whose writings on freedom and responsibility dominated the cultural scene. Sartre represented a model of the engaged philosopher, someone who did not just interpret the world, but intervened in it. Foucault admired Sartre's energy, but remained wary of his existential humanism. Already, Foucault was drifting toward a view of philosophy that questioned the very foundations of the human, as a stable concept. Yet even in his divergence, he absorbed the sense that philosophy must matter, must connect to the real struggles of the world. At ENS, he was not just learning theories, he was being forged into an intellectual who would one day challenge the boundaries of philosophy itself. Still, it would be wrong to romanticize these years. Foucault's brilliance coexisted with pain. His struggles with mental health led him to psychiatric treatments, some harsh by today's standards. He experienced firsthand the very institutions he would later critique. It is striking to realize, when Foucault wrote about madness, prisons, and sexuality, he was not just an observer. He was someone who had lived close to their margins, who knew from experience what it was to feel excluded, pathologized, or controlled. By the time he completed his studies at ENS, Foucault had distinguished himself as a thinker of rare originality. He was not yet the Foucault who would write Madness and Civilization or Discipline and Punish, but the outlines were forming. He had absorbed philosophy, psychology, and history. He had wrestled with despair and identity. He had glimpsed the hidden structures of knowledge and power that defined people's lives. And most importantly, he had begun to see that philosophy was not about eternal truths, but about the shifting rules that govern what societies take as truth. In retrospect, we can see ENS as the crucible of Foucault's life. It gave him tools, but it also tested him. It introduced him to the thinkers he would later reinterpret, and it confronted him with the personal battles that would shape his vision. It was here that he learned not just to read philosophy, but to live it, to confront the abyss of despair and still persist, to face the weight of social judgment and still seek freedom. From here, Michel Foucault would step into the broader intellectual world, carrying both the brilliance and the scars of his student years. The journey ahead would take him into even darker struggles, but also into the discoveries that would make him one of the most influential thinkers of the modern era. For all his brilliance, Michel Foucault's early adulthood was marked by pain so intense that it nearly ended his life more than once. These were his dark years, a period of struggle with depression, repeated suicide attempts, and the difficulty of being a gay man in post-war France. To understand his later philosophy, we must confront this part of his story honestly, because it is here that his preoccupation with madness, exclusion, and control became not just intellectual curiosities, but personal realities. At the École Normale Supérieure, Foucault was already known as a brilliant but troubled student. Behind the sharp wit and the dazzling intelligence lay deep instability. He was moody, prone to violent shifts in temperament. Friends and professors alike noticed his intensity, but also his volatility. Several times he attempted suicide. Accounts vary. Some suggest slashing his chest, others that he sought death in more desperate ways, but all agree that these were not idle gestures. They were expressions of genuine despair. Depression, in Foucault's time, carried heavy stigma. Mental illness was not widely discussed, and those who suffered often did so in silence. For someone like Foucault, already marked as different by his sexuality and personality, the weight was heavier. Psychiatry, which fascinated him intellectually, was also something he encountered personally, as he underwent treatments intended to stabilize him. Some biographers have suggested that these experiences, being subjected to psychiatric authority, gave him a visceral sense of how institutions exert control under the guise of care. Later, when he wrote about madness being defined and confined by society, he was not speaking abstractly. He was writing as someone who had felt the institution's gaze upon himself. His homosexuality compounded his sense of alienation. In post-war France, homosexuality was not openly accepted. It was often ridiculed, criminalized, or pathologized. At ENS, Michel found relationships, but they were shadowed by stigma. Classmates mocked him, sometimes cruelly. Professors looked at him with suspicion. His openness, rare for the time, made him vulnerable. In an environment that prized conformity, he stood out as someone who refused to conceal who he was, even at great personal cost. It is difficult to overstate how dangerous this was. Homosexuality was widely considered an illness, a deviation. Medical discourse classified it as abnormal, something to be treated or corrected. Foucault, immersed in psychology and psychiatry, would have been acutely aware of how the very disciplines he studied categorized people like him as pathological. To live under such a definition was to live under a shadow of exclusion, always at risk of being dismissed, not just as different, but as sick. And yet, instead of retreating, Foucault leaned into these tensions. He became fascinated by the very categories that oppressed him. Why, he asked, do societies define certain behaviors as normal and others as deviant? Why do they isolate the mad, the criminal, the homosexual? Why do they claim to be protecting society, when in fact they are enforcing conformity? These questions were not academic games. They were born of his lived reality, as someone who had experienced both rejection and the threat of institutional control. The darkness of these years also shaped Foucault's attitude toward philosophy itself. For many, philosophy is an abstract pursuit, a search for truth and ideas. For Foucault, it was a matter of survival. To wrestle with Nietzsche, Freud, and Heidegger was not merely to pass exams, it was to find tools to understand and endure his own existence. Nietzsche's suspicion of morality, Freud's excavation of desire, Heidegger's confrontation with nothingness. These were lifelines for a young man struggling with despair. They gave him a way to transform pain into insight, isolation into perspective. But it would be wrong to imagine that Foucault emerged from these struggles unscathed. He carried the scars of this period throughout his life. His fascination with madness was not just historical curiosity, it was empathy. His distrust of psychiatry was not theoretical, it was grounded in personal experience. His skepticism of categories like normal and healthy was not detached, it was rooted in knowing how easily they could become weapons. And yet, out of these struggles, Foucault developed resilience. He began to understand that what society called madness, deviance, or illness was often simply a reflection of power. This realization planted the seeds for his first major work, Madness and Civilization. But before he could write it, he had to endure more years of wandering, of teaching abroad, of refining his method. These dark years humanize him. They remind us that philosophy does not arise only from libraries and lectures, but from pain, rejection, and survival. When Foucault later wrote about power reaching into the body, about institutions shaping identity, about sexuality being constructed and controlled, he was speaking as someone who had lived at the margins of those categories. His life was not a retreat from the world, but an immersion in its most punishing edges. For listeners today, there is something strikingly modern in this part of his story. Mental health, sexuality, stigma. These remain pressing issues. Foucault's struggles resonate with anyone who has felt defined by categories they did not choose, or who has confronted institutions that claim to help, but also constrain. His dark years remind us that philosophy is not just abstract speculation, it is a way of wrestling with life's most difficult truths. By the early 1950s, Michel Foucault had survived his crises but not escaped them. He carried his pain with him, transforming it into a lens through which to view society. The stage was set for his first great breakthrough, the writing of Madness and Civilization, where the questions that haunted him would be turned into a history of how societies define and confine those they call mad. In 1961, Michel Foucault published his first major work, Madness and Civilization. It was not just an academic book, it was a declaration, an excavation of how societies treat those they call mad. The work announced Foucault as a radical new voice in philosophy and history, and it captured the attention of readers far beyond the university walls. It was also deeply personal, born out of the struggles we've already seen in his own life. At first glance, the book seemed like history. It traced how Western societies, from the Middle Ages to the modern era, had understood and treated madness. But Foucault's approach was different. He did not tell a story of progress, of medieval ignorance gradually replaced by scientific enlightenment. Instead, he revealed how the very categories of reason and madness were constructed. What counted as sanity in one age could be defined as insanity in another. Madness, he argued, was not a fixed condition but a label, a boundary society drew to protect its sense of order. The book begins in the Middle Ages, when madness was often woven into the fabric of life. The mad were sometimes seen as touched by the divine, or as figures of comedy and chaos who nonetheless belonged to the community. But with the rise of the Renaissance and the Enlightenment, something changed. Societies began to confine the mad. In the 17th century, the creation of the Great Confinement swept not only the insane, but also the poor, the unemployed, and the criminal into institutions. Madness was no longer a voice at the margins, it was silenced, shut away. This shift, for Foucault, was not about medical progress. It was about power. The confinement of the mad was less about healing and more about social control. By locking up those who did not conform, societies defined themselves as rational, ordered, and normal. The asylum, then, was not just a place of treatment, but a place of exclusion, a way of drawing a line between the acceptable and the unacceptable. One of Foucault's most provocative claims was that psychiatry itself emerged not as pure science, but as part of this history of exclusion. Doctors became the arbiters of reason, endowed with the authority to decide who was sane and who was not. The medical gaze, as he would later call it, was not neutral, it was an instrument of power, a way of categorizing and controlling individuals. When a psychiatrist declared someone insane, it was not simply a description. It was an act that reshaped that person's life, stripping them of autonomy, locking them within a system. This argument was unsettling, and it remains so. It undermined the comforting narrative that science steadily progresses toward truth. Instead, Foucault suggested that knowledge is always entangled with power. What we call truth is shaped by the needs of society, by its desire to define, control, and normalize. The mad, then, were not simply discovered, They were created as a category, and their exclusion served a social purpose. For readers in the 1960s, this was a shocking perspective. Europe was still marked by the legacy of asylums, by the memory of institutions where the mentally ill had been locked away for life. In France, asylums still held thousands, often in grim conditions. Foucault's book struck a nerve because it suggested that this was not a tragic leftover from a less enlightened past. It was part of the very fabric of modern society. It is worth pausing to see how this connects to our own time. Today, debates about mental health are everywhere. We speak more openly about depression, anxiety, and trauma. But at the same time, categories like normal and abnormal still shape lives. Consider how diagnoses affect whether someone is employable, insurable, or even trusted. Think about how schools and workplaces label certain behaviors as disorders, often with real consequences for those labeled. Foucault's point still resonates. Madness is not just a condition of the brain. It is a social boundary, enforced by institutions and categories. What made Madness and Civilization more than history was Foucault's style. The book is vivid, even poetic at times. He describes the ship of fools, a legendary vessel said, to carry the insane away from the city, drifting on rivers as a floating symbol of exclusion. He evokes the silence imposed on the mad, the way their voices were removed from the conversation of reason. For Foucault, this silence was not just metaphorical, it was real, imposed by institutions that refused to hear them. And yet, despite its brilliance, the book was controversial. Historians accused Foucault of exaggeration, of bending the facts to fit his thesis. Psychiatrists bristled at his critique, insisting that their field was about healing, not exclusion. Even sympathetic readers wondered if he was too harsh, too cynical about medicine. Foucault welcomed these debates. For him, controversy was not failure. It was proof that he had struck a nerve. Looking back, Madness and Civilization marked the beginning of Foucault's lifelong project to show how knowledge and power intertwine. Whether in medicine, prisons, or sexuality, he would return to the same basic insight, that categories of truth are never neutral, that they serve to shape and control people's lives. The mad, in this first work, were the first figures in his genealogy of exclusion. Later would come the criminal, the deviant, the homosexual. But the method was the same, to reveal the hidden politics beneath what we take for granted as truth. For Foucault personally, the book was also a liberation. It allowed him to transform his own experiences of alienation and psychiatric treatment into a larger analysis. He had taken his pain and made it a lens for understanding society. This was not therapy. It was philosophy, sharpened by suffering. And in doing so, he gave voice to those who had been silenced for centuries. As the 1960s unfolded, Foucault's work would take him far from the asylum and into new arenas, the prison, the hospital, the school. Each would reveal new dimensions of how societies discipline and control. But it all began with madness, with the realization that what counts as rational or normal is not a timeless truth, but a historical decision, one with consequences for those who find themselves on the wrong side of the line. By the mid-1960s, Foucault's reputation was growing. Madness and Civilization had made him a provocative figure, and he was teaching, researching, and publishing steadily. But his next move would puzzle even some of his admirers. Instead of continuing with a historical study of prisons or sexuality topics that might have seemed natural extensions of his first work, he turned inward to method itself. The result was The Archaeology of Knowledge, 1969, a dense, often challenging book that forced readers to rethink how knowledge is constructed. To appreciate why this mattered, we need to understand what Foucault was trying to do. In Madness and Civilization, he had already suggested that categories like madness were not timeless truths, but products of history. Yet some critics asked, how exactly do we study such shifts? How do we analyze the conditions under which knowledge itself becomes possible? The Archaeology of Knowledge was Foucault's attempt to answer that question. The word archaeology is important here. Normally, we think of archaeology as digging through layers of earth to uncover traces of the past. Foucault used the metaphor for knowledge. He proposed that beneath the surface of our ideas lie deeper structures, rules of discourse, systems of thought, that determine what can be said, what counts as true, and what gets excluded. We do not simply discover knowledge, we inherit frameworks that make some ideas visible and others unthinkable. Take an example. In the 18th century, doctors began speaking about disease in terms of lesions in the body, observable through autopsies. Before that, disease was understood as an imbalance of humors. What changed was not only medical discovery, but the very framework through which doctors looked at bodies. A new episteme, Foucault's term for these underlying structures of knowledge, made it possible to see disease differently. Once that shift happened, older ways of speaking about illness became obsolete, even incomprehensible. This is what Foucault meant by archaeology, uncovering the rules that govern knowledge at a given moment in history. Importantly, these rules are not conscious, no one votes on them. They are not decreed by kings or parliaments. They emerge in subtle, distributed ways across texts, practices, and institutions. And once established, they define the horizon of thought. To use a modern analogy, imagine the operating system on a computer. You might install apps, write documents, browse the internet. But the operating system itself quietly shapes what is possible. For Foucault, epistemes were like the hidden operating systems of culture. This was a radical claim because it meant that what we call truth is historically contingent. Truth does not emerge simply because someone discovers it. It becomes possible only when society has the framework to recognize it as truth. Before germ theory, microbes were invisible not just physically, but conceptually. People literally could not think them. It took a shift in discourse, a reorganization of knowledge, to make microbes a meaningful reality. Now, you might wonder, isn't this just history of science? In one sense, yes. But Foucault went further. He applied the same lens, not just to medicine or biology, but to all fields of knowledge, linguistics, economics, psychology. He wanted to show that behind every discipline lies a silent architecture of thought that makes it possible. This is why he called his method archaeology. He was digging beneath the surface of ideas to reveal the foundations beneath. For readers, the archaeology of knowledge was difficult. It lacked the dramatic imagery of madness and civilization. There were no ships of fools or vivid scenes of confinement. Instead, it was systematic, even abstract. Some complained it was unreadable, but others saw in it a powerful tool, a way of analyzing the hidden assumptions that shape what we believe to be true. It is worth considering how this applies to our own lives. Think about debates today around gender, identity, or health. The very possibility of saying certain things, that gender is fluid, for example, or that mental illness is a matter of brain chemistry, depends on the frameworks available to us. 50 years ago, some of these claims would have been unthinkable. 50 years from now, other truths may emerge that we cannot currently imagine. Foucault's point is that truth is not timeless. It is structured by the epistemes of its age. This can sound destabilizing. If truth is contingent, does that mean nothing is real? Foucault resisted that interpretation. He did not say reality is an illusion, germs exist, bodies exist, madness exists. But the way we understand them, the way we make them part of knowledge, is always mediated by discourse and power. To say that madness is caused by spirits, or by humors, or by chemical imbalances, are not neutral descriptions. They are products of historical frameworks, and those frameworks have consequences, determining who is locked up, who is treated, who is ignored. By developing archaeology, Foucault armed himself with a method he would use in all his later works. He would dig into the layers of discourse to reveal how institutions, whether hospitals, prisons, or schools, structured knowledge and enforced categories of normality. The book may not have been his most popular, but it laid the groundwork for everything that followed. And there is one more aspect worth noting. By shifting focus to the structures beneath ideas, Foucault also undermined the role of the individual author. If knowledge is shaped by frameworks larger than any single person, then philosophers, scientists, and writers are not heroic discoverers of truth. They are participants in discourses that exceed them. Later, in his famous essay, What is an Author?, Foucault would argue that the author is a function of discourse, not its origin. Already in The Archaeology of Knowledge, we see the seeds of this critique. For today's listener, this is a humbling thought. When you scroll through news feeds, when you argue about politics, when you trust or distrust science, you are not simply accessing neutral truths. You are operating within discourses shaped by history, by institutions, by power. You think freely, yes, but you also think within frameworks that define what freedom itself can mean. Foucault's archaeology, then, is not a dusty academic exercise. It is a call to awareness. To ask, what are the hidden rules that shape the truths of our time? And what might we see differently if those rules were to change? After completing his early studies and producing his first works, Michel Foucault did something that set him apart from many of his contemporaries. He left France. While others stayed close to Parisian intellectual life, Foucault took academic posts abroad, teaching and researching in Sweden, Poland, and Tunisia during the 1950s and 1960s. These years away from home were not just professional detours. They were crucial in shaping his perspective, broadening his sense of culture, and exposing him to political realities that would sharpen his radicalism. His first destination was Uppsala, Sweden, in 1955. At the time, Sweden seemed almost another world compared to France. Uppsala University was respected, but the intellectual climate was less heated, less bound by the traditions of Parisian philosophy. Here, Foucault had the space to continue developing what would become madness and civilization. The Swedish archives gave him access to medical and psychiatric records that enriched his historical research. But Sweden was also a place of personal discovery. Away from the pressures of his family and the gossip of Paris, Foucault could explore his sexuality with more freedom. Though still constrained by social norms, Sweden was less repressive than France. He immersed himself in new relationships, new experiences. For someone who often felt watched and judged, Uppsala offered a sense of distance, a chance to reinvent himself. It was also in Sweden that he began to build a persona that combined rigorous scholarship with a flair for provocation. He was not content simply to write history, he wanted to disrupt it, to challenge assumptions. From Sweden, Foucault moved to Poland in 1958, taking a post at the French Cultural Center in Warsaw. This was a striking choice, because Poland at the time was under communist rule. The Iron Curtain had descended across Eastern Europe, and Warsaw was a city shaped by both Soviet influence and Polish resistance. For a French intellectual, this was not an easy environment. The government monitored foreign academics, and political dissent was dangerous. Yet Foucault found the atmosphere stimulating. He encountered Eastern European intellectuals who lived with censorship, who debated philosophy and politics under constant scrutiny. He saw firsthand how ideology shaped daily life. In Warsaw, Marxism was not a distant theory debated in cafes. It was a lived reality, imposed by the state, sometimes brutally. This experience sharpened Foucault's suspicion of grand narratives of liberation. He saw how systems claiming to serve the people could just as easily become instruments of control. His time in Poland, however, ended abruptly. Foucault became involved in a homosexual relationship, which was discovered by the authorities. Under pressure and facing scandal, he was forced to leave Warsaw. This episode underscored the risks he carried with him as an openly gay man, especially in hostile political climates. But it also deepened his sense of solidarity with those marginalized by institutions. He had seen, once again, how power operates at the intersection of politics and personal life, how regimes regulate not just speech, but bodies, desires, and relationships. From Poland, Foucault moved to Tunisia in 1966, where he taught philosophy at the University of Tunis. Tunisia, newly independent from French colonial rule, was in a period of transformation. The air was charged with debates about national identity, modernization, and the legacy of colonialism. For Foucault, it was a fascinating environment, one that exposed him to the complexities of post-colonial societies. It was also in Tunisia that Foucault became more directly engaged with political activism. His students were involved in protests against government repression, and he supported them, sometimes at personal risk. The experience radicalized him further. He began to see philosophy not just as analysis, but as intervention. Watching students face censorship and imprisonment for demanding freedom left a lasting mark on him. At the same time, Tunisia gave Foucault new perspective on the Eurocentrism of much Western philosophy. He was confronted with questions of culture, tradition, and difference in ways that challenged the assumptions of French intellectual life. For someone already skeptical of universal truths, Tunisia reinforced the lesson that knowledge is always situated, always shaped by context. Looking back, these years abroad were crucial in making Foucault the thinker he became. Sweden gave him distance and archives, a space to refine his early work. Poland exposed him to the lived realities of ideology and repression. Tunisia immersed him in post-colonial struggles and radical student politics. Each experience widened his horizon, making him less of a French philosopher and more of a global intellectual. They also revealed a pattern in his life. Foucault was always drawn to the margins. He sought out environments where ideas clashed, where power was visible, where institutions pressed upon people's lives. He was not content to remain in Parisian salons debating abstractions. He wanted to see how philosophy lived in prisons, in asylums, in communist states, in post-colonial societies. His thought grew not from retreat, but from immersion. For today's audience, there is a lesson here. Philosophy is often imagined as something remote, detached, perhaps even elitist. But Foucault reminds us that philosophy can and must be worldly. It emerges from encounters with difference, from facing regimes of power, from listening to those who resist. His years abroad show how stepping outside familiar environments can transform thought, making it more responsive, more alive. When Foucault returned to France after these years, he was no longer just a brilliant scholar. He was a man who had seen repression firsthand, who had felt the weight of institutions on his own body, who had witnessed the struggles of students and dissidents. He came back with a sharpened sense of urgency, ready to confront French society with new critiques. And soon, history would give him the chance. Because, in 1968, Paris itself would erupt in revolt. In the spring of 1968, Paris exploded. What began as a series of student protests at universities quickly spread into one of the largest uprisings in modern French history. Workers went on strike. Millions poured into the streets. The government of Charles de Gaulle trembled. For weeks, it seemed as if France itself was on the verge of revolution. And in the middle of it all was Michel Foucault, newly returned from Tunisia, a philosopher whose thinking about power and resistance was about to meet reality in the most dramatic way possible. The roots of the revolt lay in frustration. Students were fed up with outdated universities, rigid authority, and a system that treated them as numbers rather than voices. Workers resented low wages, poor conditions, and the alienation of industrial labor. Intellectuals denounced capitalism, imperialism, and the remnants of colonialism. France in the late 1960s was a nation of contradictions, proud of its culture, but divided by inequality, boasting of freedom, but burdened with hierarchies. When the spark of protest lit, the fire spread rapidly. The streets of Paris were filled with graffiti that read, "It is forbidden to forbid," and "Be realistic, demand the impossible." These slogans captured something Foucault already believed. That power is not only in governments and laws, but in the everyday norms that tell us what is possible, what is thinkable, what is allowed. Unlike Sartre, who threw himself directly into the protests, standing on barricades and addressing students, Foucault's role was more complex. He supported the movement, but he was also critical. He admired the revolt's energy, its refusal of authority, but he distrusted grand revolutionary rhetoric. He had seen in Poland how revolutions claiming to liberate people could turn into new forms of repression. He was wary of ideology, even when it wore the mask of freedom. Still, the events of May 1968 changed him. They convinced him that philosophy could not remain in classrooms. It had to engage with the struggles of its time. He began to think more concretely about institutions, not just abstractly about discourse, but about how power operated in prisons, hospitals, schools, and workplaces. The revolt had exposed the fragility of authority. Now he wanted to know how it held together the rest of the time. For Foucault personally, the revolt was also a turning point in his career. In its aftermath, French universities were transformed. Old hierarchies were questioned. New intellectual currents gained momentum. Foucault found himself increasingly at the center of debates about power, knowledge, and society. He was appointed to new academic positions, including at the experimental University of Vincennes, where radical teaching was encouraged. There, he encountered younger students and activists who challenged him as much as he challenged them. What struck him most about 1968 was not simply the scale of the protests, but the way they revealed the microphysics of power, a term he would later use to describe how authority works at every level of society. In the streets, He saw students rejecting not just government policies, but the very structures of discipline that shaped their lives. Classrooms arranged like prisons, exams that measured conformity, rules that demanded obedience. The revolt was not just against the state, it was against the everyday machinery of normalization. It is here that we can see the seeds of some of Foucault's most important works. Discipline and Punish, written later in the 1970s, was in many ways a response to the lessons of 1968. In it, he analyzed how modern societies discipline individuals, not only through laws, but through schools, factories, hospitals, and prisons. The barricades of Paris had shown him that resistance was possible, but also that power was more pervasive than most realized. For listeners today, May 1968 might feel distant. But think about the global protests we have witnessed in recent years, movements sparked by inequality, injustice, or state repression. Think about the way students, workers, and marginalized groups continue to challenge authority, from climate strikes to demands for racial justice. The slogans may change, but the energy of 1968 still reverberates. And Foucault's insights into power and resistance remain strikingly relevant. Authority is never absolute, but it is also never absent. It shapes us even when we don't notice. Foucault himself later reflected on 1968 with ambivalence. He admired the courage of the protesters, but he resisted romanticizing the event. He believed revolts reveal cracks in the system, but he cautioned that systems adapt. Power shifts, reorganizes, finds new ways to assert itself. True resistance, he thought, must be ongoing, not just a burst of passion. It must constantly question the rules that govern life. Still, there is no doubt that May 1968 left a mark on him. It connected his philosophy to lived struggle. It turned his gaze more sharply toward institutions and everyday forms of power. And it deepened his conviction that freedom is never given. It must always be fought for, not only against governments, but against the subtle norms that define what is possible. When the smoke cleared and de Gaulle's government regained control, France returned to a kind of uneasy normality. But for Foucault, nothing would ever be the same. The revolts had shown him the raw energy of resistance and the resilience of authority. His task now was to map the terrain more carefully, to uncover how power operates in detail, how it shapes bodies, minds, and institutions. And his next object of study would be one of the most hidden and disturbing of those institutions, the prison. In 1975, Michel Foucault published what would become one of his most famous and unsettling works, Discipline and Punish, The Birth of the Prison. If Madness and Civilization had unmasked the asylum, Discipline and Punish did the same for prisons. But more than that, it redefined how we think about punishment, authority, and control in the modern world. The book begins with a scene so shocking that it is hard to forget. Foucault describes the 1757 public execution of Robert François Damiens, who had attempted to assassinate King Louis XV. Damiens was tortured in the town square, his flesh torn with red-hot pincers, his body pulled apart by horses, his remains burned. It was a spectacle of sovereign power, brutal, bloody, and meant to terrify. But then Foucault contrasts this with the prison timetable from a century later. The schedule lists when prisoners must wake, work, eat, pray, and sleep. It is not bloody, it is not spectacular, yet Foucault insists it is no less a form of punishment, just a different kind. Instead of breaking the body in public, the modern system disciplines the individual in private. It trains, molds, and regulates. Power has shifted from spectacle to discipline. This is the central argument of Discipline and Punish, that modern societies do not abandon punishment, but transform it. We no longer execute criminals in public squares. Instead, we confine them in prisons. But the prison is not merely a humanitarian improvement. It represents a new logic of power, one that aims not just to punish, but to discipline. To explain this, Foucault introduces one of his most famous images, the panopticon. Designed by the English philosopher Jeremy Bentham, the panopticon was a circular prison in which a single guard tower could observe all prisoners, who themselves could never know whether they were being watched. In practice, it was almost impossible to monitor everyone at once. But that was the point. Because prisoners could never be sure, they began to police themselves. For Foucault, the panopticon was more than a prison design. It was a metaphor for modern power. In schools, factories, hospitals, and offices, he argued, people are constantly observed, tested, and regulated. Whether through grades, medical exams, employee evaluations, or surveillance cameras, individuals learn to monitor their own behavior. We become, in his words, docile bodies, trained not only to obey, but to internalize obedience. This insight was and remains deeply unsettling. It suggests that modern society is not freer than the Age of Kings, but differently controlled. Instead of power being concentrated in a sovereign who punishes with spectacle, it becomes diffuse, embedded in institutions and routines. Discipline seeps into everyday life, shaping how we move, speak, work, and even think. When Discipline and Punish was published, it caused a sensation. Some readers found it electrifying, others found it terrifying. Critics accused Foucault of exaggeration, of painting modern institutions as sinister machines. Supporters hailed him for revealing what had been hidden in plain sight. Either way, the book changed the way people thought about prisons and beyond. It is important to note that Foucault did not write in the abstract. In the years leading up to the book, he had become involved with prison reform movements in France. He listened to prisoners, activists, and families. He spoke out against the inhumane conditions in French prisons, where overcrowding, neglect, and brutality were rampant. Discipline and Punish was not just theory, it was an intervention rooted in real struggles. And it had broader implications. If prisons embody discipline, then so do schools, hospitals, and workplaces. Consider, for example, how schools regiment time, measure performance, and reward conformity. Or how workplaces evaluate employees with performance reviews and surveillance software. Or how hospitals monitor patients, chart their progress, and classify them by categories. All of these, Foucault argued, are part of the same disciplinary logic. This is where the book connects so powerfully with our present. In the age of digital surveillance, the panopticon feels more relevant than ever. Social media, smartphones, and biometric tracking create systems where people never know when they are being observed. Employers monitor emails. Governments collect data. Algorithms analyze behavior. And like the prisoners in Bentham's design, we adjust ourselves accordingly, often without realizing it. Foucault's metaphor, written in the 1970s, has become a haunting description of 21st century life. But Discipline and Punish is not merely a warning, it also opens a space for resistance. If power works not only through law, but through discipline, then resistance must also operate at the level of daily life. It is not enough to demand political reform. One must question the subtle ways in which we are trained to think and behave. This is why Foucault insisted that power and resistance are inseparable. Wherever there is discipline, there is also the possibility of refusal. The brilliance of the book lies in its scope. It begins with torture and ends with schools. It connects the scaffold to the classroom, the prison cell to the hospital ward. It shows that punishment is not confined to criminals, but woven into the fabric of modern life. In doing so, it challenges us to rethink what it means to be free. For Foucault, freedom is not the absence of power. Power is everywhere, and it shapes us in ways we cannot escape. But freedom is the ability to recognize these structures, to question them, to push against them. Discipline and Punish is not a declaration of despair. It is a map of how power works, so that we can see where resistance might emerge. Looking back, the book marks a turning point in Foucault's career. With it, he moved from the history of ideas to the analysis of institutions. He gave philosophy a new vocabulary, discipline, surveillance, panopticism, that continues to resonate across fields from sociology to political science to cultural studies. It is no exaggeration to say that Discipline and Punish transformed the intellectual landscape. And yet, Foucault was not finished. Having unmasked the asylum and the prison, he turned to something even more intimate, sexuality itself. By the mid-1970s, Michel Foucault was at the height of his influence. He had reshaped debates about madness, knowledge, and prisons. But now he turned to a subject even more intimate and more controversial, sexuality. In 1976, he published the first volume of what would become his most ambitious project, The History of Sexuality. It was a work that challenged common sense, unsettled assumptions, and forever changed how we think about desire, identity, and power. At the time, the dominant story about sexuality was one of repression. Many believed that Western society, particularly from the Victorian era onward, had silenced sex. The story went like this. people once spoke freely about desire. But with the rise of modern morality, sexuality was driven underground, spoken of only in whispers, confined to the private sphere. Freud, it was said, broke this silence by daring to talk about sexuality openly. The sexual revolution of the 1960s was celebrated as a liberation from centuries of repression. Foucault turned this narrative upside down. In The History of Sexuality, he argued that, far from repressing sex, modern societies had in fact produced endless discourses about it. Beginning in the 17th century, doctors, priests, teachers, and bureaucrats did not stop talking about sex. They multiplied ways of speaking about it. Confession, medical examination, moral instruction, and scientific categorization all turned sexuality into a subject of intense scrutiny. Instead of being silenced, sex became an object of knowledge. This was Foucault's paradox. The more society claimed to repress sex, the more it actually talked about it. Power did not silence desire. It incited discourse. Sexuality was not a natural truth, waiting to be liberated. It was constructed through these discourses. Consider the example of childhood sexuality. In the 19th century, educators, doctors, and parents became obsessed with the dangers of masturbation. Manuals, lectures, and treatises warned against it, prescribing vigilance and discipline. In theory, the goal was to repress sexual expression. In practice, this produced an entire network of surveillance and conversation around children's bodies. In trying to repress sexuality, society made it hyper-visible. The same was true of homosexuality. In medieval times, sodomy was condemned as a sinful act, but it was not tied to identity. In the 19th century, however, homosexuality was transformed from an act into a category of personhood. Medical and legal discourses began to define the homosexual as a type of individual, someone with a specific nature, psychology, and destiny. Foucault himself, as a gay man, was acutely aware of this. He understood that his own identity had been shaped not by silence, but by a flood of discourse that categorized and defined him. This was the central argument of The History of Sexuality. Sexuality is not a natural essence. It is a social construct, produced through the interplay of knowledge and power. We do not simply discover our desires, we learn to experience them through the categories society provides. What made this argument powerful was Foucault's concept of biopower. In earlier eras, power was about sovereignty, the right of kings to take life. In the modern age, Foucault argued, power takes a new form, the regulation of life itself. Governments, doctors, and institutions do not merely command or punish, they manage populations. They track birth rates, control fertility, monitor health, regulate sexuality. This is biopower. Power exercised not by killing, but by fostering life, by shaping the biological existence of people. For listeners today, the relevance is obvious. Consider debates over reproductive rights, sexual education, gender identity, or public health. These are not just personal matters. They are shaped by policies, institutions, and discourses that define what kinds of life are valued, what kinds of desire are legitimate, and what kinds of bodies are regulated. Foucault's claim that sexuality is a site of power remains as provocative as ever. But The History of Sexuality was not a book of despair. Foucault also emphasized that wherever power operates, there is resistance. By recognizing that sexuality is constructed, we can also see that it is not fixed. New identities, new forms of desire, new possibilities of freedom can emerge. This insight became crucial for later movements: feminism, queer theory, LGBTQ+ activism, all of which drew on Foucault's work to challenge norms and expand freedom. The first volume of The History of Sexuality set the stage for a series, but Foucault's plans shifted. Originally, he intended to write multiple volumes on topics like confession, science, and population. But he changed course, devoting later volumes to the history of ancient sexuality, how the Greeks and Romans thought about desire, the self, and ethics. He believed these histories could shed light on alternative ways of living, beyond the modern categories of identity. Even so, the first volume remains the most influential. Its thesis that sexuality is not silenced but produced, not natural but constructed, has become a cornerstone of modern thought. It challenged not only Victorian morality, but also liberationist narratives that assumed we could simply return to a more natural truth. Foucault insisted there is no natural truth of sex waiting to be uncovered. There are only discourses, practices, and possibilities. For those who read it in the 1970s, the book was both unsettling and liberating. It suggested that liberation is not about uncovering an authentic sexuality, but about questioning the categories that define it. It shifted the conversation from morality to power, from essence to construction. And it opened a new field of inquiry that continues to shape debates today. Looking back, the history of sexuality marked a culmination of Foucault's project. From madness to prisons to sex, he showed how power and knowledge intertwine to shape human life. And in doing so, he gave us a new way to understand ourselves, not as fixed essences, but as beings shaped by history, discourse, and resistance. If Discipline and Punish revealed how modern institutions shape individuals, and the history of sexuality exposed how discourse constructs desire, then Foucault's concept of biopolitics brought these insights to their widest scale. It was here that he turned from individuals to populations, from the prison cell to society at large. And in doing so, he gave us one of the most powerful tools for understanding modern governance. A tool that feels startlingly relevant in our own age of pandemics, digital surveillance, and debates over health and freedom. Foucault first introduced the idea of biopower in The History of Sexuality, 1976. He described it as a new form of power that emerged in the modern era, distinct from the sovereign power of kings. In earlier centuries, power was the right to take life, the king's authority to punish, to wage war, to execute. But modern states, Foucault argued, exercise power in a different way. They do not simply take life, they administer it. They monitor birth rates, regulate health, encourage productivity, and manage sexuality. They work not only through repression, but through the optimization of life. This shift gave rise to what Foucault called biopolitics, the politics of life itself. Governments began to see populations not just as subjects, but as living beings to be managed, measured, and organized. Statistics, demographics, public health campaigns, and social policies became tools of governance. In this sense, modern politics is less about spectacular acts of authority and more about the subtle regulation of bodies and populations. To make this concrete, consider the rise of vaccination programs. In the 19th century, governments promoted vaccines not merely as medical advances, but as matters of national interest. Healthy citizens meant a stronger workforce, more soldiers, and less social unrest. Public health, then, was not only about curing individuals, but about securing the vitality of the population as a whole. This is biopolitics in action, the fusion of medicine, governance, and social control. But biopolitics is not only about health. It extends to sexuality, reproduction, housing, education, and labor. Policies around family planning, welfare, or immigration are all examples of how states regulate life. Even when governments appear to promote freedom, say through encouraging healthy lifestyles, they are simultaneously shaping behavior, guiding choices, and managing risks. For Foucault, this meant that modern power is both more humane and more insidious than older forms. It does not rule by the sword alone, but by nurturing life, guiding conduct, and encouraging self-regulation. Yet precisely because it is less visible, it is harder to resist. Unlike the scaffold or the dungeon, biopolitical power often feels natural, even benevolent. Who could object to health, safety, or productivity? And yet, beneath these aims lies a form of control that reaches into the most intimate dimensions of existence. This is where Foucault's insights strike so close to our own time. In the age of COVID-19, governments across the world implemented measures, lockdowns, mask mandates, vaccine requirements, that directly regulated daily life in the name of protecting populations. Some saw this as necessary, others as overreach. Foucault would not have taken a simple side. He would have pointed out that these debates are precisely about biopolitics. How far should states go in governing life, and how do we balance health with freedom? Another contemporary example is digital surveillance. Today, vast amounts of data are collected about our movements, habits, and even biological states. Fitness trackers monitor heart rates and sleep patterns. Social media platforms analyze behavior to target ads. Governments use biometric databases to track citizens. These practices are not primarily about punishment. They are about optimization, efficiency, and prediction. But in shaping how we live and what choices we make, they exemplify the logic of biopolitics. Importantly, Foucault emphasized that biopolitics is not a conspiracy. It is not a shadowy cabal pulling strings. Rather, it is a diffuse system that emerges from institutions, policies, and practices. Doctors, teachers, bureaucrats, and scientists all play roles, often with good intentions. The danger lies not in malice, but in the quiet normalization of control. Yet, as always for Foucault, power is never absolute. Where there is biopolitics, there is also resistance. Individuals and groups push back, redefine categories, demand autonomy. Feminist movements challenge state control over reproduction. LGBTQ+ activists resisted the medical pathologization of sexuality. Patients' rights groups questioned the authority of doctors. In each case, new forms of life and identity emerged, showing that biopolitics is never complete. For today's listener, the concept of biopolitics offers a lens to understand controversies that otherwise seem confusing. Why do debates about healthcare, reproductive rights, or pandemics feel so charged? Why do arguments about personal freedom so often intersect with issues of health and biology? Foucault's answer is that in the modern world, life itself is political. Bodies are not just personal, they are governed, regulated, and contested. The history of sexuality was only the beginning of Foucault's exploration of biopolitics. In his later lectures at the Collège de France, he developed the concept further, linking it to neoliberalism, governmentality, and the ways in which individuals govern themselves. But already in the mid-1970s, he had laid the foundation. Biopolitics was not just a new idea, it was a new way of seeing how power works in the modern age. And it is this idea, perhaps more than any other, that makes Foucault a philosopher for our time. When we argue about masks, vaccines, surveillance, or reproductive rights, we are living in the terrain he mapped out decades ago. He showed us that these are not just medical or moral issues, they are political struggles over life itself. From here, Foucault's thought would take yet another turn. Having explored madness, prisons, sexuality, and biopolitics, he began to focus on how individuals relate to themselves. If power governs life, how do we govern ourselves? And in answering that question, he turned to the ancient world. By the late 1970s, Michel Foucault was already recognized as one of France's most provocative thinkers. He had unmasked the hidden operations of power in asylums, prisons, and sexual discourse. Yet, instead of continuing forward into modernity, Foucault did something unexpected. He turned backward into the world of the ancients. His focus shifted to Greek and Roman sexuality, to how classical civilizations understood desire, ethics, and the self. The result was the later volumes of The History of Sexuality works that startled readers by moving away from institutions of discipline toward what he called the care of the self. Why this turn to antiquity? Some critics thought Foucault had abandoned politics in favor of dusty classics, but he insisted that the move was consistent with his broader project. If he had shown how modern sexuality was constructed by discourse, he now wanted to ask, were there alternative ways of living, thinking, and experiencing desire? By studying the ancients, Foucault hoped to uncover other possibilities, other modes of subjectivity, that might challenge the modern assumption that sexuality is a deep truth of who we are. In the second and third volumes of The History of Sexuality, The Use of Pleasure, and The Care of the Self, both published in 1984, Foucault explored how the Greeks and Romans approached desire. He found that, unlike the modern West, they did not treat sexuality as a hidden essence of identity. Instead, they saw it as part of a larger ethical practice, tied to self-mastery, balance, and aesthetics of living. Take the Greeks, for example. In their ethics, sex was not repressed, but it was regulated by ideals of moderation. Excess was seen as dangerous, not because it was immoral in itself, but because it could lead to imbalance, loss of self-control, or social disharmony. Sexuality was one aspect of a broader art of living, a matter of cultivating virtue, health, and harmony with the self and others. The Romans developed this further with practices of self-examination, reflection, and confession. They engaged in what Foucault called technologies of the self methods of writing, meditation, and discipline designed to shape character. For them, sexuality was less about discovering a hidden truth than about exercising control, crafting an ethical life, and caring for the soul. What fascinated Foucault was that, in these ancient practices, sexuality was not tied to identity. There was no notion of a person being defined as heterosexual or homosexual. Acts might be judged according to roles, excess, or social expectations, but they did not define the individual's essence. This stood in sharp contrast to modern society, where sexuality had become a defining marker of identity, classified and scrutinized by medicine, psychology, and law. In turning to antiquity, Foucault was not nostalgic. He did not suggest we should return to Greek or Roman morality. Instead, he saw these histories as ways of denaturalizing our own categories. If the ancients could live without defining people by sexuality, then our way of thinking was not inevitable. It was historical, contingent, and therefore open to change. This was also a deeply personal project. As a gay man living in a time when homosexuality was pathologized, policed, and politicized, Foucault sought alternatives to the medicalized categories that had defined him. Ancient sexuality provided a vision of desire unbound from identity, where ethics was about practice rather than essence. For someone who had spent his career showing how institutions construct truth, the ancients offered a glimpse of other truths, ones that could inspire new forms of freedom. The theme that emerged most strongly in these later works was the care of the self. For the ancients, caring for oneself was not selfishness, it was the foundation of ethics. It meant cultivating the body, mind, and spirit through practices of diet, exercise, reflection, and moderation. It meant crafting one's life as a work of art. For Foucault, this idea was revolutionary. It suggested that freedom was not just about resisting institutions, but about shaping oneself in creative, ethical ways. This emphasis on self-care resonates deeply today. In an age of burnout, surveillance, and endless productivity, the notion that ethics could mean caring for oneself feels both radical and necessary. But Foucault's concept goes far beyond wellness trends. It is not about spa days or self-indulgence. It is about asking, how do we govern ourselves? How do we live meaningfully in relation to others while resisting the forces that seek to define us? Some critics were baffled by this late turn in Foucault's thought. Was he abandoning politics? Was he retreating into personal ethics? He rejected that interpretation. For him, the care of the self was inseparable from politics, because the way we shape ourselves is deeply tied to the way societies govern. To cultivate alternative practices of selfhood is to resist the dominant forms of control. Ethics and politics, in this sense, were two sides of the same coin. His lectures at the Collège de France during these years developed these themes further, linking self-care to the broader notion of governmentality, the ways in which individuals and institutions govern conduct. The care of the self, he argued, could serve as a counterpoint to biopolitical control, opening spaces for autonomy and creativity. Tragically, these works were published only months before Foucault's death in 1984. They represent his final statement, his last attempt to reimagine freedom. For a thinker often accused of cynicism, the turn to self-care was almost hopeful. It suggested that even in a world saturated with power, there remains a possibility for transformation, for living differently. For listeners today, Foucault's late works challenge us to think beyond identity, beyond fixed truths, beyond resignation to control. They invite us to treat life as a project, to cultivate ourselves deliberately, to care for the body, the mind, and the relationships that sustain us. They remind us that freedom is not given. It is practiced, day by day, through acts of self-formation. Having explored madness, prisons, sexuality, and biopolitics, Foucault closed his career by returning to the most intimate level, the self. And in doing so, he left us with one of his most enduring questions: how might we live differently? One of the challenges in approaching Michel Foucault is that he was not simply a philosopher of ideas, but also a philosopher of method. He did not just make claims about madness, prisons, or sexuality. He invented ways of studying them. Two of his most important methodological contributions were what he called archaeology and genealogy. Understanding the difference between these approaches is crucial. because it explains how his thought developed across his career and why his work sometimes looks so different in tone and focus. We encountered archaeology already in The Archaeology of Knowledge. This was Foucault's attempt to describe the hidden structures of discourse that determine what can be said and thought at any given time. Archaeology is about excavating layers of thought, uncovering the epistemes, the underlying frameworks of knowledge that shape our understanding of the world. Think of archaeology as a map of possibilities. It tells us what kinds of statements are allowed in a given era, what counts as legitimate knowledge, what gets excluded. It is less about individuals and more about the system as a whole. When Foucault studies medicine in The Birth of the Clinic, for example, he is not interested in heroic doctors making discoveries. He is interested in how the very language of medicine shifted, from humors to lesions, from symptoms to pathology, because a new discursive framework emerged. But archaeology has its limits. It can describe structures, but it struggles to explain how they change. It shows us the what of discourse, but not always the why. This is where genealogy enters. Genealogy, a term Foucault borrowed from Nietzsche, is a method for tracing the history of concepts, practices, and institutions in a way that highlights their contingency and conflict. Instead of assuming that ideas progress naturally toward truth, genealogy shows how they emerge from struggles, accidents, and power relations. It unmasks what seems natural by revealing its messy history. Take the example of punishment. A traditional history might say, societies used to torture criminals, but gradually they became more humane and developed prisons. A genealogical account, like the one Foucault gives in Discipline and Punish, disrupts this narrative. It shows that the shift from torture to prisons was not just progress. It was a transformation in the logic of power, from sovereignty to discipline. The prison was not a humanitarian improvement, but a new form of control. Genealogy is therefore more dynamic than archaeology. It looks at practices, institutions, and conflicts. It asks, who benefited from this change? What struggles shaped it? What exclusions were enforced? Whereas archaeology reveals the rules of discourse, genealogy reveals the power relations that sustain them. They complement one another. Archaeology shows the structures, genealogy shows the forces and struggles that move them. Together, they allow Foucault to analyze both the stability and the change in systems of knowledge and power. For example, when he studied sexuality, archaeology helped him describe the discourses, medical, legal, religious, that defined what could be said about desire. Genealogy, meanwhile, helped him trace how these discourses emerged from conflicts, such as the Church's struggle to regulate confession, or the state's need to manage populations. Without archaeology, we would miss the structures. Without genealogy, we would miss the politics. It is worth noting that genealogy also reveals Foucault's debt to Nietzsche. Like Nietzsche, he rejected the idea of timeless truths. He insisted that values, norms, and knowledge are historically produced, often through violence, exclusion, or domination. Genealogy is a way of showing how fragile our categories are, how what we take to be natural is really contingent. In this sense, genealogy is also a tool of critique. By exposing the constructed nature of our truths, it opens the possibility of thinking differently. For readers today, these methods are not just academic exercises. They offer tools for analyzing the world around us. Imagine applying archaeology to social media. What are the underlying discourses that make certain statements possible, that define what counts as credible or legitimate online? And then apply genealogy. How did these practices emerge? What struggles over speech, censorship, and power shaped them? Suddenly, we see that even something as ordinary as a Twitter feed is structured by deep historical forces. Foucault's methodological innovations also explain why his works feel so varied. Madness and Civilization is archaeological, mapping how madness is constructed in discourse. Discipline and Punish is genealogical, tracing the history of punishment as a shift in power relations. The history of sexuality combines both, showing discursive structures and their political genealogies. To read Foucault is to move between excavation and storytelling, between system and struggle. This methodological pluralism is one reason Foucault resists simple categorization. He was not a Marxist, though he analyzed power and exploitation. He was not a structuralist, though he studied structures of discourse. He was not an existentialist, though he cared about freedom. Instead, he borrowed what he needed and invented the rest. His work is less a doctrine than a toolbox. Archaeology and genealogy are two of its most versatile tools. There is also something profoundly liberating in these methods. By showing that our truths have histories, Foucault undermines fatalism. If categories like madness, crime, or sexuality were produced by history, then they can also be transformed. The genealogical method, in particular, insists that nothing is inevitable. Things could have been otherwise, and they still can be. For listeners trying to make sense of today's world, that is an empowering message. When we confront debates about gender, race, health, or freedom, Foucault's methods remind us that the categories at play are not eternal. They are products of history, and by revealing that history, we open the possibility of change. In the end, archaeology and genealogy are not just methods of research, they are acts of resistance. They expose the seams of history, the cracks in what appears solid. They show us that our world is made, and that anything made can be remade. If there is one phrase most often associated with Michel Foucault, it is this: power knowledge. Not power and knowledge, not power versus knowledge, but power knowledge, written as a single, inseparable term. This concept captures one of his most profound insights, that power is not merely repressive, and knowledge is not merely liberating. Instead, they are bound together in a complex relationship. Knowledge produces power, and power produces knowledge. To understand one, you must understand the other. Let's begin by unpacking what he meant. In everyday language, we often imagine power as brute force. Police, armies, governments, and knowledge as truth that stands apart from power. The scientist discovers facts, the teacher transmits wisdom, the journalist uncovers reality. But Foucault insisted this is a misleading picture. Knowledge is never neutral. It is always embedded in systems of power. Take medicine as an example. The rise of modern medical science in the 18th and 19th centuries was not just about discovering truths about the body. It was also about creating systems of control: hospitals, medical records, licensing boards, public health campaigns. These did not simply reflect medical knowledge, they produced it. What counted as illness, who counted as sick, how treatment was defined, all were shaped by institutional power. Medicine, then, is not just knowledge applied, it is power and knowledge intertwined. The same is true of criminology. When criminologists study criminals, they do not simply reveal truths about crime. They also shape how society defines criminality, how laws are enforced, and how punishment is justified. The knowledge of criminology is inseparable from the power of prisons and courts. Without institutions of power, criminology would not exist as a field. But without criminology, institutions of punishment would lack legitimacy. The two sustain each other. This is what Foucault meant by power knowledge, the recognition that knowledge is always a product of power relations, and power always operates through knowledge. They do not exist separately. They are two sides of the same coin. Now, this might sound like a claim that truth does not exist, or that science is just politics by another name. Foucault was often accused of relativism, but his point was subtler. He did not deny that facts exist. Bodies get sick, crimes are committed, people die. What he denied was that facts are ever free from interpretation, classification, and institutional framing. When we call someone mentally ill, for instance, that is not just a description, it is a placement within a system of psychiatry, law, and social norms. This is why power knowledge is such a radical idea. It undermines the comforting notion that truth stands apart from politics. It forces us to see that every claim to knowledge is also a claim to authority. To declare what is true is also to shape how people live. For listeners today, this hits close to home. Consider debates about climate change, vaccines, or artificial intelligence. Scientific knowledge is indispensable, but it is also inseparable from political struggles. Climate data informs laws about industry. Vaccine research leads to mandates and policies. AI research shapes surveillance, policing, and labor markets. Knowledge here is not floating above power, it is entwined with it. Foucault's concept of power knowledge also helps us understand why debates over truth are so heated. When people argue about science, history, or morality, they are not just arguing about facts. They are arguing about authority, about who gets to define reality. This is why truth is always contested. It is not just an intellectual matter, it is a political one. Importantly, Foucault also emphasized that power is not simply repressive. We tend to think of power as something that limits, forbids, or punishes. But he argued that power is also productive. It creates knowledge, categories, and identities. The concept of the homosexual, for example, did not exist until 19th century medical and legal discourses produced it. Once created, it shaped how people understood themselves, how laws were written, and how social norms developed. Power produced an identity category, and knowledge reinforced it. This productive aspect of power is crucial because it shows that resistance cannot simply mean rejecting power. Since power is everywhere, resistance must also operate within and through knowledge. New forms of identity, new discourses, new ways of speaking truth. All of these are modes of resistance. They challenge dominant knowledge not by rejecting truth altogether, but by producing counter-knowledge, by exposing hidden power relations and offering new perspectives. One way to grasp this is to imagine a courtroom. On one side, medical experts testify about a defendant's mental state. On the other, legal authorities interpret laws and precedents. The jury listens, guided by instructions. At every stage, knowledge and power are entangled: the authority of the doctor, the legitimacy of the law, the final decision of the state. The truth that emerges is not simply discovered. It is produced within a system of power knowledge. This may sound unsettling, but it also offers a kind of clarity. It helps explain why institutions fight so hard to control narratives, why governments regulate education, why corporations fund research, why media battles over credibility are so fierce. They are not just contests over information, they are contests over power. Foucault's concept of power knowledge, therefore, remains one of his most enduring contributions. It has influenced fields as diverse as sociology, anthropology, cultural studies, political theory, and science and technology studies. It gave scholars a way to analyze not just what is true, but how truth itself is produced and mobilized. For us, it leaves a challenging question. If knowledge is always bound up with power, how do we tell the difference between truth and manipulation? Foucault would say, there is no easy answer. But recognizing the entanglement is the first step. By asking who produces knowledge, for what purposes, under what conditions, we begin to see truth not as neutral, but as contested terrain. And from there, he would argue, we can begin to imagine new ways of thinking, new spaces of resistance, new forms of life. Few images in philosophy are as haunting or as enduring as the panopticon. Introduced by Jeremy Bentham in the late 18th century as a design for prisons, it was taken up by Michel Foucault in Discipline and Punish as the emblem of modern disciplinary society. The panopticon is, at first glance, a simple architectural idea. Yet in Foucault's hands, it became a metaphor for surveillance, normalization, and the subtle ways power operates in our everyday lives. Imagine a circular prison. At the center stands a tall watchtower. Around the circumference are cells, each with a window facing inward toward the tower. From the tower, a single guard can in principle see every prisoner, but the prisoners cannot see into the tower. They do not know when, or even if, they are being observed, and because of this uncertainty, they behave as if they are always being watched. This, Foucault explained, is the genius and the horror of the panopticon. It eliminates the need for constant force, no whips, no chains, no torture in the public square. Instead, discipline becomes internalized. The prisoner monitors himself, correcting his own behavior because he knows he might be observed. Surveillance, in this model, does not need to be continuous to be effective. The possibility of being watched is enough. For Foucault, the panopticon was not just about prisons. It was a model for modern society as a whole. Schools, factories, hospitals, barracks, even offices, all adopted variations of this logic. Teachers grade students, managers evaluate employees, doctors record symptoms, soldiers drill under watchful eyes. Everywhere, individuals are observed, compared, classified, and corrected. The panopticon becomes less an architecture than a principle of social organization, seeing without being seen. The disturbing part of this model is how it shifts the function of power. In older times, Rulers displayed power through spectacle. The scaffold, the execution, the battlefield. Power was visible, dramatic, and often violent. In the panopticon, power becomes invisible. The guard may not even be there. The prisoner cannot know, yet the prisoner behaves. Power, in this sense, becomes more efficient, less costly, and far more pervasive. It produces what Foucault called docile bodies, individuals who regulate themselves, who internalize authority, who conform without direct coercion. This is where the metaphor becomes chillingly relevant for our own time. Consider surveillance cameras on city streets. Most of the time, no one is actively watching them, but their presence is enough to alter behavior. People hesitate before crossing against a light, knowing they could be recorded. Or think about the digital world. Our online actions are constantly tracked by governments, corporations, algorithms. We rarely know who is looking, when, or for what purpose. Yet the awareness that we might be watched shapes how we act, what we post, what we search. In fact, the digital age has created a kind of hyper-panopticon. Social media thrives on visibility, likes, shares, comments, so that we internalize surveillance not just from above, but from one another. We become both the observed and the observers, monitoring ourselves and each other in a vast network of watching. Unlike Bentham's prison, where the guard was in the tower, today we all inhabit both the cells and the tower simultaneously. For Foucault, the point of highlighting the panopticon was not to declare doom, but to reveal how deeply power operates in subtle, everyday ways. It was a warning. Do not think that because the scaffold has vanished, power has disappeared. It has simply shifted form, becoming quieter, more intimate, more internal. One of the most unsettling aspects of this analysis is how power and freedom intertwine. In the panopticon, prisoners may technically be free to move, to speak, to act. But because they internalize the gaze, their freedom is shaped, narrowed, disciplined. This blurring of freedom and control is what makes modern society so difficult to analyze. We feel free, yet our choices are structured by norms, surveillance, and expectations. The panopticon helps us see this paradox. Yet, as always with Foucault, the story does not end in despair. The very fact that power relies on surveillance means that resistance is possible. People can refuse visibility, subvert observation, or use visibility strategically. Activists, for example, often expose themselves, deliberately occupying public spaces, live-streaming protests, to turn surveillance back against authority. In this way, the panopticon is not just a model of control, but also a stage for resistance. It is worth remembering, too, that Bentham's original panopticon was never built. It remained a design, a dream of perfect visibility. Foucault's genius was to show that even without its physical construction, the principle of the panopticon had seeped into the fabric of modern life. The idea itself was enough to transform institutions. For listeners today, the panopticon remains one of Foucault's most powerful metaphors. It captures the unease of living in a world where privacy feels fragile, where data is constantly collected, where the line between freedom and control blurs. It forces us to ask uncomfortable questions. How much are we shaping ourselves for the gaze of others? How often do we self-censor? Not because someone tells us to, but because we fear being seen. And perhaps the most disturbing question of all, if we are all prisoners in this vast panopticon, who exactly is in the tower? Before Foucault became the thinker of prisons, sexuality, and biopolitics, he made his mark with a book that was both audacious and unsettling. Madness and Civilization, first published in 1961. It was his doctoral thesis, but it read less like an academic treatise and more like a sweeping history of human fear, shame, and exclusion. In it, Foucault asked a simple but disturbing question: how did Western societies come to treat madness the way they do? The answer, he argued, was not progress but confinement. The story begins in the Renaissance. In the late Middle Ages, madness was still seen as part of the human world, sometimes even carrying a strange, almost mystical authority. Mad figures wandered cities, spoke truths in riddles, or served as reminders of life's fragility. Madness was feared, yes, but it was also woven into the cultural imagination, appearing in art, literature, and religion as a symbol of human folly. But in the 17th century, something changed. Across Europe, the Great Confinement began. Thousands of people deemed idle, deviant, or insane were rounded up and placed in newly established institutions, the hôpitaux généraux in France, workhouses in England, houses of correction in other countries. The mad were confined alongside beggars, criminals, and the poor. These institutions were less about care than about control. Society, Foucault argued, was trying to cleanse itself of those who did not fit. Here, Foucault disrupted the comforting narrative of progress. We like to think that the rise of asylums represented a humanitarian advance, replacing chains and superstition with treatment and science. But he argued the opposite, that the asylum was not born of compassion, but of exclusion. Madness was silenced, hidden away, managed rather than understood. This analysis was not just historical, it was political. By tracing how societies defined and confined the mad, Foucault revealed how categories of normality and deviance are constructed. What counts as sane or insane is not a timeless truth, but a social judgment enforced by institutions. And those institutions, hospitals, asylums, medical authorities, gain power by claiming to speak the truth about madness. One of Foucault's most striking points was about the role of reason. In modern thought, we like to believe that reason triumphed over superstition, that science liberated us from ignorance. But Foucault argued that the rise of reason was bound up with the exclusion of unreason. Modern rationality defined itself not by including madness, but by locking it away. The Enlightenment, in his telling, was not simply an age of light, but an age that cast shadows, silencing voices that did not fit the new order. Consider the asylum. In its early days, it was not a place of medical treatment, but of moral instruction. Patients were subjected to discipline, routine, and silence. Doctors claimed authority not by curing illness, but by imposing norms of behavior. Madness, Foucault suggested, was less treated than tamed. It was forced to conform to the demands of reason and order. This raises unsettling questions for us today. How much of modern psychiatry is genuinely medical, and how much is a continuation of control by other means? When we diagnose, medicate, or institutionalize, are we healing, or are we enforcing conformity to norms of productivity and rationality? Foucault did not deny that mental suffering is real, but he insisted that how we interpret and treat it is shaped by social and political forces, not simply by science. For listeners in our time, the relevance is striking. The global rise in diagnoses of depression, anxiety, and ADHD, the controversies over medication, the debates about neurodiversity, all echo Foucault's argument that madness is never a purely medical category. It is entangled with norms of work, education, and social order. Who decides what counts as disorder? Who benefits from labeling, treating, or excluding certain forms of difference? These are Foucauldian questions. Madness and civilization was controversial from the start. Psychiatrists accused Foucault of caricaturing their history. Historians criticized his sweeping narrative, saying it ignored complexities. Yet the book electrified readers because it forced them to rethink what they thought they knew. It was not a gentle critique, it was a challenge to the very foundations of modern reason. Importantly, the book also foreshadowed themes that would run through Foucault's entire career. The exclusion of madness prefigures the exclusion of prisoners, sexual minorities, and other groups. The asylum becomes a model for how power operates, by separating normal from abnormal, sane from insane, citizen from deviant. In this sense, madness and civilization is the seed from which all his later work grows. And for Foucault himself, it was personal. He had struggled with depression, suicidal impulses, and the experience of psychiatric institutions in his own youth. His critique was not detached scholarship, it was rooted in lived experience. He knew what it meant to feel the weight of exclusion, the authority of doctors, the silence imposed by labels. This gave the book its urgency, its edge. By rethinking madness, Foucault forced us to rethink ourselves. What we call reason, he suggested, is always built on exclusions. What we call progress is always shadowed by control, and what we call truth is always bound up with power. This was his first great provocation, and from here, he would go on to probe prisons, sexuality, and society itself. But it all began with madness, with the unsettling recognition that the line between sanity and insanity is not natural, but historical, political, and deeply human. To understand Michel Foucault, one must also understand Friedrich Nietzsche. Of all the philosophers who influenced him, Nietzsche was perhaps the most decisive. From Nietzsche, Foucault inherited not only key concepts, but also a spirit of suspicion, a willingness to question morality, truth, and knowledge at their very roots. Their intellectual kinship runs so deep that some have described Foucault as a modern Nietzsche, carrying forward the project of unmasking the hidden forces beneath our most cherished beliefs. What did Foucault take from Nietzsche? Above all, he took the idea that history is not a story of progress, but a battlefield of power. Nietzsche rejected the comforting notion that morality evolved naturally toward higher forms. Instead, he argued that our values, good, evil, truth, justice, emerged from struggles of domination. The will to power, Nietzsche's term for the fundamental drive of life, shaped not only politics, but also morality, knowledge, and culture. This view deeply resonated with Foucault. Like Nietzsche, he saw no timeless truths. Instead, he saw discourses, institutions, and practices forged in conflict. Where Nietzsche unmasked the genealogy of morality, Foucault unmasked the genealogy of madness, punishment, and sexuality. In both cases, the point was to reveal that what we take as natural or inevitable is, in fact, contingent and historical. Consider Foucault's genealogical method. The very word comes directly from Nietzsche's On the Genealogy of Morality. Nietzsche traced how concepts like good and evil emerged from the resentment of the weak against the strong, how morality was not handed down from heaven but created in human conflict. Foucault adopted this method, applying it to modern institutions. When he examined prisons, for example, he did not see them as natural or inevitable. He saw them as products of historical struggles, new ways of exercising power that replaced older ones. Genealogy, for Foucault, was a way of showing that nothing is eternal. Nietzsche also gave Foucault a way to think about truth. Nietzsche had declared that truths are illusions, we have forgotten are illusions. He meant that what we call truth is simply a set of metaphors, hardened by habit, given the appearance of permanence. Foucault echoed this idea when he argued that knowledge and truth are bound up with power. Truth, in his account, is not discovered, but produced, sustained by institutions and practices. But there was another, more personal connection between them, their shared experience of marginality. Nietzsche was a solitary figure, misunderstood in his time, often in poor health, writing from the edges of the academic world. Foucault, too, felt the weight of exclusion, struggling with depression, alienated by his sexuality, skeptical of the institutions around him. Both turned their personal distance into philosophical insight, seeing what others could not because they themselves lived on the margins. This Nietzschean inheritance also explains Foucault's suspicion of grand narratives. He rejected the Marxist idea that history inevitably leads toward liberation, just as Nietzsche had rejected the Enlightenment's faith in progress. For Foucault, as for Nietzsche, history has no predetermined direction. It is shaped by forces, accidents, and struggles. This was both unsettling and liberating. It meant that we could not rely on destiny to save us, but it also meant that nothing was fixed. Change, though uncertain, was always possible. There are, of course, differences between them. Nietzsche's will to power was a metaphysical concept, an underlying force of life. Foucault avoided metaphysics. He was less interested in ultimate forces and more interested in specific practices, institutions, and discourses. Where Nietzsche spoke of morality in sweeping terms, Foucault analyzed prisons, hospitals, and sexuality in minute detail. Yet the family resemblance is unmistakable. Both sought to unmask, to destabilize, to show that what we call truth is bound up with power. Their relationship also came into focus in how they were received. Both were accused of nihilism, of undermining truth and morality. Both provoked admiration and outrage in equal measure. And both have been taken up by later thinkers as guides to critique modern society. Nietzsche by existentialists and postmodernists, Foucault by feminists, queer theorists, and critical scholars of power. For listeners today, the Nietzschean thread in Foucault's work is crucial. It helps us see that his critique of power is not simply about institutions, but about values themselves. When Foucault questions madness, crime, or sexuality, he is not just asking how we treat these phenomena. He is asking, why do we call them what we do? Who decided that this is madness, that this is crime, that this is perversion? These are Nietzschean questions, taken up and sharpened for the modern world. And like Nietzsche, Foucault leaves us with a challenge. If truth is bound up with power, if morality is historical, if nothing is fixed, how should we live? Nietzsche's answer was the figure of the Übermensch, the creator of new values. Foucault's answer was more modest, but no less radical: the care of the self, the cultivation of new ways of living, the refusal to be trapped by existing categories. Both invite us to imagine life differently, to embrace freedom not as a gift, but as a practice. In this sense, Foucault can be seen as a Nietzsche for the late 20th century, armed not with metaphysical declarations, but with historical genealogies, not with proclamations of will, but with analyses of institutions. Both share a spirit of critique, a suspicion of certainties, a refusal to bow to the supposed inevitability of truth. And both, in their own ways, remind us that philosophy is not just about abstract thought. It is about life itself. How we live, how we resist, how we become who we are. Throughout his career, Michel Foucault had an uneasy relationship with Marxism. Living in France in the mid-20th century, he could not avoid it. The French Communist Party was powerful in universities, intellectual circles, and even in the streets. Many of Foucault's contemporaries were committed Marxists, interpreting philosophy, literature, and politics through the lens of class struggle and historical materialism. Yet Foucault always stood at a distance, sometimes close, sometimes critical, always in tension. Understanding his complicated engagement with Marxism is essential, because it reveals both what he shared with Marxist thought and what made his philosophy so distinctive. Let's start with the points of contact. Foucault was not a Marxist in the sense of embracing its doctrines, but he did share certain key concerns. Like Marx, Foucault was interested in power. Both saw that societies are structured by inequalities, that institutions serve not only neutral purposes, but also reinforce domination. When Foucault analyzed prisons, hospitals, or sexuality, he was doing something that resonated with Marxist critiques of capitalism, showing how institutions maintain order, discipline bodies, and regulate life. For example, when Marx examined factories, he saw how industrial capitalism created a disciplined workforce. When Foucault examined prisons, he saw a similar logic at work: institutions that shaped individuals to be compliant, productive, and normalized. Both agreed that power was not simply a matter of laws and governments, but was embedded in everyday practices. Yet, Foucault's approach was different. Marx located power primarily in the economy, in the ownership of production, in the struggle between bourgeoisie and proletariat. For Marx, ideology was a tool by which the ruling class maintained control. Foucault, by contrast, resisted reducing power to economics. He argued that power is diffuse, operating not just from the top down, but throughout society. Power is present in schools, hospitals, clinics, families, not just in factories or states. He was less concerned with class struggle and more with the microphysics of power, the small, everyday ways in which people are observed, categorized, and disciplined. This difference often put him at odds with Marxist thinkers. Some accused him of ignoring class, of fragmenting politics into scattered struggles, instead of uniting them under the banner of revolution. For committed Marxists, Foucault seemed too skeptical of grand narratives, too unwilling to endorse the proletariat as the agent of history. But Foucault's critique of Marxism went deeper. He rejected what he saw as Marxism's teleological structure, the belief that history moves inevitably toward revolution, that the contradictions of capitalism will necessarily produce its downfall. For Foucault, history has no guaranteed direction. It is shaped by accidents, struggles, contingencies. To assume an inevitable outcome, he thought, was to fall into the trap of determinism. At the same time, Foucault did not simply dismiss Marx. In fact, he once said, "I am neither an adversary nor a partisan of Marx. I use Marx when I need him." This reflects his pragmatic approach. He treated Marx as part of the toolbox, borrowing insights without embracing the whole system. For example, Foucault drew on Marxist analyses of labor and exploitation when discussing prisons, showing how discipline created a more obedient workforce. But he also moved beyond Marx by highlighting areas Marx had overlooked, such as sexuality, psychiatry, and medical institutions. The tension came to a head in the 1970s, when Foucault became politically active. He was involved in protests against prisons, in movements for prisoners' rights, and critiques of psychiatric institutions. Many of his allies were Marxists, but Foucault refused to commit to a Marxist framework. He resisted joining parties, resisted ideological conformity, resisted the idea of a single revolutionary subject. Instead, he emphasized local struggles, specific resistances to specific forms of power. This stance sometimes frustrated his comrades. To them, Foucault's refusal to ground his critique in class struggle looked like political evasion. To Foucault, however, it was a way of keeping politics open, experimental, and plural. He did not want to replace one orthodoxy with another. He wanted to show how power worked in multiple domains and how resistance could emerge in many forms. The result is that Foucault and Marxism remain in a kind of dialogue. Some Marxist scholars have incorporated his insights, using power knowledge to enrich critiques of capitalism. Others see him as a rival, whose skepticism undermines the unity of revolutionary struggle. Yet even those who disagree with him cannot ignore him. He expanded the field of critique, moving beyond the economy to show how power permeates medicine, sexuality, education, and everyday life. For listeners today, this tension still matters. Debates about capitalism, inequality, and exploitation continue, but so do debates about race, gender, sexuality, surveillance, and health. Foucault reminds us that while class is crucial, it is not the only axis of power. By broadening the field, he made space for struggles that Marxism alone could not fully explain. And perhaps that is his lasting contribution to this dialogue. He did not overthrow Marx, but he refused to let Marx be the only guide. He insisted that power is everywhere, not just in class struggle. He insisted that resistance is multiple, not singular, and he insisted that history has no predetermined path. In this way, Foucault remained both close to Marx and irreducibly different, a thinker who stood in the same arena, but always from an angle all his own. Few moments capture Michel Foucault's intellectual style as vividly as his 1971 televised debate with the American linguist and political activist Noam Chomsky. The event took place at Eindhoven University in the Netherlands, moderated by the Dutch philosopher Fons Elders. On one side sat Chomsky, already well known for his revolutionary theories of language and his fierce criticism of American imperialism. On the other side sat Foucault, still emerging as a radical French thinker whose analyses of power were beginning to shake philosophy and politics alike. The subject was justice, human nature, and political struggle. What emerged was less a meeting of minds than a clash of worldviews. For listeners today, the debate remains striking, not only for the sharpness of the exchange, but for how it highlights the profound differences between two of the 20th century's most influential intellectuals. Chomsky's position was grounded in his belief in a universal human nature. As a linguist, he had argued that all humans share an innate capacity for language, a deep grammatical structure embedded in the mind. Extending this insight to politics, Chomsky suggested that there must also be universal moral structures, principles of justice that transcend history and culture. For him, this universal morality justified resistance to oppression. People have a natural sense of justice, and political systems should reflect it. Foucault's response was characteristically unsettling. He rejected the idea of an essential human nature. For him, human nature was itself a historical construct, shaped by discourses and institutions. What we call nature, he argued, is really the product of power knowledge systems. Madness, sexuality, even reason itself. None of these are timeless truths, but categories created by history. Justice, too, is not a universal given, but a product of social arrangements. The debate reached its most dramatic point when Foucault declared, "The idea of justice in itself is an idea which in effect has been invented and put to work in different societies as a weapon of a certain political, economic, and social battle." For Chomsky, this was shocking. He insisted that without universal principles of justice, we could not condemn oppression. If justice is relative, how can we say slavery is wrong or war is unjust? Foucault countered by saying that our judgments are always situated. We do not appeal to timeless truths. We fight in the present, using the resources available to us. To speak of justice, for him, was not to invoke a universal standard, but to engage in a struggle, a battle over meaning, power, and practice. The clash could not have been sharper. Chomsky believed in human universals, Foucault in historical contingencies. Chomsky believed justice was a natural moral truth, Foucault that it was a political weapon. Chomsky sought a foundation for resistance, Foucault exposed the fragility of foundations themselves. For many viewers, the debate was disorienting. Chomsky came across as earnest, moral, principled. Foucault appeared cold, clinical, even ruthless in his refusal to affirm universal values. Yet his position had its own radical edge. By rejecting universal justice, he freed resistance from being tied to abstract ideals. He insisted that struggle could be waged here and now on specific fronts, without waiting for agreement on universal truths. This difference reflects their deeper philosophical orientations. Chomsky's work in linguistics is rooted in the search for structures, deep grammar, universals, constants. His politics extend that impulse, searching for universal human rights and moral truths. Foucault's work, by contrast, is rooted in history and contingency. He saw no deep structures, only shifting regimes of power and knowledge. His politics were skeptical of universals, focusing instead on exposing domination in its specific forms. The debate remains one of the great intellectual encounters of the 20th century. It dramatizes a tension that still shapes political thought today. On one side, the appeal to universal rights and justice as the foundation of resistance. On the other, the suspicion that such universals are themselves products of power, and that resistance must be grounded in concrete struggles rather than eternal truths. For listeners today, the Chomsky-Foucault debate resonates in debates over human rights, cultural relativism, and global justice. Should we appeal to universal principles, like human rights, to condemn abuses? Or should we recognize that even the language of rights is historically situated, tied to specific political contexts? Chomsky would say universals are essential. Foucault would say universals are illusions. What makes the debate so compelling is that both are, in their own ways, right. Without universals, resistance risks fragmentation with no common ground. But with universals, resistance risks imposing one culture's values on another, masking power under the guise of truth. The tension is real, unresolved, and perhaps unresolvable. Foucault, for his part, left the debate with his reputation sharpened. He had shown himself willing to confront even sympathetic allies, to reject even the most cherished ideals if he believed they concealed power. He would later remark that he was completely astonished by Chomsky's belief in justice as universal. For him, it was a reminder that philosophy is not about consensus, but about unsettling assumptions. In the end, the Chomsky-Foucault debate is less about who was right and more about the questions it leaves us with. Can we fight oppression without universal truths? Can we appeal to justice without reproducing power? Can we live without foundations, or must we always seek them? These are not just academic puzzles. They are the dilemmas of politics, the dilemmas of life. And they remind us of what makes Foucault such a compelling figure. He does not give us easy answers. He gives us sharper questions. For much of his life, Michel Foucault was seen not as a political activist, but as a theorist, someone dissecting institutions and discourses with clinical precision. Yet, in the 1970s, as his work on prisons and power gained momentum, Foucault increasingly stepped into the arena of direct political action. He was not content to remain in libraries and lecture halls. He wanted philosophy to touch reality, to intervene in struggles, to be a tool for resistance. One of the most striking examples was his involvement in the Prison Information Group, Groupe d'Information sur les Prisons, or GIP, founded in 1971 with other intellectuals, including Jean-Marie Domenach and Daniel Defert, Foucault's longtime partner. The group's mission was not to represent prisoners, but to give prisoners a voice. They distributed questionnaires in prisons, published testimonies, and organized campaigns to expose conditions of confinement. This was a radical move. Instead of speaking for prisoners, the GIP let prisoners speak for themselves. Foucault insisted that those most affected by power should have the authority to describe it. He used his own visibility as a well-known intellectual to amplify voices that had been silenced. For him, this was not charity, it was politics. It was about disrupting the structures that kept prisoners invisible and powerless. The GIP became a model of what Foucault meant by local struggles. Rather than pursuing grand revolutions or abstract ideals, he engaged with specific institutions and concrete injustices. He believed that change happens not through sweeping ideological battles, but through targeted resistance against particular forms of domination. In this sense, his activism mirrored his philosophy, decentralized, plural, pragmatic. Foucault's political engagement extended beyond prisons. He spoke out against psychiatric abuses, defended immigrant workers, and opposed state repression of protests. He joined demonstrations, gave interviews, and signed petitions. He even traveled abroad to observe and comment on struggles in other countries, from the Iranian Revolution in 1979 to the Solidarity movement in Poland in the early 1980s. The Iranian case is particularly interesting. Foucault visited Iran during the revolutionary period, writing sympathetic articles about the movement that overthrew the Shah. He was fascinated by what he called the political spirituality of the uprising, a collective energy that resisted Western categories of secular politics. Yet this position later drew sharp criticism, especially after the Islamic Republic imposed repression. Critics accused Foucault of romanticizing revolution, of failing to anticipate its authoritarian turn. This episode highlights both his willingness to experiment with political ideas and the risks of his skepticism toward universal values. What is consistent across these engagements is Foucault's suspicion of centralized authority. He distrusted political parties, ideologies, and leaders who claimed to speak for the people. He preferred horizontal movements, grassroots voices, and struggles that challenged power from below. He saw resistance as multiple, scattered, and ongoing, not as a single revolution that would solve everything. This made him an outlier in French intellectual life, where Marxism and revolutionary rhetoric still held sway. Many leftists wanted him to commit to the proletariat, to endorse socialism, to choose sides. But Foucault resisted. He believed that power is too diffuse to be captured by a single struggle. For him, the fight was not only against capitalism, but also against prisons, psychiatry, medical norms, sexual repression, and countless other forms of control. His political engagement also raised questions about the role of intellectuals. Traditionally, French intellectuals, figures like Sartre, saw themselves as the conscience of society, speaking for the oppressed. Foucault challenged this model. He argued that intellectuals should not claim to speak on behalf of others. Instead, they should create spaces for others to speak. The role of the intellectual was not to represent, but to facilitate, to amplify, to destabilize authority. For listeners today, this vision of politics is particularly relevant. In an age of grassroots activism, decentralized movements, and digital platforms, Foucault's emphasis on local struggles and distributed resistance resonates strongly. His suspicion of universal programs, while controversial, anticipated many contemporary movements that reject rigid ideologies in favor of flexible, intersectional, and pragmatic activism. But Foucault's politics also raise hard questions. Without universal values, how do we judge struggle? Without central organization, how do movements sustain themselves? Without ideology, how do they avoid fragmentation? These challenges remain unresolved. Yet perhaps that is the point. Foucault never promised easy solutions. He saw politics as an ongoing struggle, a field of contestation, not a problem with a final answer. What stands out most in Foucault's activism is its consistency with his philosophy. He analyzed power as diffuse, and he practiced politics as diffuse. He critiqued representation, and he refused to speak for others. He rejected teleology, and he embraced local, open-ended struggles. In this way, his activism was not a side project, but an extension of his thought. In the end, the political Foucault was neither a revolutionary in the Marxist sense, nor a reformist in the liberal sense. He was something else, a thinker-activist who sought to make visible the invisible, to destabilize what seemed natural, to create space for resistance where none seemed possible. And in doing so, he left us with a vision of politics, not as a march toward utopia, but as a practice of freedom, lived daily, fought in small battles, always unfinished. In the late 1970s, Michel Foucault introduced a term that would become central to political theory: governmentality. At first glance, it may sound like just another word for government. But for Foucault, governmentality meant something far more expansive. It referred to the ways in which human conduct is shaped, managed, and directed, not just by states, but by institutions, professions, norms, and even by individuals themselves. He called it, memorably, the conduct of conduct. To grasp this idea, let's step back. When we think of government, we often imagine the state, laws, policies, police, armies. But Foucault argued that this is only one part of a much larger field of power. Government, in his sense, is any attempt to guide behavior. Whether it's a teacher instructing students, a doctor advising patients, a religious leader guiding souls, or a company shaping consumers. Governmentality is the art of governing, broadly understood, across multiple levels of life. This insight grew out of his lectures at the Collège de France in 1978 and 1979, particularly security, territory, population, and the birth of biopolitics. Here, he traced the historical development of governance, showing how it shifted from ruling over territories to managing populations, from enforcing obedience to fostering self-regulation. One of Foucault's key claims was that modern government relies not only on coercion, but also on freedom. Unlike older forms of rule, which demanded obedience through force, modern government often seeks to shape the choices individuals make freely. A public health campaign, for instance, does not force you to stop smoking. It provides information, warnings, and incentives, guiding you toward making the right decision yourself. This is governmentality at work, shaping conduct not by direct command, but by structuring the conditions under which choices are made. This makes governmentality both subtle and powerful. It does not appear as domination, but as guidance, management, and care. Yet, in shaping behavior so deeply, it often exerts more pervasive influence than traditional forms of rule. It governs not only what we do, but how we think about what we do. One striking example is education. Schools do not just transmit knowledge. They also teach discipline, punctuality, obedience, cooperation. They shape children into future workers and citizens, not only by curriculum, but by routines, schedules, and norms. In this sense, schools are not just educational institutions. They are sites of governmentality, molding conduct at the most basic level. Another example is health. Public health campaigns, medical advice, dietary guidelines, all of these shape how people eat, exercise, sleep, and care for their bodies. They operate through expertise, statistics, and risk management. We learn to monitor ourselves, counting calories, tracking steps, measuring blood pressure. Here, governmentality works by encouraging self-governance, making individuals responsible for their own health in ways that align with broader social goals. Foucault also showed how governmentality developed historically. In medieval times, rulers saw their task as securing territory and subjects. By the modern era, however, the focus shifted toward populations. Governments became concerned with birth rates, mortality, health, productivity. Power was exercised less through punishment and more through management, managing life itself. This is where governmentality intersects with his concept of biopolitics, the regulation of populations through health, statistics, and norms. But governmentality is not limited to the state. It extends into families, workplaces, and even personal habits. Parents govern children, companies govern employees, individuals govern themselves. In this sense, we are all governed and governing at once, caught in webs of influence that shape our conduct. For listeners today, the relevance is obvious. Think about apps that track your sleep, heart rate, or productivity. Think about wellness culture, where people monitor and optimize themselves in the name of health. Think about corporate policies that encourage work-life balance, not out of altruism, but to increase efficiency. These are all forms of governmentality, guiding conduct through norms, incentives, and self-monitoring rather than direct force. Foucault's concept also helps explain why modern societies often feel both free and constrained. We are told we are free to choose, but our choices are shaped, nudged, structured. We are not forced to live a certain way, but we are guided into living in ways that align with economic, political, or cultural priorities. This is the paradox of governmentality. Freedom is not the opposite of power, but one of its tools. Critics have debated the implications of this idea. Some worry it undermines the possibility of universal rights or justice, making everything seem like control. Others find it liberating, showing how resistance can happen in everyday practices of self-care, community, or refusal. For Foucault, governmentality was not about despair, but about analysis, seeing how power operates in order to resist and reimagine it. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of governmentality is that it makes us complicit. We govern ourselves according to norms we did not create. We internalize health advice, workplace expectations, consumer desires, often without questioning whose interests they serve. In this sense, the conduct of conduct is also self-conduct. We are both the governors and the governed. Yet Foucault also saw potential here. If governmentality shapes us, then we can reshape it. If power operates through norms, then new norms can be created. If freedom is used to govern, then freedom can also be used to resist. The task for him was not to escape power. That is impossible, but to find new ways of living within it, to experiment with forms of life that do not simply reproduce domination. In the end, governmentality is one of Foucault's most powerful concepts, because it shifts our attention from the spectacular to the ordinary. Power is not only in the state or the law. It is in classrooms, clinics, offices, families, and habits. It is in how we wake up, how we eat, how we work, how we care for ourselves. To see this is to see that politics is not only out there, but in here, in our daily conduct, in the conduct of conduct. When Michel Foucault turned his attention to biopolitics in the late 1970s, he gave us one of his most powerful concepts, a lens through which to see how power has come to govern, not just territory, not just institutions, but life itself. Biopolitics, for Foucault, was the management of populations, birth and death, health and illness, fertility and mortality. Where sovereign power once demanded, do this or die, biopolitical power whispers, live like this, thrive like this, survive like this. It is a power not of swords, but of statistics, not of punishment, but of management. This idea grew out of his Collège de France lectures, particularly security, territory, population, and the birth of biopolitics. Here, he argued that modern states increasingly concern themselves with the biological well-being of populations. Governments tracked birth rates, life expectancy, and epidemics. They created vaccination programs, sanitation systems, housing codes. These interventions were not simply about compassion, they were about power. Healthy populations are productive populations, and modern states needed productive citizens to sustain economies and armies. Foucault contrasted biopolitics with older forms of power. In the classical sovereign model, rulers exercised power through the right to take life. The king could execute, punish, or send subjects to war. Biopolitics, by contrast, is about fostering life, optimizing health, prolonging survival. Yet this does not make it benign. By deciding which lives to foster, states also decide which lives can be neglected, abandoned, or sacrificed. In Foucault's haunting phrase, biopolitics always includes the possibility of making live and letting die. This becomes especially clear when biopolitics meets neoliberalism, the economic doctrine that rose to prominence in the late 20th century. Neoliberalism, in simple terms, is the belief that markets should govern not only economies, but society itself, that competition, efficiency, and profit are the guiding principles of human life. For Foucault, neoliberalism was not just an economic policy, it was a mode of governmentality. It reshaped individuals into what he called entrepreneurs of the self. Under neoliberalism, people are no longer just workers or citizens, they are investments, capital, projects. Health becomes an individual responsibility. Your body is your capital, and you must manage it wisely. Education becomes human capital, a way to enhance your market value. Even personal relationships become investments in social capital. In this world, life itself is economized. Think of the fitness tracker on your wrist. It counts your steps, monitors your sleep, tracks your calories. It encourages you to optimize your body as if it were a small business. Think of the gig economy, where workers must constantly market themselves, manage their ratings, and compete for opportunities. Or think of higher education, where students are told to treat themselves as investments, accumulating skills and credentials for future profit. This is neoliberal biopolitics in action, the merging of life and market, health and competition, biology and economics. Foucault's analysis here was prescient. Writing in the late 1970s, he examined neoliberal thinkers such as Friedrich Hayek and Gary Becker, showing how their theories went beyond economics into a philosophy of life. He saw how neoliberalism encouraged individuals to govern themselves, not out of obedience, but out of economic rationality. You quit smoking, not because the state commands it, but because it makes you a more efficient investment. You study, not for wisdom, but to increase your human capital. Freedom itself becomes a market strategy. This is where biopolitics reveals its darker side. By managing life through economic rationality, neoliberalism creates new inequalities. Those who can optimize themselves thrive, those who cannot fall behind. Health becomes a matter of personal responsibility, ignoring the structural forces that shape it. Poverty is redefined not as misfortune, but as failure to invest properly in oneself. And all of this happens under the guise of freedom. The COVID-19 pandemic made these dynamics starkly visible. Governments tracked infection rates, deaths, and vaccinations with unprecedented intensity. Classic biopolitical management. At the same time, individuals were told to manage their own risk, monitor their health, and act responsibly. The pandemic was a biopolitical event, par excellence, life and death governed through statistics, policies, and individual self-regulation. For Foucault, this would have been the ultimate confirmation of his analysis. Yet he also saw biopolitics as a site of resistance. If life is governed, then life can resist. New social movements, feminist, queer, anti-racist, environmental, often mobilize around the politics of life itself. They demand recognition of marginalized lives, protection of vulnerable populations, care for the planet as the condition of life. These movements show that biopolitics is not only a tool of control, but also a battlefield where new possibilities can emerge. For listeners today, the relevance could not be clearer. We live in a world where health apps, economic policies, and political campaigns all converge on life itself. The food we eat, the air we breathe, the bodies we inhabit, all are sites of management and contestation. Foucault helps us see that this is not accidental. It is the logic of modern power. And it leaves us with a provocative question. If life has become the object of politics, how can we reclaim life as the object of freedom? In 1976, Michel Foucault published the first volume of what would become one of his most influential works, The History of Sexuality. It was meant to be a multi-volume series, and though he only completed 3 volumes in his lifetime, its impact has been enormous. At its core, the project sought to overturn one of the most persistent assumptions about modern society, that we are sexually repressed. The conventional story goes something like this. In Victorian times, sexuality was hidden, silenced, pushed into the private sphere. Families and churches told people not to talk about sex. Desire was repressed, and liberation came only in the 20th century with the sexual revolution. But Foucault argued that this story is misleading. He called it the repressive hypothesis. Far from repressing sexuality, he insisted, modern society has been obsessed with it. Think about it, sexuality is not just a private matter. It is the subject of endless discussion by doctors, priests, teachers, scientists, and politicians. Children's sexuality, women's sexuality, homosexuality, homosexuals, deviants, perversions. These categories multiplied across the 19th and 20th centuries. Sex was not silenced. It was studied, classified, and regulated. This leads to one of Foucault's most radical insights. Power does not repress sexuality, it produces it. By this, he meant that modern institutions did not simply forbid sex, but actively created discourses around it. In Foucault's famous phrase, the sodomite had been a temporary aberration. The homosexual was now a species. This is what he meant when he spoke of the deployment of sexuality. Sexuality became a field where power and knowledge intersected, where science, morality, medicine, and law converged to produce truths about bodies and desires. Far from being hidden, sex became a central concern of governance. One striking example is the rise of psychiatry. Doctors claimed authority over sexual behavior, defining what was normal and what was deviant. Masturbation, for instance, was pathologized, seen as harmful and dangerous. Entire medical discourses arose around it, creating anxieties that shaped the lives of children and parents alike. Similarly, homosexuality was classified as a disease, making those who experienced same-sex desire into patients rather than sinners. In each case, sexuality was not repressed but medicalized, brought into discourse. Another example is education. Schools introduced sex education, but not simply to liberate desire. Rather, it was to regulate it, teaching children when, how, and with whom sex was appropriate. Families, too, became sites of sexual discourse. Parents monitored children, doctors monitored parents, and the cycle of surveillance deepened. For Foucault, all of this showed that sexuality was not outside power, but at its very heart. By regulating sex, societies regulate populations. Birth rates, fertility, health, and morality all hinge on sexuality. This makes sexuality a key site of biopolitics, the management of life itself. Now, this may sound abstract, but its consequences are deeply personal. It means that our very identities, straight, gay, bisexual, transgender, are products of historical discourses. It does not mean they are unreal, but it means they are not timeless. They are ways of classifying, ways of speaking, ways of living that emerged under particular conditions of power. This is why the history of sexuality has been so influential in fields like queer theory, gender studies, and feminist thought. It provided tools for questioning the categories that define us, for showing how identities are shaped by power, and for imagining new ways of living sexuality. But Foucault's analysis was not only about sexuality itself, it was about power more broadly. He used sexuality to illustrate his larger point, that power is not simply repressive but productive, that it shapes knowledge, identities, and bodies. Sexuality was his case study, his proof that modern power works not by silencing, but by multiplying discourses. For listeners today, the relevance could not be clearer. Debates over gender, sexual orientation, identity, and bodily autonomy are not just private matters. They are political struggles over who gets to define normality, whose lives are recognized, and whose desires are legitimate. From laws regulating marriage to controversies over trans rights, sexuality remains a battlefield of power knowledge. What makes Foucault's argument so powerful is that it resists both despair and triumphalism. On the one hand, he shows that there is no simple liberation, no moment when sexuality becomes free from power. On the other hand, he shows that power always creates spaces for resistance. If identities are produced, they can be reimagined. If discourses regulate, they can also be subverted. If sexuality is shaped by power, it is also a site where new forms of life can emerge. This is why the history of sexuality remains essential reading. It is not a history of sex itself, but a history of how sex became central to politics, medicine, morality, and identity. It forces us to see that what feels most intimate, our desires, our pleasures, our bodies, is also what connects us most deeply to power. And it leaves us with a challenging thought. If sexuality has always been a site of power, then the question is not whether we are free, but how we can use sexuality as a space of freedom, creativity, and resistance. For all his influence, Michel Foucault was, and remains, a deeply controversial figure. Few philosophers have attracted such admiration and such hostility at the same time. His critics came from many directions: Marxists who thought he neglected class struggle, liberals who thought he undermined universal rights, conservatives who thought he dissolved moral standards, and even fellow postmodernists who found his positions unsettling. To understand his legacy, we must confront these critiques head-on, because they reveal not only how his ideas were received, but also how they continue to provoke debate. One of the most common charges against Foucault is relativism. Since he argued that truth is bound up with power, critics claimed he was denying the very possibility of objective truth. If all knowledge is shaped by power, does that mean all knowledge is equally valid? Does that mean there is no distinction between science and superstition, fact and fiction? This accusation was sharpened in the so-called science wars of the 1990s, when scientists and philosophers clashed over whether science was a socially constructed discourse or a description of objective reality. Foucault's name was often invoked as a symbol of the skeptical side. Related to this is the charge of nihilism. If Foucault denied universal truth, morality, or justice, then what foundation remained for resistance? Without universals, critics asked, how can we say that oppression is wrong? How can we fight for human rights if we cannot affirm their universal validity? To some, Foucault seemed to undermine the very ground of political struggle. Foucault himself resisted these labels. He insisted he was not a relativist because he did not claim all discourses were equal. Some discourses, he argued, have more power, more authority, more consequences. His point was not that truth does not exist, but that what we call truth is always entangled with power. Similarly, he resisted the label of nihilism. He did not deny the possibility of resistance, he simply located it, not in universal principles, but in concrete struggles. For him, resistance does not require foundations. It requires courage, creativity, and experimentation. Another major critique comes from Marxist thinkers. They accuse Foucault of ignoring class, of fragmenting struggles into identity politics, of turning away from the economic structures that underpin power. For Marxists, his emphasis on prisons, sexuality, and discourse seemed like a distraction from the real issue, capitalism. Some went further, accusing him of indirectly serving neoliberalism by undermining grand narratives of revolution. Foucault countered that Marx was useful but insufficient. Power, he argued, is not only economic, it is also medical, educational, sexual, and disciplinary. By expanding the analysis of power, he believed he was enriching, not abandoning, critique. From the liberal side, critics worried about his rejection of universal rights. Philosophers like Jürgen Habermas argued that without universal norms, Foucault's thought devolves into endless suspicion. Habermas wanted a foundation for democracy, rational discourse, and human rights. Foucault, by contrast, saw universal claims as historically contingent and potentially oppressive. For Habermas, this was a dangerous skepticism. For Foucault, it was an honest refusal to disguise power as truth. From the conservative side, Foucault was often seen as corrosive, a destroyer of order. His critiques of prisons, psychiatry, and sexuality threatened institutions that conservatives valued as stabilizing forces. They saw his emphasis on power and exclusion as undermining morality, discipline, and tradition. For them, Foucault symbolized the dangers of relativism in culture and politics. Perhaps the most ironic critique is the misuse of Foucault's ideas. Because he emphasized the ubiquity of power, some readers concluded that resistance is futile, that everything is power and nothing can change. Others used his ideas selectively, applying them to justify extreme forms of skepticism or cynicism. Still others appropriated his critique of universals to attack progressive causes, arguing, for example, that human rights are just another discourse and therefore meaningless. Foucault himself would likely have rejected such uses, since he always paired critique with resistance. But the open-ended nature of his thought made it vulnerable to appropriation. Another line of critique emerged after his death, when aspects of his personal life drew attention. In recent years, controversies have arisen over his writings on sexuality and reports of his behavior in North Africa. These have sparked heated debates about whether his personal actions undermine his philosophical contributions. For some, they raise troubling questions about his legacy. For others, they show the dangers of idolizing intellectuals. Yet despite all these criticisms, Foucault remains unavoidable. Even his critics often acknowledge his brilliance. Habermas, for all his disagreements, admitted that Foucault's genealogies exposed dimensions of power that traditional philosophy had overlooked. Marxists, while frustrated, have integrated his insights into critiques of capitalism. Even scientists skeptical of his relativism acknowledge that his work illuminated the social dimensions of knowledge. In the end, the intensity of the critiques shows the power of Foucault's thought. He was not a philosopher of comfort, but of disturbance. He forced us to confront the fragility of our truths, the constructedness of our norms, the pervasiveness of power. Whether one agrees with him or not, one cannot remain indifferent. His work demands a response. And perhaps, this is the ultimate measure of his legacy. Not that he gave us answers, but that he provoked questions so sharp they continue to divide thinkers today. In the final years of his life, Michel Foucault surprised many of his readers. After decades of analyzing prisons, sexuality, and biopolitics, after relentlessly exposing how power penetrates institutions and bodies, he turned his attention to something that sounded almost ancient, even serene, the care of the self. This shift did not mean abandoning politics. Rather, it was a deepening of his lifelong project, a recognition that freedom is not only about resisting institutions, but also about cultivating new ways of living. The phrase, care of the self, comes from the Greek epimeleia hutu. In his lectures of the early 1980s, Foucault explored how ancient philosophers, particularly the Stoics and Epicureans, saw philosophy not as abstract theory, but as a way of life. To philosophize was to practice self-mastery, reflection, and ethical cultivation. It was to shape oneself, to become free not by escaping power, but by actively engaging in practices of self-formation. Why did Foucault turn to this theme? Part of the reason was his dissatisfaction with the way modern thought had come to frame ethics. Since the Enlightenment, ethics had often been tied to universal rules, laws, or rights. Kant, for example, defined morality in terms of categorical imperatives, abstract principles that apply to all rational beings. But Foucault remained skeptical of universals. He believed that ethics should not be about obeying universal laws, but about creating a style of existence, a practice of freedom. Here, he drew inspiration from antiquity. Ancient philosophy, he argued, was less about rules and more about practices. The Stoics, for instance, recommended daily exercises, writing journals, reflecting on one's actions, meditating on mortality. These were not moral laws, but technologies of the self-techniques by which individuals shaped their own subjectivity. For Foucault, this was a model of ethics that resonated with his broader project. The care of the self was not selfishness. It was not about narcissism or withdrawal. It was about cultivating the capacity to resist domination, to live freely, to engage with others responsibly. To care for oneself, in the ancient sense, was to prepare oneself to care for others, to be a responsible citizen, to live truthfully. Ethics, in this sense, was inseparable from politics. This ethical turn also reframed Foucault's earlier analyses of power. If power is everywhere, if it shapes our identities and practices, then resistance cannot simply be about overthrowing power. It must also be about reshaping ourselves, refusing to be defined entirely by norms, creating new ways of being. The care of the self became Foucault's way of naming this task. One of the most striking examples is his work on sexuality in antiquity. In the later volumes of The History of Sexuality, Foucault examined how Greeks and Romans approached sexual practices. Rather than seeing sexuality in terms of identity, gay, straight, etc., they saw it in terms of moderation, self-control, and aesthetics. Sex was part of a broader art of living, a matter of balance and self-mastery. For Foucault, this showed that our modern way of thinking about sexuality, as an identity, a truth about the self, is not inevitable. Other ways of living are possible. This exploration of ancient ethics resonated deeply with his personal life as well. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, Foucault immersed himself in the gay community of San Francisco, experiencing the culture of experimentation, community, and new forms of intimacy that flourished there. For him, this was not just pleasure but a philosophical experiment, an attempt to live differently, to create new modes of existence outside traditional norms. The care of the self was both intellectual and embodied, both ancient and contemporary. What makes this turn so powerful is that it refuses despair. After pages and pages of showing how deeply power shapes our lives, one might be tempted to ask, is resistance even possible? The care of the self is Foucault's answer. Yes, power is everywhere, but freedom is possible in how we relate to ourselves. We cannot step outside power, but we can engage it creatively. We can invent ourselves, reshape practices, cultivate ways of life that resist domination. For listeners today, the relevance is profound. In a world saturated with norms, expectations, and pressures, from workplaces to social media, the care of the self offers a way of thinking about freedom that is intimate and practical. It is not about waiting for revolution or relying on universal laws. It is about daily practices, reflection, community, creative self-formation. It is about refusing to let institutions define us completely, about shaping ourselves as acts of resistance. Critics sometimes saw this turn as a retreat from politics, a turn inward. For Foucault, ethics and politics were inseparable. To resist domination requires not only critique of institutions, but also cultivation of subjectivity. To create new societies, we must also create new selves. The care of the self is not an escape from politics, it is its deepest foundation. In the end, Foucault's ethical turn is perhaps his most hopeful contribution. It suggests that even in a world saturated with power, freedom is possible, not as a final liberation, but as a practice, a style, an art of living. And in that sense, it connects Foucault not only to the ancient philosophers he studied, but also to anyone seeking to live truthfully in the face of domination. In his final years, Michel Foucault began speaking about life in a way that startled many of his readers. He described the possibility of shaping existence itself as if it were a work of art. Instead of following fixed moral codes or waiting for liberation from power, he suggested that individuals could treat their lives as creative projects, crafted, refined, and designed with intentionality. This was his notion of the aesthetics of existence. At first glance, the phrase seems almost indulgent, even self-centered. Life as art? It might sound like a call to hedonism or individualism, but for Foucault, this idea had deep philosophical and political significance. It was not about luxury, but about freedom. To live aesthetically was to refuse being reduced to the categories imposed by institutions. It was to invent new ways of being, to create forms of subjectivity that did not simply reproduce domination. Foucault traced this notion back to antiquity, particularly to the Greeks and Romans. In their ethical practices, he found not universal rules, but exercises in self-fashioning. The Stoics, for example, saw philosophy as a way of cultivating a beautiful soul, harmonizing thought and action. Sexual practices were not defined by moral absolutes, but by questions of balance, moderation, and self-mastery. One lived one's life as a craftsman shapes a statue, carefully, intentionally, aiming for coherence and beauty. This aesthetic approach to existence, Foucault argued, was largely lost in modern times. Christianity reframed ethics around obedience to universal laws, shifting focus from self-fashioning to confession and guilt. Modernity continued this trend by tying ethics to universal principles like human rights or rational duties. Foucault did not dismiss these frameworks entirely, but he saw them as limiting. They reduced ethics to rules, stripping away the creative, experimental dimension of living. By reviving the idea of aesthetics of existence, he sought to recover a more open form of ethics. Instead of asking, what is the right rule to follow, we might ask, what kind of life do I want to create? What practices can help me live more freely, more truthfully, more beautifully? Ethics, in this sense, becomes a matter of artistry, not obedience. This idea resonated strongly with Foucault's personal experiences in the gay community of San Francisco. There, he witnessed and participated in experiments with identity, intimacy, and lifestyle that defied traditional norms. These were not simply private pleasures, they were acts of invention. To live openly, to create new forms of relationships, to challenge established categories. This was the aesthetics of existence in practice. It was a refusal to accept the world's definitions of normality, and a commitment to shaping life differently. The aesthetics of existence also reframed resistance. If power is everywhere, then resistance cannot be about overthrowing it once and for all. Instead, resistance must be woven into life itself, into the ways we speak, love, work, and care for ourselves. By living aesthetically, by crafting life intentionally, we resist the reduction of subjectivity to categories of normality. Freedom becomes less about a final victory and more about the ongoing creation of existence as a work of art. Critics worried that this turn reduced politics to personal lifestyle, that it encouraged self-indulgence rather than collective struggle. But Foucault saw no such divide. For him, personal practices of freedom were inherently political, because they challenged norms that govern populations. When individuals live differently, they destabilize the categories through which power operates. To live aesthetically is to live politically, even if in small, everyday acts. One of Foucault's most striking formulations came in an interview where he said, "What strikes me is the fact that, in our society, art has become something which is related only to objects and not to individuals or to life. But couldn't everyone's life become a work of art? Why should the lamp or the house be an art object, but not our life?" Here, he revealed the heart of his vision. Ethics is not just about rules or prohibitions. It is about treating life itself as a canvas, shaping it deliberately, creatively, responsibly. For listeners today, this idea resonates in powerful ways. In a world of constant surveillance, standardized careers, and algorithmically shaped identities, the call to live life as a work of art is both inspiring and subversive. It suggests that freedom is not an abstract ideal, but a daily practice of self-creation. It invites us to refuse conformity, to experiment with ways of living, to see existence itself as an act of resistance. This does not mean life becomes easy. Art requires discipline, patience, effort. To craft a life is to face conflict, risk, and uncertainty. But for Foucault, that was precisely the point. Freedom is not about safety or certainty, it is about creativity. It is about refusing to live by default, choosing instead to shape life with intention. In the end, the aesthetics of existence is Foucault's most poetic idea. It offers a vision of freedom not as liberation from power, but as artistry within it. It suggests that the ultimate resistance to normalization is not destruction, but creation. The creation of lives that are unique, beautiful, and ungovernable. And perhaps this was Foucault's final gift, the reminder that philosophy is not just analysis of systems, but a call to live differently, to treat life itself as the canvas of freedom. By the early 1980s, Michel Foucault had become one of the most recognizable intellectuals in the world. His lectures at the Collège de France drew overflowing crowds. His books were translated into dozens of languages. His concepts, discipline, biopolitics, governmentality, were reshaping debates across philosophy, sociology, political science, and history. Yet, even as his influence reached its height, his health began to falter. What followed was a period of intense productivity shadowed by illness, a final chapter in which life, thought, and mortality collided. Foucault's declining health was the result of what the world would soon come to know as AIDS, though in the early 1980s it was still a poorly understood disease. He had been deeply immersed in the gay communities of Paris and San Francisco, spaces that became both sites of joy and sites of risk as the epidemic spread. At the time, few knew what caused the illness or how it spread. What was clear was that it was devastating entire communities, and that stigma and silence surrounded it. Foucault never spoke publicly about his illness. To this day, scholars debate whether this silence was intentional, strategic, or simply personal. Some argue that his refusal to disclose was consistent with his lifelong resistance to confession, his rejection of the idea that truth must be told about the self. Others see it as a tragic missed opportunity, a moment when his voice could have contributed to the growing political struggle around AIDS. Whatever the case, his illness remained largely unacknowledged during his lifetime, though those close to him knew. Yet far from slowing down, Foucault's productivity during these years was astonishing. Between 1981 and 1984, he produced some of his most important works, including The Use of Pleasure and The Care of the Self, the second and third volumes of The History of Sexuality. He also delivered lectures that would later be published as The Hermeneutics of the Subject and The Courage of Truth. In these texts, he turned increasingly toward ethics, ancient philosophy, and the idea of life as a work of art. His thought was maturing, expanding, even as his body weakened. There is something haunting about this. As his own life was threatened by illness, he turned to themes of mortality, care of the self, and truth-telling. He explored how ancient philosophers practiced meditation on death as a way of living freely. He examined how parrhesia fearless speech required courage in the face of danger. These were not abstract academic exercises. They were reflections forged in the shadow of mortality. Friends and colleagues later recalled his extraordinary energy during this period. Despite frequent hospitalizations, he continued to teach, write, and debate. He traveled, lectured, and participated in intellectual life with vigor. Those who knew him described a sense of urgency, as if he knew time was short and every moment mattered. When Foucault died on June 25, 1984, at the age of 57, the news stunned the intellectual world. The official cause was listed as a neurological illness, but it quickly became clear that he had died of AIDS-related complications. He was one of the first major public figures in France to die of the disease, though his family and publisher at first downplayed the fact. In the years that followed, as the epidemic became impossible to ignore, his death took on symbolic significance. Foucault's silence about AIDS was itself seen as part of the story, a reflection of the stigma, fear, and uncertainty that surrounded the disease in its early years. In retrospect, his final works read with an added poignancy. His meditations on the care of the self, on the courage of truth, on the aesthetics of existence, are inseparable from the context of his illness. His insistence that life should be lived as a work of art takes on new urgency when we remember that he was writing under the shadow of death. His exploration of how ancient philosophers faced mortality was not to tap scholarship, but lived philosophy. Foucault's death also marked the end of an intellectual trajectory that was still unfolding. He had plans for further volumes of the history of sexuality, exploring early Christianity and the development of confession. He had begun new lectures on Parrhesia that suggested directions his thought might have taken toward a deeper philosophy of truth-telling, ethics, and political courage. We can only speculate how his ideas might have developed had he lived longer. But perhaps the most striking aspect of Foucault's final years is how seamlessly his life and thought came together. He did not retreat from philosophy when illness struck. He did not turn away from the themes of power, freedom, and ethics that had defined his career. Instead, he lived them, embodied them, and left us with a vision of philosophy as something more than theory. For him, philosophy was a way of confronting mortality, of living truthfully, of shaping existence even in the face of death. For listeners today, his final years are a reminder of philosophy's deepest purpose. It is about how we live, how we face suffering, how we meet death. Foucault's final works invite us to see freedom not as a distant dream, but as a practice, lived daily even, perhaps especially, when life itself is fragile. By the time of his death in 1984, Michel Foucault had become one of the most cited, debated, and polarizing figures in philosophy. His concepts, disciplinary power, biopolitics, governmentality, the care of the self reshaped not only academic debates, but also broader cultural conversations. His influence spread across philosophy, history, sociology, political science, gender studies, and even literature. Yet his legacy has always been contested, precisely because he disrupted so many established frameworks. In the decades after his death, Foucault was often grouped under the broad and somewhat slippery label of postmodernism. This term came to signify skepticism toward grand narratives, suspicion of universals, and a focus on power, discourse, and identity. Foucault himself rejected the label. He did not see himself as postmodern, preferring to describe his work as critical history or philosophical archaeology. Yet the association stuck, largely because his critiques resonated with postmodern themes. What made Foucault postmodern, in the eyes of many, was his refusal to ground philosophy in universal truth. Where Enlightenment thinkers sought reason as a foundation, Foucault insisted that reason itself is historically contingent. Where Marxists sought class struggle as the key to history, Foucault emphasized a multiplicity of struggles across prisons, hospitals, sexuality, and schools. Where liberals sought universal rights, he exposed the ways rights discourse could also be instruments of exclusion. This relentless refusal of foundations made him both admired and feared. One of his most enduring contributions is his analysis of power. Before Foucault, power was often understood primarily in terms of sovereignty, the ruler who commands, the state that enforces, the law that forbids. Foucault broadened this vision. Power, he argued, is not just top-down but also diffuse, operating through institutions, norms, and everyday practices. It is productive as well as repressive. It creates knowledge, identities, categories, and truths. This shift transformed the study of politics and society, opening new avenues of research and critique. For philosophers, this meant a profound reorientation. Instead of searching for universal structures of knowledge or morality, many followed Foucault in examining the historical conditions under which truths are produced. This gave rise to new fields like science and technology studies, which analyze how scientific facts are shaped by social contexts, and critical legal studies, which investigate how law functions as a tool of power. In gender studies and queer theory, scholars used Foucault's insights to show how sexual and gender identities are not natural givens, but historically contingent constructs. But Foucault's legacy is not only about ideas, it is about method. His genealogical approach encouraged scholars to dig into archives, to trace the contingent histories of concepts we take for granted. Madness, punishment, sexuality. These were not timeless realities, but outcomes of struggles, decisions, and discourses. Genealogy became a way of unsettling what seems natural, reminding us that the present could have been otherwise, and therefore can be changed. This legacy, however, has always been controversial. Critics like Jürgen Habermas accused Foucault of undermining the Enlightenment project, of abandoning the quest for rational foundations of democracy and justice. Habermas argued that without universal principles, critique collapses into relativism. Others, especially Marxist thinkers, worried that Foucault's emphasis on diffuse power distracted from capitalism as the central structure of domination. Still others saw his skepticism as corrosive, feeding cynicism rather than hope. Yet defenders of Foucault argue that his very refusal of foundations is what makes his work powerful. By rejecting universals, he opened space for plural struggles. By exposing the historical contingency of norms, he made change imaginable. By showing that power is everywhere, he also showed that resistance is everywhere. Far from being nihilistic, his thought is deeply political, a call to fight on multiple fronts, to resist domination wherever it occurs. The debate over Foucault's legacy also reveals something about philosophy itself. Traditionally, philosophy has sought truth, foundations, certainty. Foucault shifted the task toward critique, toward unsettling assumptions, toward analyzing how truths are produced. In this sense, he belongs in a line with Nietzsche and Heidegger philosophers who dismantled certainties rather than built systems. For admirers, this makes him one of the great philosophers of suspicion. For critics, it makes him a destroyer rather than a builder. What cannot be denied is his impact. Few philosophers since the mid-20th century have been cited more widely. Few have generated as many debates, conferences, and reinterpretations. Few have influenced so many fields at once. Even those who reject him often define themselves against him, proving his inescapability. For listeners today, his legacy in philosophy invites us to reflect on the role of critique. Do we need universal truths to resist oppression, or can we rely on local, situated struggles? Do we need foundations for morality, or can we live ethically through practices of freedom? Do we need certainty, or can philosophy embrace contingency? These questions remain alive precisely because Foucault left them unresolved. Perhaps that is the essence of his legacy, not to give us answers, but to sharpen our sense of the problems. He left philosophy less secure, less certain, but also more alive, more attuned to the complexities of power, knowledge, and freedom. Michel Foucault's influence was never confined to the ivory towers of philosophy. In fact, one of the most remarkable aspects of his legacy is how far his concepts traveled beyond academic philosophy into sociology, political science, law, education, and even popular culture. His work became a toolbox, a set of concepts that could be applied to fields far beyond the study of history and ideas. Few philosophers of the 20th century have had such wide-ranging impact. In sociology, Foucault reshaped the way scholars understood institutions and social order. Before him, many sociologists focused on structures like class or formal organizations. Foucault expanded the field's gaze to include the micro-level mechanisms of power, surveillance, discipline, normalization. His analysis of prisons, schools, and hospitals revealed how modern institutions shape individuals, not just through explicit rules, but through subtle routines and expectations. Concepts like disciplinary society and panopticism became staples of sociological theory, used to analyze everything from workplace management to digital surveillance. In political science, his notion of governmentality opened entirely new approaches to governance. Traditionally, political science focused on states, elections, and policies. Foucault showed that governing goes far beyond laws and institutions. It includes the management of populations, the shaping of behavior, the structuring of choices. Political scientists adopted his framework to study welfare systems, public health, security regimes, and even environmental policies. His insights proved especially useful in analyzing neoliberalism, where governance often operates by encouraging individuals to regulate themselves according to market logic. In law and criminology, Foucault's discipline and punish had seismic effects. It challenged conventional narratives that saw modern prisons as progress compared to older forms of punishment. Instead, Foucault showed that prisons were part of a broader system of discipline, producing docile subjects through surveillance and normalization. Criminologists and legal scholars used his insights to critique mass incarceration, policing practices, and the expansion of carceral logic into schools, immigration systems, and social services. His work fueled movements for prison abolition and restorative justice, showing that punishment is not just about crime, but about power. In education, his analysis of discipline illuminated how schools function not just to transmit knowledge, but to shape behavior. The regimented schedules, constant testing, hierarchical authority, these features create students who are punctual, obedient, and productive. Educational theorists used Foucault's concepts to critique standardized testing, classroom surveillance, and the way schools reproduce social inequalities. His work continues to influence debates about pedagogy, student autonomy, and the politics of curriculum design. In cultural studies, Foucault's impact has been profound. His idea that power produces identity became foundational for analyzing race, gender, sexuality, and media. Cultural theorists drew on his notion of discourse to examine how categories like normal and deviant are constructed through film, literature, advertising, and news. His concept of biopolitics informed critiques of how popular culture shapes ideas of health, beauty, and bodies. From body image in fashion magazines to the representation of queerness in television, Foucault's ideas offered critical tools for understanding culture as a field of power. Even popular activism absorbed his language. Terms like disciplinary power and biopolitics entered activist circles, particularly in struggles around prisons, healthcare, sexuality, and human rights. Feminist and queer activists used his critique of sexuality to challenge medical pathologization and legal regulation of desire. Anti-racist movements used his analysis of surveillance to expose policing and state control of minority populations. Environmental activists drew on biopolitics to show how entire ecosystems are managed for human benefit, often at great cost. Perhaps most surprisingly, Foucault also influenced art and literature. Artists and writers used his concepts of discourse, power, and subjectivity to explore how identities are constructed and contested. Novelists drew inspiration from his genealogical method, crafting narratives that expose hidden histories of oppression. Visual artists created works that dramatized the dynamics of surveillance and control. His presence can be felt in film studies, theater, architecture, and even music, wherever questions of power and identity are explored. Of course, his influence was not always straightforward. Some applications of Foucault oversimplified his ideas, reducing complex analyses to slogans. Others used his work in ways he might have resisted, applying it to contexts far removed from his own concerns. But this too is part of his legacy. His thought was not a system to be followed, but a set of tools to be used, adapted, and reimagined. He once said, "I don't write to say what is true, but to show how things could be otherwise." That spirit of experimentation explains why his work spread so widely. For listeners today, the breadth of Foucault's influence is striking. He is not a philosopher one can leave on the shelf. His concepts continue to shape debates in classrooms, courtrooms, boardrooms, and protest movements. Whenever we ask how institutions shape us, how norms govern us, how identities are constructed, we are working in Foucault's shadow, even if we don't realize it. And that may be his greatest legacy outside philosophy. He taught us that power is not only in the state, not only in law, not only in economics, it is in culture, in knowledge, in everyday life. By making power visible where it was once invisible, he gave generations of thinkers and activists new ways to see, critique, and resist the world around them. If there is one area where Michel Foucault's work feels uncannily prophetic, it is in the realm of surveillance and security. His analysis of prisons, discipline, and the panopticon, Jeremy Bentham's model of a prison where a single guard could watch all inmates without being seen, has become a touchstone for understanding the 21st century. Today, when governments and corporations track our data, when cameras line our streets, and when our phones monitor our every move, Foucault's insights ring louder than ever. In Discipline and Punish, 1975, Foucault argued that modern societies had shifted from spectacular forms of punishment, public executions, torture, to subtle forms of control that operate through constant observation. The panopticon was his metaphor for this shift. In a panoptic system, the possibility of being watched is enough to discipline individuals. People internalize the gaze of authority, regulating themselves even when no one is looking. This, he argued, is how modern power operates, not through brute force, but through surveillance that becomes self-surveillance. Fast forward to the digital age, and the metaphor feels less like a metaphor and more like reality. Governments monitor internet traffic, collect metadata, and use facial recognition technologies. Corporations track browsing histories, purchases, and even biometric data. Social media platforms encourage users to curate their own lives for public display, creating a culture where self-surveillance becomes normalized. We watch ourselves, anticipating the gaze of others, just as Foucault predicted. This is not just about technology, it's about politics. After the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, states around the world expanded surveillance powers in the name of security. Airports became sites of intense monitoring. Intelligence agencies grew their capacity to track communications. Entire populations found themselves under watch. Foucault's concept of security apparatuses, mechanisms designed not to eliminate risks but to manage them, captures this perfectly. States no longer promise safety, they promise to monitor, predict, and contain threats. Risk management becomes the new form of governance. Consider predictive policing, where algorithms analyze crime data to forecast where future crimes might occur. Or consider public health surveillance, where governments track infections, vaccination rates, and even genetic information. These practices exemplify what Foucault called the shift from sovereign power, the right to take life, to biopolitical power, which seeks to manage populations, optimize life, and regulate health. Security is not about preventing danger, absolutely. It is about governing life by calculating probabilities, managing flows, and controlling risks. This raises pressing political questions. If we are constantly monitored, where does freedom lie? If states and corporations know more about our behavior than we do, what happens to autonomy? If power operates not through coercion, but through subtle nudges, how do we recognize when we are being governed? Foucault gives us the tools to ask these questions, even if he does not provide definitive answers. Foucault also helps us see how surveillance intertwines with inequality. Surveillance is rarely neutral. Marginalized groups are more heavily monitored: immigrants at borders, racial minorities in cities, the poor in welfare systems. The very technologies of security reproduce hierarchies, deciding whose risks matter and whose lives are expendable. This connects directly to his insight that biopolitics involves making live and letting die. Security is not evenly distributed. It protects some while exposing others to neglect or danger. Critics of mass surveillance often invoke Foucault directly. Edward Snowden, in his revelations about the National Security Agency, echoed Foucault's concerns about the panopticon when he described how people censor themselves once they know they are being watched. Activists fighting facial recognition software and predictive policing cite discipline and punish as a key text for understanding how surveillance disciplines entire populations. Foucault's work, written in the 1970s, has become a guide for navigating the politics of the digital age. Yet his relevance is not limited to surveillance. His broader insights into governmentality, the ways power shapes behavior through freedom rather than coercion, apply directly to contemporary politics. Consider how governments encourage citizens to monitor their own carbon footprints, or how health systems rely on individuals to track their diet and exercise. These are forms of governance that rely on self-regulation, making individuals responsible for problems that are often structural. Foucault helps us see how these strategies work, and why they can be so effective. For listeners today, the challenge is to recognize that surveillance and security are not aberrations, but central features of modern governance. They are not simply tools of oppression, they are also systems of management, embedded in everyday life. This makes them harder to resist, but also more urgent to analyze. And this is where Foucault leaves us with a paradox. Surveillance disciplines us, but it also makes resistance possible. By exposing how surveillance works, we can begin to imagine alternatives, new forms of privacy, new practices of freedom, new ways of organizing security that do not rely on constant monitoring. The question is not whether surveillance exists, but how we respond to it, how we live within it. and how we resist its most oppressive forms. In this sense, Foucault remains one of the most relevant political thinkers of our time. He did not predict the internet, smartphones, or algorithms, but he gave us the concepts to understand them. He showed that power operates not only through laws and armies, but through the subtle shaping of everyday life, and in doing so, he prepared us for the political challenges of the 21st century. Michel Foucault's writings were designed as tools, what he once called a toolbox for critique. He never offered them as a finished system or dogma. He encouraged readers to pick up his concepts, use them, adapt them, even discard them when they no longer worked. In this sense, his philosophy was deliberately open-ended. Yet this very openness also made his thought vulnerable to misappropriation. Over the decades since his death, his ideas have been invoked, distorted, and fought over in political battles across the ideological spectrum. Perhaps the most striking misappropriation comes from the political right. In recent years, conservative critics have blamed Foucault and postmodern theory more broadly for what they see as the erosion of truth and morality. They argue that by claiming truth is bound up with power, Foucault opened the door to relativism, cynicism, and post-truth politics. In some circles, he has even been linked to the rise of conspiracy thinking and distrust of science. Ironically, ideas meant to expose domination have been cast as the cause of social decay. In the United States, debates about critical theory and woke culture often drag Foucault into the fray. Critics accuse his thought of fueling identity politics, undermining objective standards, and destabilizing Western values. His critique of sexuality and normalization has been cited as the intellectual root of gender theory, queer theory, and contemporary debates over trans rights topics that have become lightning rods in culture wars. For conservative commentators, Foucault is not just a philosopher, but a symbol of everything destabilizing about modern culture. But misappropriation has also come from unexpected quarters. Some neoliberals have cited his rejection of universal truths as an implicit endorsement of market pluralism. If there are no universals, then perhaps the market is the best mechanism for managing diversity. Foucault himself did analyze neoliberal thinkers sympathetically, showing how they framed freedom in market terms. Yet he did so critically, not as endorsement. Still, fragments of his work have been lifted out of context to justify policies he would likely have opposed. Even within left-wing movements, Foucault has been a source of controversy. Activists inspired by his critiques of power have sometimes adopted his ideas in ways that paralyze collective action. If power is everywhere, some ask, then what's the point of resistance? If all claims to truth are bound up with power, then what makes our resistance better than the systems we oppose? These dilemmas show how his thought, when misunderstood, can feed into pessimism or political fragmentation. Another dimension of political battle concerns his personal life and posthumous reputation. In the 2020s, resurfaced claims about his behavior in North Africa reignited debates about whether his personal actions undermine his intellectual legacy. Critics argued that his writings on sexuality were compromised by personal conduct, while defenders warned against collapsing philosophy into biography. These debates reflect larger cultural struggles over how to remember intellectuals, how to separate, or not separate ideas from individuals. Academic battles have been just as fierce. In philosophy departments, Foucault has been a lightning rod between analytic and continental traditions. Analytic philosophers often criticized his style as opaque and his arguments as vague. Continental thinkers, by contrast, celebrated his ability to open new terrains of thought. The divide was not merely stylistic, but political. Was philosophy about building rigorous arguments, or about disrupting power? Foucault became the stand-in for the latter. The most enduring political struggle over Foucault concerns his relation to truth. Critics accuse him of undermining the very possibility of truth, fueling the relativism of the post-truth era. But defenders argue the opposite, that his work is essential, precisely because it shows how truth can be manipulated, how institutions produce regimes of knowledge, how claims to neutrality often mask domination. In this reading, Foucault is not the enemy of truth, but its most important defender, because he forces us to ask who gets to define it, and in whose interests. What is remarkable is how a thinker who died in 1984 continues to ignite such intense political battles. His ideas about surveillance, sexuality, biopolitics, and governmentality are not abstract relics. They are alive in debates about healthcare, policing, identity, and freedom. His name is invoked in legislatures, classrooms, newsrooms, and protests. Few philosophers of the 20th century have been so contested, so polarizing, and yet so indispensable. For listeners today, this tells us something vital. Foucault's philosophy was never meant to be comfortable. It was meant to disturb, to unsettle, to make us see the world differently. That is why it is misappropriated and fought over. It is dangerous precisely because it refuses to give easy answers. And that, perhaps, is why it remains so powerful. When Michel Foucault died in 1984, his funeral in Paris drew crowds of friends, colleagues, and admirers. He was buried quietly in Vendouvre, du Poitou, far from the academic spotlight, but his intellectual presence never left. In fact, it only grew. Today, nearly 4 decades later, his writings remain among the most cited in the humanities and social sciences. His concepts circulate in classrooms, courtrooms, news reports, activist movements, and even casual debates about surveillance or sexuality. His legacy is not contained in books on dusty shelves. It is alive in the world around us. And yet, Foucault never wanted disciples. He often resisted labels, even the term philosopher. He once said, "Do not ask me who I am, and do not ask me to remain the same." His thought was not a closed system, but a practice of questioning, a method of critique. His enduring contribution is less a set of doctrines and more a way of thinking. A suspicion of what is taken for granted, a willingness to dig into the history of ideas, a refusal to accept truth without asking who benefits from it. The question that runs through his work is simple but unsettling. How are we governed, and how might we live differently? It is a question that cannot be answered once and for all. It must be asked again in each generation, in each context, in each life. For Foucault, freedom was not about escaping power altogether. That was impossible. Freedom was about practicing resistance within power, creating spaces of autonomy, experimenting with new ways of being. It was about transforming life into something that could not be easily captured by norms. This is why his thought continues to resonate. In an age of digital surveillance, his analysis of the panopticon helps us understand how we internalize the gaze of authority. In debates about health, sexuality, and identity, his notion of biopolitics shows how bodies and desires are governed. In struggles for racial justice, gender equality, and LGBTQ+ rights, his insights into normalization illuminate how exclusion works and how it can be resisted. His questions remain alive wherever people challenge the systems that shape them. But perhaps the most provocative aspect of his legacy is that it offers no guarantees. Foucault never promised that resistance would succeed, that truth would triumph, or that liberation was inevitable. He left us instead with a practice of vigilance. Look closer, ask harder, uncover the hidden workings of power. It is a philosophy that demands courage, because it denies us the comfort of certainty. And yet it is also a philosophy of hope, because it insists that things could always be otherwise. So the story of Michel Foucault does not end with his death. It continues in the questions we ask, in the practices we invent, in the ways we resist and create. His life, marked by brilliance and controversy, illness and resilience, was itself a kind of experiment, a work of art shaped under the shadow of mortality. He showed us that philosophy is not just theory, but a way of living, of confronting power, of caring for the self, of speaking truth in the face of danger. And as we reflect on his legacy, we are left with a question that might be his greatest gift. If power is everywhere, how will we choose to live within it? That question does not close the story. It opens it, for us, for now, for the future. Why do we second-guess ourselves? Why do we compare our messy inner lives to the polished stories of others? Montaigne dared to wonder the same, and he wrote as if he were sitting across from you, wrestling with the same fears. He was not a philosopher in the grand halls of Athens or the crowded universities of Paris, but in the quiet of his own tower, surrounded by books, asking himself questions most of us are too embarrassed to admit. What if my memory is failing? What if I don't really know anything at all? In his day, the 16th century, when Europe was convulsed by religious wars, plagues, and the collapse of old certainties, such questions could sound like heresy. Yet Montaigne leaned into them, as though the only honest way to live was to admit how little we truly understand. This was his great paradox, the reason his essays still speak to us across 4 centuries. He turned weakness into a kind of strength, uncertainty into a kind of compass. When he confessed that he changed his mind often, it wasn't a failure. It was a method, a philosophy of living that allowed him to grow rather than calcify. He told his readers, "I am full of contradictions. I am foolish, forgetful, fragile." And in admitting that, he made space for us to admit the same. His genius was not to speak from the mountaintop, but from the kitchen table, his words as close as a friend's voice in the quiet of night. Think of the world you live in today, scrolling through feeds of curated perfection, bombarded by experts, gurus, influencers who all claim to know the way forward. You measure your own confused insides against their polished outsides, and, of course, you come up short. Montaigne would have laughed at that trap. He would have said, "Why should you measure yourself against anyone else at all? You are the measure." His philosophy was not a system of laws or a structure of eternal truths. It was a mirror, sometimes flattering, often uncomfortable, but always honest. The mystery at the heart of Montaigne's work is that he offered no answers, yet he made readers feel less alone. How does someone who admits to knowing nothing manage to give so many people courage? How does a man who constantly contradicts himself become the most trustworthy guide? It is this paradox that keeps his voice alive. The idea that philosophy does not begin in certainty, but in self-examination, and that the deepest wisdom may be simply acknowledging what we do not know. This is why he matters to us now, perhaps more than ever. In a time when so much of our culture is about performance, performing knowledge, performing success, performing happiness, Montaigne invites us into a private space where we can drop the act. He whispers across centuries that your doubts do not disqualify you from wisdom. They are the raw material of wisdom. To listen to Montaigne is to be reminded that your confusion, your contradictions, your restless questions are not evidence that you are broken. They are evidence that you are human. And that is the journey we are about to take. We will follow Montaigne from the chaos of his childhood in a turbulent France to the solitude of his study, from his encounters with death and disease to his reflections on love, friendship, and the frailty of memory. We will watch him wrestle with faith and skepticism, politics and personal loss, the body's betrayals and the mind's strange freedoms. Along the way, we will see how he transformed the raw clay of an ordinary life into something extraordinary. A new way of thinking, a new way of living, one that still has the power to rescue us from despair and distraction today. The opening hook has been set, a man in a tower, asking the same questions you ask yourself when the world goes quiet. Now, to understand how this philosophy was born, we must step back, not into the certainty of a lecture hall, but into the uncertain beginnings of Montaigne's own story. His childhood, his family, the soil from which his restless mind grew. These will show us how the seeds of doubt were planted long before he ever took up his pen. To understand Montaigne's lifelong dance with uncertainty, we must return to the soil of his childhood. A strange and deliberate experiment set in motion by a father who believed that the first years of a child's life could shape the entire course of a man's destiny. It is here, in the chateau of Montaigne in the rolling hills of the Dordogne, that we find the boy who would one day teach the world how to live with doubt. But first, he had to be raised in a way that was almost unheard of in the France of the 16th century. Michel de Montaigne was born in 1533, a child of privilege in a time of turbulence. His family was wealthy, landowning, secure enough to afford experiments in education that most peasants could never dream of. Yet his father, Pierre Equem, was not a man content to raise his son in the ordinary way. He had studied humanist ideas, absorbed the new spirit of Renaissance learning that was sweeping across Europe, and he believed that children should be molded not through harsh discipline, but through gentle exposure to curiosity, culture, and the rhythms of life itself. And so, from his very first days, Montaigne was treated differently. Imagine the baby Michel in his cradle, waking not to the sound of commands or the sharp bark of Latin declensions, but to the melody of music. His father ordered that a musician be present to play gentle tunes as the boy was roused from sleep each morning. The idea was simple, but radical. Let life be introduced, not through fear or rigidity, but through harmony, so that the boy would grow to see the world not as a place of harsh rules, but as a field of wonder. Most children of his station would have been disciplined early, broken into obedience, taught to fear mistakes. Montaigne, instead, was introduced to life through joy. And yet, his father's experiment went deeper still. Determined that his son should learn Latin not as a dead school subject, but as a living tongue. Pierre insisted that from infancy, Michel be surrounded only by Latin speakers. Nurses, tutors, servants, all were instructed to speak to him in Latin from his very first words. By the time Montaigne was 6, he was more fluent in the tongue of Cicero than in his native French. This was not merely linguistic training. It was a shaping of mind, a way of immersing the boy in the world of classical thought before he even knew he was studying philosophy. For most children, childhood is a series of unquestioned assumptions, rules accepted because they are enforced. For Montaigne, childhood was already a place of paradox. He belonged to a world torn between medieval traditions and Renaissance awakenings, between Catholic dogma and Protestant rebellion, between rural rhythms and the intellectual ferment of the cities. Even his own household reflected this duality. On the one hand, he was heir to privilege, with a library and estate. On the other, his father insisted he be sent as an infant to live with peasants, so that he would learn humility, would know the textures of labor and the voices of common people. It was an education designed to keep him both elevated and grounded. And this tension between lofty thought and earthy reality would mark him for life. Picture young Montaigne returning from his early years among villagers, carrying in his body both the confidence of privilege and the earthy familiarity of peasant life. He was taught early that wisdom was not only found in books, but in people, in their stories, their work, their daily struggles. This blending of perspectives gave him a kind of double vision. He could see the illusions of nobility, because he had lived with those who had none, and he could value the raw truths of common life while still absorbing the riches of classical learning. As the boy grew, the world around him was shifting violently. France was racked by religious tensions, Protestants and Catholics turning neighbors into enemies, villages into battlegrounds. The Renaissance promised new horizons of thought, but the Reformation threatened to tear apart the very fabric of faith and community. Even as a child, Montaigne would have absorbed the instability, the sense that certainty was always about to collapse. His family was Catholic, but his education was soaked in humanist doubt, teaching him to question rather than simply obey. This dual inheritance, the dogma of the church and the skepticism of humanism, was like a spark thrown onto dry tinder. His tutors, instructed never to beat him, nurtured his questions instead of stifling them. This was radical in an age when most education was brutal, when children were drilled, punished, and made to memorize. Montaigne was instead coaxed toward learning through delight. When he later wrote in his essays that true education was not about stuffing information into a child's head, but about shaping judgment and character, he was recalling his own experience. He knew firsthand that the joy of discovery was more lasting than the fear of punishment. It's worth pausing to consider how unusual this was. Most children of the 16th century never saw a book, never heard Latin, never had the luxury of pondering their own contradictions. They were trained for survival, not reflection. Yet Montaigne's childhood was a carefully crafted stage for the very themes he would later explore: the slipperiness of knowledge, the importance of humility, the constant balance between body and mind, privilege and common life. From his very earliest days, he was being prepared, not for certainty, but for doubt. And that doubt took root early. For even as he mastered Latin and grew up surrounded by the wisdom of the ancients, Montaigne would come to see that language and learning could not guarantee truth. He learned that memory fades, that even the most fluent mind stumbles, that contradictions creep in no matter how careful we are. He was, from the start, a child aware of his limits. But instead of hiding them, he would one day make those limits the foundation of his philosophy. Consider for a moment the contrast with our own lives. Today, many parents try to shape their children into polished products, perfect resumes, carefully curated talents. the illusion of certainty and direction. Montaigne's father did something different. He gave his son the tools of learning, yes, but also the space to fail, to question, to wander. It was an education for humanity, not perfection. And that, perhaps more than anything, explains why Montaigne's voice still resonates. He grew up not pretending to be flawless, but practicing the art of being fully human. By the time Montaigne entered formal schooling in Bordeaux, he was already unusual. Fluent in Latin, curious, reflective, he stood out from his peers, yet he also carried with him the humility of someone who had lived among peasants, someone who knew that knowledge was not the same as wisdom. His childhood foundations had given him not certainty, but a method: approach life with openness, embrace contradictions, learn from everything and everyone. These foundations would one day allow him to write essays that spoke not from authority, but from intimacy. So, when you hear Montaigne confessing his flaws, when you see him admitting his ignorance, remember that this honesty began in his childhood. His father's experiment had given him permission to live with questions, to trust experience as much as doctrine, to see life not as a problem to be solved, but as a story to be told. And that, in the end, is why his philosophy begins not with answers, but with a boyhood shaped by music, by peasants, by books, and by the strange conviction that doubt itself can be a form of wisdom. From these beginnings, Montaigne would step into adolescence, where the first stirrings of philosophical questioning would meet the turbulence of a world in crisis. The gentle foundations of his childhood would be tested by the chaos of education, by the pressure of family expectations, and by the realization that life's contradictions do not disappear as one grows. They deepen. And so, as the boy becomes a young man, the story of Montaigne moves forward from childhood's curious beginnings into the crucible of early education, where his mind would be sharpened, challenged, and sometimes broken, preparing him for the lifelong work of turning confusion into philosophy. To understand the man who would one day invent a new kind of philosophy, we must step into the household that shaped him, not just the tower where he would later write, but the family whose voices filled the air of his earliest years. Montaigne was not the product of an abstract education alone. He was the son of a father whose experiments were radical, and a mother whose silence was no less influential. The interplay between their ideals, their contradictions, and their unspoken expectations formed the invisible architecture of his mind. Family was the first school of doubt, and Montaigne never forgot it. His father, Pierre Equem, was in many ways the architect of his destiny. A wealthy landowner, mayor of Bordeaux, and humanist in spirit, Pierre was convinced that the best inheritance he could give his son was not land or status, but a way of thinking. He had been shaped by Renaissance ideals, inspired by the new humanism that looked back to classical Rome and Greece for models of wisdom, and so he treated his son as an experiment in humanist education. Pierre believed, almost obsessively, that the soul could be shaped from infancy through careful exposure to culture and humility. This conviction made him both visionary and, in some ways, severe. He insisted that Michel be exposed to the lives of common people by sending him as an infant to live with peasants. He wanted his son to grow not arrogant, not detached from the rhythms of ordinary life. In Pierre's mind, the boy must never forget that all men are bound by the same basic needs: food, shelter, survival, and that noble birth was not a guarantee of wisdom. This choice, radical for the time, imprinted on young Montaigne a double perspective. He belonged to the ruling class, yet he had lived among those who worked the soil. Later, when he wrote that he trusted the judgment of peasants as much as scholars, he was remembering not an abstraction, but a childhood lived in both worlds. And yet Pierre also filled his son's life with the grandeur of antiquity. He surrounded him with Latin, hired tutors to speak nothing else in his presence, and immersed him in the texts of Cicero, Seneca, and Virgil. The dual influence is striking: on the one hand, a grounding in humility, an awareness of life's simplicity; on the other, a soaring introduction to the highest reaches of culture and thought. Michel grew up in the tension between these poles, never able to rest entirely in one or the other. It was a tension he would later elevate into philosophy itself, the ordinary and the extraordinary forever side by side. But if his father was the architect, his mother was the silent presence in the foundation. Antoinette de Lupes, of Spanish Jewish descent, carried a lineage marked by displacement and suspicion. The family had converted to Christianity under pressure, and though Antoinette lived outwardly as a Catholic noblewoman, the shadow of her ancestry lingered. For Michael, this meant that his family carried within it the complexities of identity, the weight of belonging and exclusion, loyalty and secrecy. He rarely wrote about her directly, and yet one cannot help but see her influence in his lifelong sensitivity to questions of tolerance, faith, and the limits of certainty. To be born into a family with hidden roots was to learn early that the world is not what it appears to be, that identity is layered and unstable. His father believed in progressive education, yet he was still a man of his time, invested in hierarchy, duty, and obedience. His mother embodied a heritage of suspicion and silence, yet she gave Michelle the gift of seeing the fragility of social categories. Around them swirled siblings, servants, tutors, and extended family, each carrying their own stories and expectations. The young boy absorbed it all, the contradictions, the tensions, the unspoken rules of status, the moments of warmth and the chill of distance. Family, for him, was never a simple anchor. It was a puzzle, a constant reminder that human beings are shaped by forces they cannot fully control. Consider how this foundation echoes in his later writings. Montaigne's essays are filled with portraits of people, from peasants to princes, written with the same eye for contradiction, the same refusal to accept surface appearances. He had learned at home that everyone carries hidden layers, that no one is entirely what they seem. His skepticism toward easy judgments, his insistence on humility in the face of human diversity, can be traced directly to the lessons of his household. But there was also a cost. His father's ideals shaped him profoundly, yet also placed enormous expectations on him. To be the living embodiment of an educational experiment is to grow up under scrutiny, to always be performing, always being measured against an ideal. For some children, this would have broken the spirit. For Montaigne, it planted the seed of self-consciousness, the very self-consciousness that later made him turn inward and examine his own mind in merciless detail. His mother's silence, too, left a mark. Scholars have long debated why Montaigne wrote so little about her, why her presence in his essays is nearly invisible. Some suggest that she represented the unspoken, the side of family that cannot be neatly narrated. For Michelle, perhaps she was a reminder that not all truths can be put into words, that some legacies live in shadows. The absence itself is telling. In his philosophy, silence is as significant as speech, ignorance as important as knowledge. His mother embodied this paradox. Her presence was felt most strongly in what could not be said. The broader family legacy also shaped him. The Montaigne estate, with its vineyards, lands, and responsibilities, carried with it the weight of tradition. To be born into such a family was to inherit both privilege and duty, freedom and burden. From an early age, Michel would have known that his life was not entirely his own, that he was expected to carry forward the family's honor, to manage lands, to uphold the name. This tension between personal freedom and inherited duty became one of the central struggles of his life. When he later retreated to his tower to write, it was not an escape from family, but a negotiation with it, a way of carving out space within the obligations of lineage. And yet, despite the pressures, there was affection. Montaigne's father, in particular, adored him, treating him not as a vessel for discipline, but as a companion in discovery. The tenderness of that relationship gave Montaigne the courage to write with honesty, to reveal weakness without shame. He knew from his father's example that love and imperfection could coexist, that respect did not require performance of perfection. This foundation of trust allowed him, later, to extend that same generosity to himself and to his readers. We might say that Montaigne's family gave him three crucial gifts. From his father, the conviction that education must shape judgment, not just memory. From his mother, the awareness that silence and hidden histories shape us as much as visible truths. From the estate itself, the recognition that freedom always exists within obligation, that the self is never entirely separate from family, tradition, and duty. These were not abstract lessons, but lived realities, woven into the rhythms of his upbringing. For the modern listener, Montaigne's family story resonates with familiar themes. Many of us inherit contradictions, parents with clashing values, unspoken histories, silent burdens. We are raised not just by ideals, but by tensions, by what is present and by what is absent. Montaigne teaches us that these contradictions need not paralyze us. They can become the soil of wisdom. His ability to embrace complexity, to live with paradox, was seeded in the family that shaped him. And so, as Montaigne grew from child to adolescent, the foundation of his philosophy was already being laid. His father's humanism, his mother's silence, the contradictions of privilege and humility, duty and freedom. All these formed the inner architecture of a mind that would one day turn inward and invite the world to join him there. But the family home was only the beginning. Ahead lay the crucible of education beyond the walls of Montaigne, where young Michel would encounter teachers, texts, and the pressures of a formal system. If family gave him his first contradictions, schooling would give him his first confrontations with the limits of knowledge itself. And so, we move forward to the classrooms, the libraries, the early schooling where Montaigne's restless questioning began to sharpen into the lifelong practice of examining the self. If family laid the foundation of Montaigne's mind, it was in the classrooms and study halls of his early education that those foundations were tested, strained, and shaped into something lasting. To trace this stage of his life is to watch the raw clay of childhood begin to harden into the contours of the philosopher he would become. For Montaigne, schooling was never just about absorbing knowledge. It was about wrestling with what knowledge meant, about learning the limits of memory, the instability of authority, and the deep tension between what teachers declared and what life actually revealed. By the time he entered the Collège de Guyenne in Bordeaux, Montaigne was already unusual. He came armed with Latin fluency, not as a second language, but as his first. He spoke it with the ease that other children spoke, their mother tongue, a product of his father's strange experiment of surrounding him only with Latin from infancy. This was no ordinary schoolboy. He could read Cicero, Seneca, and Virgil as if they were neighbors rather than distant voices from the past. Yet precisely because of this early advantage, his education revealed to him not certainty, but contradiction. In the Collège de Guyenne, he encountered one of the finest humanist institutions of his day. Founded by André de Gouveia, a Portuguese humanist and reformer, the school was steeped in Renaissance ideals. It prized eloquence, critical inquiry, and the revival of classical learning. Here, Montaigne would have been surrounded by ambitious young men, each striving to master rhetoric, philosophy, history, and the arts of persuasion. The atmosphere was charged with competition, brilliance, and the promise of intellectual mastery. For a boy already fluent in the classics, it might have seemed like paradise. But Montaigne's restless mind did not accept learning at face value. He began to notice the cracks in the system. Teachers could command memory, but not judgment. They could demand recitation, but they could not guarantee understanding. A student might repeat a passage of Cicero flawlessly and yet fail to grasp its meaning. Knowledge, Montaigne saw, was often reduced to performance. Students polished their Latin style like armor, but their souls were untouched. This realization would stay with him forever. In his essays, he would later write that education should shape character, not just fill memory, and that the truest sign of learning was the ability to live wisely, not to recite elegantly. That conviction was born in the classrooms of Bordeaux, where he saw firsthand how brilliance could be hollow. And yet, those years were not without joy. Montaigne adored certain teachers who modeled curiosity rather than rigidity. He admired Gouveia's belief that learning should be expansive, not confined by dogma. He encountered classical authors who spoke to his own restless questions. Seneca on mortality, Plutarch on character, Cicero on duty. These texts did not give him certainty, but they gave him companionship, voices across time who admitted the same struggles he felt stirring within himself. The discovery that the ancients were as confused, as contradictory, as full of fear as he was, gave him permission to embrace his own doubts. Philosophy was not about achieving godlike clarity. It was about living as a human being. The rigor of his early schooling also sharpened his awareness of his own mind's limits. Montaigne was quick, but he was not a prodigy. He struggled with memory, often forgetting passages he had once mastered, and he recognized early that his mind was not made for encyclopedic retention. Instead of seeing this as a flaw, he began to turn it into insight. If memory is unreliable, perhaps it is better to cultivate judgment. If knowledge fades, perhaps wisdom lies in how we use what remains. From the cracks in his education, he built the scaffolding of his future philosophy. Meanwhile, outside the classroom, France was entering storms of conflict. The 1540s and 1550s were decades of deepening religious strife. Protestantism was spreading. Catholic authorities were responding with suspicion and violence. Even within Bordeaux, tensions simmered, sometimes erupting into violence. For a student like Montaigne, steeped in both humanist learning and Catholic tradition, the atmosphere was electric and dangerous. He absorbed not only the lessons of books, but the lessons of living in a fractured society, that certainty could divide as much as unite, that dogma could blind as much as guide. His education was not just in texts, but in the contradictions of his culture. In this crucible, Montaigne developed his lifelong suspicion of anyone who claimed to possess absolute truth. He had seen too many teachers demand submission, too many preachers thunder with certainty, too many students mimic brilliance without substance. He concluded that knowledge itself was not the problem was how it was wielded, how it was confused with mastery or authority. True wisdom, he began to suspect, was quieter, more fragile, more personal. It lived not in pronouncements, but in self-examination. Still, the boy was ambitious. He mastered rhetoric, trained in the art of persuasion, and absorbed the rhythms of classical prose. These skills would later serve him when he took up public office and, more importantly, when he sat down to write his essays. The elegance of his style was not accidental. It was forged in those schoolrooms where beauty of language was prized above all. Yet he never forgot that beauty without honesty was hollow. He would use the tools of rhetoric, but he would wield them to reveal vulnerability rather than to conceal it. By the time Montaigne left Bordeaux to pursue legal studies, his early education had accomplished something paradoxical. It had given him knowledge and tools, but it had also taught him that knowledge is unstable, that tools are dangerous in the wrong hands, that certainty is often a mask for fear. It had made him both cultured and skeptical, eloquent and humble, prepared for public life and yet uneasy about its pretensions. The boy who entered school speaking Latin as his first language emerged not with clarity but with questions. And that, he would later argue, was the true gift of education. For the modern listener, Montaigne's school years feel startlingly familiar. Who among us has not felt the pressure to memorize, to perform, to impress without truly understanding? Who has not sensed that much of what passes for learning is performance? Montaigne's insight, born in the classrooms of Bordeaux, is that wisdom cannot be forced, cannot be measured by grades or titles. It is cultivated in the quiet act of reflection, in the willingness to admit confusion. His education revealed the failure of education itself, and in that failure he discovered the seed of philosophy. But beyond the intellectual, there was the personal. In his school years, Montaigne also encountered friendship, rivalry, and the subtle dramas of adolescence. These relationships planted seeds that would blossom later, most notably in his profound friendship with Étienne de la Boétie, a fellow student and later a soulmate whose early death would devastate him. The capacity for deep intimacy, the recognition of love and loss as philosophical forces, began here, in the bonds formed and tested among students. Education was never just books, it was people. And Montaigne never forgot that philosophy, too, must always return to the human. So, what do we see in Montaigne's early education? A boy fluent in Latin but skeptical of mastery, trained in rhetoric but wary of performance, nourished by humanism but sobered by conflict, gifted with tools but unwilling to worship them. He emerged not as a prodigy with answers, but as a young man with sharpened questions, questions that would guide him through the rest of his life. His education was not the end of doubt, but the beginning of it. And now, as Montaigne leaves school and steps into the larger world, those questions will deepen. Family gave him roots, education gave him tools. But what happens when a young man begins to ask questions of his own? Ahead lies the moment of awakening, those first philosophical questions that would mark the true birth of Montaigne's lifelong project, the attempt to understand himself. There comes a moment in every young life when the scaffolding of childhood and education gives way to something more dangerous, more personal. It is the moment when borrowed wisdom no longer suffices. When a young person begins to ask not what others have said about life, but what life itself is asking of them. For Montaigne, this awakening came quietly, not in a thunderclap of revelation, but in a steady unease, a rising awareness that the questions within him were not the same as the answers given to him. His first philosophical questions were not grand abstractions, but intimate doubts, seated in experience and watered by the contradictions of the world around him. He left the Collège de Guyenne armed with eloquence, trained in rhetoric, and prepared for a career in law. He studied at the University of Toulouse, preparing himself for the life expected of him, to serve in courts, to manage estates, to uphold the traditions of his class. And yet, beneath this surface lay unease. What did it mean to know? What did it mean to live well? What did it mean to pursue truth in a world where every voice claimed it and every authority contradicted another? These were not classroom questions anymore. They were personal, pressing, unsettling. Montaigne's first philosophical questions began, as so many do, with the body. He was often ill, prone to kidney stones and other ailments, even from his youth. Pain has a way of stripping away illusions, of forcing reflection. A sick young man asks questions the healthy may postpone. What is a body for, if it betrays me? Am I my mind, my soul, or this frail, trembling vessel that keeps pulling me back to earth? Even before he would later write extensively on death and illness, Montaigne was learning from his own discomforts that philosophy is not an escape from the body, but a reckoning with it. At the same time, he began to observe the instability of memory. In his schooling, he had already struggled with retention, finding that words and passages slipped away no matter how carefully he studied them. Now, as a young man, he realized this was not just a quirk, it was a window into the unreliability of human faculties. If memory cannot be trusted, what about perception? What about judgment? Can anything inside us serve as a foundation for certainty? These were not the questions of a boy repeating Cicero. They were the questions of a man looking at himself with growing suspicion. Religion, too, pressed upon him. France was tearing itself apart in the wars of religion. Protestant and Catholic voices alike claimed to hold the truth, and both demanded allegiance. Montaigne's family was Catholic, but his humanist education had given him sympathy for questioning, for nuance, for a faith that was lived rather than imposed. Watching neighbors divide, watching friends take sides, he must have asked himself, if truth is one, why do those who claim it kill one another? If God is certain, why is faith so fragile? The boy who had once been surrounded by the harmony of music in his cradle was now surrounded by the disharmony of bloodshed, and it planted in him the seeds of skepticism. He also began to question the meaning of achievement. From his father, he had inherited ambition, not the ambition of greed, but of ideals. Pierre wanted his son to embody the Renaissance dream of a wise and eloquent man, one who could bridge the gap between antiquity and modernity. What is wisdom for, if life is so brief? What is eloquence worth, if death comes without warning? These were not idle musings. In Montaigne's time, plague swept through towns unpredictably. Death could come at any moment, and young men often died before they had fully lived. Against this backdrop, achievement seemed fragile, almost laughable. The question was not how to gain glory, but how to live in the shadow of mortality. And then came the deepest, most intimate question of all: who am I? This was not a rhetorical flourish. For Montaigne, identity itself was unstable. He felt himself change from moment to moment, contradicting his own thoughts, shifting his opinions, forgetting what he once believed. How could he claim to know himself if the self was always moving? Was there an essence beneath the flux, or was the flux itself all there was? This question, planted early, would become the very heart of his essays, the attempt to sketch a self that was always slipping through his fingers. We might imagine the young Montaigne walking the streets of Bordeaux, carrying books of law under his arm, outwardly preparing for a respectable career, but inwardly simmering with these doubts. His classmates might have been confident, ambitious, eager to climb ladders of power. Montaigne, though, could not help but look at them and ask, do they really know what they are doing? Do I? Or are we all just play acting, reciting lines without understanding the play? His questions were not meant to paralyze, but to pierce the illusion of certainty. These early philosophical stirrings were not yet essays, not yet systematized thought. They were more like whispers, dissonant notes in the harmony of expected life. But Montaigne listened. Where others drowned their doubts in busyness, he allowed his doubts to linger. Where others silenced questions in order to fit the mold, he kept asking. This willingness to stay with the discomfort of not knowing was his first true philosophical act. For the modern listener, these questions feel startlingly familiar. How do I live with a body that fails me? How do I trust my memory, my perception, my own mind when they deceive me? How do I find faith in a world of endless division? How do I make my life meaningful in the face of death? They are the very questions that haunt us in the middle of the night, that press upon us in times of illness, loss, or change. Montaigne asked them early, and he never stopped. It is telling that Montaigne's first philosophical questions were so personal. He did not begin by asking, what is the universe made of? Or, what is the nature of being? As many philosophers before him had, he began by asking, what is happening to me? Can I trust myself? How should I live, knowing I will die? This shift from cosmic speculation to personal inquiry was revolutionary. It marked the beginning of a philosophy that would turn inward, a philosophy that would eventually create the essay as a form. But it began here, with a young man daring to make himself the subject of philosophy. These first questions did not yet yield answers. They were the beginnings of a struggle that would continue throughout his life. But they prepared him for what was to come, the crises that would shake him, the friendships that would transform him, the writings that would immortalize him. They gave him a compass, not pointing to certainty, but pointing toward inquiry itself. For Montaigne, the journey was not toward answers, but toward deeper, more honest questions. And so, as the young Montaigne carried his doubts into early adulthood, the stage was set for the first true test of his philosophy, the encounter with crisis, the moment when life itself would force him to live the questions he had dared to ask. Ahead lay war, illness, loss, and disillusionment, the crucible in which his restless inquiries would either shatter or become unshakable. Every philosopher is shaped not only by books and ideas, but by crises that tear through the fabric of their lives. For Montaigne, the gentle questions of youth about memory, about the body, about death, were sharpened into urgency by the turbulent storms of his age. His life was not lived in the safety of libraries alone. He lived through wars of religion, personal illness, the loss of friends, and the grinding uncertainty of a France at war with itself. These crises were not interruptions of his philosophy. They were its very source. Without them, his essays would be little more than literary exercises. With them, they became lifelines for himself and, centuries later, for us. To understand the force of these crises, we must begin with the world outside his tower. France in the mid-16th century was being torn apart by the wars of religion. Protestant reformers challenged Catholic authority, and the Catholic establishment responded with persecution. Neighbors became enemies, cities burned, and massacres scarred the land. Montaigne, as a magistrate in Bordeaux and a member of the Parlement, could not look away. He saw firsthand the cruelty of human beings when certainty hardened into fanaticism. One day, it was Protestants slaughtered by Catholics. Another day, Catholics butchered by Protestants. All claimed God was on their side. For Montaigne, the question was unavoidable. How can truth lead to such blood? If religion is meant to bring peace, why does it so often deliver only violence? This was not just political turmoil, it was personal. Montaigne's own family and friends were divided. He had Protestant relatives, Catholic allies, and colleagues who changed allegiance depending on the wind. To survive in such an environment was to live in constant tension, never certain whom to trust, never safe from suspicion. The crisis of faith was not abstract, but lived in his very relationships. Out of this atmosphere grew Montaigne's deep skepticism of all forms of dogmatism. He began to see that the more certain people were of their truth, the more dangerous they became. Certainty killed, doubt, paradoxically, could save. At the same time, his own body was betraying him. From a relatively young age, Montaigne suffered from kidney stones, a painful condition that often left him doubled over in agony. Imagine him in his study, unable to find a comfortable position, enduring wave after wave of pain. In such moments, philosophy was not a game. It was survival. When he later wrote about the body's betrayals, about the way illness humbles even the proudest intellect, he was writing from experience. He knew what it was to be forced back into the flesh, to have the mind's lofty aspirations reduced to the desperate wish for a few hours without pain. This bodily crisis deepened his sense of fragility. We are not pure intellects, he realized. We are creatures of weakness, dependent on fragile bodies that remind us daily of our mortality. And then came the deepest wound of all, the death of his friend Etienne de la Boétie. The two men had met as young magistrates in Bordeaux, and their friendship burned with unusual intensity. La Boétie was brilliant, passionate, politically engaged, and idealistic. He believed in liberty, in justice, in the possibility of a society governed by reason rather than tyranny. Montaigne loved him with the kind of devotion that only comes once in a lifetime. Later, he would write that if pressed to explain their friendship, all he could say was, "Because it was he, because it was I." When La Boétie died suddenly in 1563, likely of plague, Montaigne was devastated. This loss marked him forever. The friendship had been a mirror in which Montaigne recognized his best self, and with the mirror gone, he was left with unbearable absence. Grief became his teacher. He learned that life's most precious bonds can vanish in an instant, that no achievement or knowledge can protect us from loss. The essays he later wrote on friendship and mortality are haunted by La Boétie's absence. It was a crisis that forced Montaigne inward, that made him turn to writing not just as reflection, but as an act of mourning, a way of keeping his friend alive through memory and thought. These three crises, war, illness, and loss, combined to shatter the illusions of certainty that education and youth had given him. He could no longer believe in simple truths, in steady progress, in unshakable identities. Life, he saw, was unstable at every level, nations fractured by faith, bodies undone by pain, love stolen by death. And yet, instead of retreating into despair, Montaigne began to carve a path through uncertainty. He did not deny the crises. He absorbed them, wrote through them, let them shape his philosophy. His essays became a record of a man refusing to look away from suffering, refusing to pretend that certainty was possible, and yet refusing to give up on the project of living. For the modern listener, these crises feel uncannily familiar. Who has not lived through the turbulence of political division, where neighbors turn against one another in the name of truth? Who has not felt the frailty of the body, whether through illness or aging? Who has not lost someone so dear that the world seemed to lose its center? Montaigne's crises are our crises, though the details differ. He does not offer us a way out of them, but he offers us companionship within them. He reminds us that philosophy is not about escaping life's storms, but about learning how to sail within them. One might wonder, why did these crises not break him? Why did he not succumb to cynicism, bitterness, or fanaticism like so many others of his time? The answer lies in the peculiar courage of his doubt. Montaigne refused the easy refuge of certainty. He saw that certainty, whether religious or intellectual, was the very thing tearing his world apart. Instead, he clung to the honesty of admitting that he did not know. In that humility, he found resilience. When you admit you do not know, loss does not destroy you, it deepens you. When you confess uncertainty, illness does not humiliate you, it humanizes you. When you embrace doubt, political chaos does not silence you, it forces you to listen more carefully. It was in these years of crisis that Montaigne began to retreat to his tower, not yet to write his great essays, but to seek refuge in reflection. Surrounded by inscriptions from classical authors carved into the beams of his library, he began to sketch the outlines of a new way of thinking. Not the philosophy of systems and proofs, but the philosophy of lived experience. Not the pursuit of eternal truths, but the honest recording of how one fragile human being navigates doubt, pain, and grief. The crises had given him his subject, himself. And yet, Montaigne's crises were not only personal, they were also philosophical in the deepest sense. They forced him to ask, what is the role of philosophy in a world like this? Is it to build systems of certainty that collapse at the first shock? Or is it to teach us how to live with uncertainty itself? His answer was radical. Philosophy's task is not to take us out of life, but to bring us more deeply into it, to reconcile us with its fragility. So it was that the crises of war, illness, and grief did not end Montaigne's journey, but began it. They were the crucible in which his philosophy was forged. Without them, he would have remained a brilliant but conventional magistrate, a man of law and rhetoric. With them, he became the Montaigne we know, the man who dared to make himself the subject of philosophy, who dared to write not as a master, but as a fellow sufferer, a fellow questioner. The story now turns toward the light of awakening. Out of crisis emerged clarity. Not the clarity of certainty, but the clarity of seeing what philosophy must truly be. The next stage of Montaigne's journey will be the intellectual awakening that followed, the moment when the seeds planted by childhood, family, and schooling, watered by crisis, blossomed into a lifelong devotion to self-examination and reflection. There is a rhythm to Montaigne's life that feels almost like music, a rising melody of questions in childhood, the stern chords of schooling, the dissonance of crisis, and then, suddenly, a new harmony, an awakening. This awakening was not a single thunderclap, not one dramatic night of revelation, but a gradual unfolding, like the slow dawning of morning light in his tower library. Yet it was profound, for it was in this stage of life that Montaigne began to recognize his true vocation, not as magistrate, not as landowner, not even as public servant, but as something subtler and stranger, the philosopher of the self. To understand this awakening, we must see him as he was in his early 30s. He had lived through the religious wars that scarred France, served his term as a magistrate, suffered the agony of kidney stones, and endured the devastating loss of La Boétie. Outwardly, he remained a respected man, well placed in society, with wealth, land, and duties. Inwardly, however, a shift was taking place. The questions that had haunted his youth were ripening into insight. Doubt was no longer simply discomfort, it was becoming a method. Fragility was no longer simply pain, it was becoming perspective. The trigger for this awakening was not one single event, but a series of convergences. Chief among them was his grief for La Boétie. In losing his closest friend, Montaigne discovered something startling. The very act of reflecting on the loss, of writing about it, transformed grief into a form of wisdom. Where others were crushed by bereavement, Montaigne began to shape his sorrow into words, and in doing so, he found that his pain could speak to others. Writing became both therapy and philosophy. In this act, the seed of the essayist was planted, though he did not yet know what fruit it would bear. Another influence was his steady exposure to classical authors. Surrounded by the words of Cicero, Seneca, and Plutarch, Montaigne absorbed not only their eloquence, but their humanity. He saw that the ancients themselves had wrestled with uncertainty, had contradicted themselves, had confessed their weaknesses. They were not gods, they were companions. This realization marked a turning point. Philosophy was not about mastering doctrines handed down from on high. It was about entering into conversation with those who came before, comparing their struggles with one's own. In this way, Montaigne's library became a gathering place, a council of friends across centuries, each offering not certainty but solidarity. Yet the greatest awakening of all came from within, the recognition that his own mind, in all its contradictions, was worthy of examination. This was a revolutionary idea. Up to that point, philosophy had always pointed outward, to the cosmos, to God, to politics, to metaphysics. Montaigne turned the lens inward. He realized that by studying himself, by recording his shifting thoughts, by analyzing his fears and failures, he could discover truths about humanity itself. "I am myself the matter of my book," he would later write. But the seed of that realization sprouted here, in the quiet hours after crisis, when he understood that his greatest subject was not law or politics, but the trembling, changing, vulnerable self. This was his intellectual awakening. The shift from philosophy as system to philosophy as experiment, from philosophy as authority to philosophy as confession. He would not try to build a tower of knowledge reaching to heaven. He would build instead a mirror, one that showed a human face, complete with flaws, contradictions, and doubts. It is important to emphasize how radical this was. In Montaigne's age, philosophers and theologians were obsessed with certainty. Scholars argued endlessly over definitions, categories, doctrines, proofs. Montaigne stepped aside from the contest. He said, in effect, "You may have your arguments and systems. I will tell you what it is like to live as a human being, uncertain and frail. I will show you my fears, my joys, my confusions, and in them, perhaps, you will see yourself." It was as if he had turned philosophy from cathedral to hearthfire, from courtroom to kitchen table. This was the awakening that changed not only his life, but the course of philosophy itself. What makes this awakening so moving is that it did not make Montaigne arrogant. Quite the opposite, it made him humble. The more he examined himself, the more he realized how little he knew. The more he confessed his weaknesses, the more he saw them reflected in others. This humility was not self-abasement, but clarity. It allowed him to live with questions instead of forcing answers. It gave him the freedom to explore, rather than the burden of proving. In a world obsessed with dogma, this was an act of quiet rebellion. And yet, Montaigne's awakening was not purely inward. It was also outward-facing, deeply connected to the lives of others. His recognition that self-examination could reveal universal truths was paired with his compassion for those around him. He saw peasants and nobles alike caught in the same struggles, suffering under the same fragility, grasping at the same illusions of certainty. His philosophy was not elitist, it was democratic. It invited everyone into the circle of questioning. In this sense, his awakening was not only intellectual, but moral, a commitment to seeing the humanity in everyone. We can imagine him in his tower, pacing the floor, pulling books from the shelves, scribbling notes, reflecting on his own mind. But we must also imagine him walking among his tenants, observing their lives, listening to their stories, absorbing their struggles. His essays would later weave these threads together, the intimate and the communal, the ancient and the contemporary, the lofty and the mundane. His awakening was not a withdrawal from life, but a deepening engagement with it. For the modern listener, this stage of Montaigne's life offers a profound lesson. We too live in an age of crises, political division, personal anxiety, global uncertainty. We too are surrounded by experts and authorities who claim certainty, while our own lives feel messy and confused. Montaigne's awakening suggests another path: turn inward, not in selfishness, but in honesty. Examine yourself, not to perfect yourself, but to understand what it means to be human. In your doubts, you will find companionship. In your weaknesses, you will find wisdom. In your contradictions, you will find a mirror of the world itself. This awakening did not solve Montaigne's questions. It did not erase his grief, cure his pain, or resolve the wars around him. But it gave him a new posture toward life, openness instead of dogma, humility instead of arrogance, honesty instead of performance. It gave him the courage to write the essays, to expose himself to the world without fear of judgment. And in that act, he changed the very definition of philosophy. As Montaigne's intellectual awakening unfolded, it prepared him for the next stage of his journey, the meeting with mentors and influences who would shape his voice. For even the most inward-looking philosopher is not alone. Behind every awakening stands a chorus of voices: teachers, authors, companions who guide the way. Montaigne's awakening was the moment he realized he had something to say. What followed would be the deepening of that voice through dialogue with those who had come before and those who stood beside him. Even the most original voice in philosophy never arises in solitude. We like to imagine Montaigne alone in his tower, scribbling thoughts that sprang pure and untouched from his own mind. But the truth is subtler. His awakening had opened his eyes to himself, yes. But he needed guides, companions, mentors, voices to test, refine, and sharpen what he was discovering. Philosophy, for Montaigne, was never an act of isolation. It was always a conversation, sometimes with the living, sometimes with the dead, always with those who could provoke him into seeing more deeply. The key mentors who influenced him did not hand him a system to follow. They gave him a language, a rhythm, a courage to keep questioning. One of the most obvious influences, though not a personal mentor in the literal sense, was his father Pierre. We must return to him here, because his presence echoes throughout Montaigne's adult reflections. Pierre had planted the seeds of curiosity, humility, and humanist openness in his son. Even long after his father's death, Montaigne carried Pierre's experiment inside him, the sense that education should form character rather than fill memory, that life should be lived in dialogue with ordinary people as well as with scholars. Whenever Montaigne dismissed rote learning or praised the wisdom of peasants, he was channeling his father's voice. In a sense, Pierre was Montaigne's first and most enduring mentor, the invisible hand always guiding his pen. But outside the family, Montaigne encountered mentors in the form of authors, especially classical ones. Plutarch was perhaps the most important. His Lives and Moralia were constant companions, books Montaigne read and reread, quoting them freely in his essays. Plutarch was not just a biographer of great men, he was a philosopher of character. He showed Montaigne that the contradictions, failures, and vulnerabilities of historical figures could be just as instructive as their triumphs. In Plutarch, Montaigne found a method to examine not just what people achieved, but how they lived, how they faltered, how they embodied the messy humanity that philosophy so often ignored. Seneca was another crucial voice. His Stoic meditations on death, suffering, and the limits of control resonated deeply with Montaigne, especially during his illnesses. Seneca taught him that philosophy could be intimate, that it could speak directly to the body in pain and the mind in turmoil. Montaigne admired Seneca's brevity, his sharp insights, his moral seriousness. Yet he also resisted the rigidity of stoicism. Where Seneca sought control, Montaigne embraced contradiction. Still, the dialogue between them was formative. Seneca gave Montaigne courage to write personally about mortality, to see philosophy not as a set of abstractions, but as a companion in suffering. Cicero, too, left his mark. His writings on duty, friendship, and the responsibilities of public life offered Montaigne a model of engagement. Cicero was not only a thinker, but a statesman, someone who tried to reconcile philosophy with politics, eloquence with action. Montaigne, serving as magistrate and later mayor of Bordeaux, found in Cicero a reminder that philosophy could not retreat entirely from the public sphere. Even as Montaigne turned inward, Cicero reminded him that the life of reflection must still answer to the demands of society. Among living mentors, one stands out, Etienne de la Boétie. Though La Boétie was more friend than teacher, his presence had the quality of mentorship. His treatise, Discourse on Voluntary Servitude, written in youth, argued that tyranny persisted not because of the tyrant's power, but because of the people's consent. It was a radical idea, daring and bold, and it shaped Montaigne's understanding of freedom and authority. But even more than his writings, it was La Boétie's very friendship that taught Montaigne. In their bond, Montaigne experienced philosophy not as argument, but as intimacy, not as doctrine, but as shared exploration. La Boétie showed him that the truest mentor may not teach through lessons, but through love. There were also institutional influences. His time in the Bordeaux Parlement exposed him to seasoned magistrates who modeled pragmatism in the face of political chaos. These men were not philosophers in the classical sense, but they shaped Montaigne's respect for moderation, compromise, and the dangers of fanaticism. Watching them navigate religious divisions with patience rather than violence reinforced his skepticism toward absolute certainty. In their cautious wisdom, Montaigne found living mentors of political philosophy, men who reminded him that governing was less about ideals and more about sustaining fragile peace. But perhaps the most unusual mentor Montaigne had was not a person at all, but his library. In his tower, he surrounded himself with books, inscriptions of classical maxims carved into the beams, a physical space designed to provoke reflection. The library was a mentor because it created an environment of perpetual dialogue. Montaigne could walk into that room and be confronted by voices from across centuries, each one challenging him, comforting him, contradicting him. Unlike a single teacher, the library offered plurality. It taught him that wisdom was not singular, that no one voice had the final word. In this sense, the library was both classroom and mentor, a silent presence that shaped his philosophy as surely as any living guide. What unites all these influences is not agreement, but friction. Montaigne did not imitate his mentors blindly. He argued with them, resisted them, adapted them. He took from Seneca the intimacy of reflection but softened the Stoic severity. He admired Cicero's eloquence but distrusted his political compromises. He adored Plutarch's attention to character but refused to idolize heroes. Even with La Boétie, he wrestled, taking inspiration from his radical ideas but refusing to adopt them wholesale. Montaigne's genius was to treat his mentors not as authorities but as companions in questioning. He saw them as fellow travelers rather than guides to be obeyed. For the modern listener, this is one of Montaigne's most relevant lessons. In an age saturated with gurus, experts, and influencers, we are tempted to look for a single mentor, a definitive guide who will show us the way. Montaigne reminds us that true mentorship is more complex. It is about exposure to many voices, about learning to argue, to adapt, to make wisdom one's own. The best mentors, he shows us, are not those who give us answers, but those who provoke us to ask better questions. Montaigne's intellectual awakening, shaped by these mentors, gave him both confidence and humility. Confidence, because he saw that his own reflections could stand alongside those of the ancients, that his ordinary life was worthy of philosophical attention. Humility, because he recognized that he was never alone, that his voice was part of a chorus stretching across centuries. This combination prepared him for the next stage, his first major insight, the recognition that his contradictions were not obstacles but pathways to truth. In the end, Montaigne's key mentors did not give him doctrines. They gave him the courage to be himself, to trust that his own experience, no matter how flawed or fragile, could become the material of philosophy. That was their gift, and it was enough. Every life of thought pivots on a moment when the mind, long restless and searching, finally catches a glimpse of its own method. For Montaigne, this turning point was not the discovery of an external truth or the acceptance of a fixed doctrine. His first major insight was subtler, stranger, and infinitely more powerful. He realized that his contradictions, his doubts, his inconsistencies were not weaknesses to be hidden, but the very material of his philosophy. Instead of fleeing from his confusion, he leaned into it. Instead of seeking a system that would erase his contradictions, he built a philosophy that embraced them. This insight did not come all at once. It emerged slowly, through his conversations with books and mentors, through the crises of war and grief, through the quiet solitude of his tower. Montaigne noticed a pattern. Every time he tried to pin down certainty, it slipped away. He would affirm one thought in the morning, only to contradict it in the evening. He would admire the stoic calm of Seneca one day, then confess his own terror of death the next. He would praise the simplicity of peasant life while enjoying the comforts of his estate. At first, these contradictions troubled him. He feared they revealed weakness of character, instability of mind. But gradually, he saw something else. Contradiction was not failure. It was fidelity to life itself. Life was full of flux. To capture it honestly, philosophy had to move with it, not against it. Here was Montaigne's first true insight. To write the self honestly is to reveal a shifting, unfinished being. And that, he realized, is the most faithful portrait of humanity anyone can offer. Others sought eternal truths carved in stone. Montaigne sought the trembling truths of the moment, the flickering honesty of a mind in motion. He would not pretend to be consistent. He would record his inconsistency as faithfully as he could. This insight liberated him. No longer did he feel the pressure to reconcile every thought, to polish every sentence into coherence. Instead, he allowed himself to write as he lived, stumbling, circling, correcting, revising. He compared his essays to attempts, experiments, trials, essays in the French of his time. The very form of the essay was born out of this insight, that philosophy need not be a finished system, but could be an ongoing attempt, an open-ended exploration. To write an essay was not to present truth, but to test it, to try it on, to see how it fit in the hand of a living human being. The moment Montaigne embraced this approach, everything changed. He was no longer constrained by the expectations of philosophy as his contemporaries understood it. He could wander in his writing, move from one subject to another, follow the drift of his thoughts wherever they led. He could begin with a meditation on a trivial detail, a sneeze, a horse ride, a conversation, and end with reflections on death, friendship, or the meaning of virtue. The essay gave him freedom, and his insight gave him permission to use it. The key, however, was honesty. Montaigne's insight was not simply that contradiction was inevitable, but that admitting it was the only path to wisdom. To confess inconsistency is to tell the truth. In this way, he redefined philosophy as a practice of honesty rather than authority. He was not a sage delivering wisdom from on high. He was a fellow human being, inviting readers into the messy laboratory of his mind. That act of honesty, more than any particular idea, was his genius. This insight also changed the way he saw the ancients. No longer did he feel pressured to imitate them or to choose among them. He could admire Seneca one day and Epicurus the next, quote Cicero in one essay and mock him in another. The contradictions among the philosophers mirrored the contradictions within himself. Instead of resolving them, Montaigne let them coexist. He turned philosophy into a polyphony, a conversation in which no single voice prevailed, but all contributed to the chorus of human striving. There was also a profound moral dimension to this insight. By admitting his own contradictions, Montaigne cultivated compassion for the contradictions of others. He saw that no one was consistent, that everyone struggled with doubt and change. This recognition made him tolerant in an age of intolerance. While his countrymen slaughtered one another in the name of certainty, Montaigne quietly insisted that uncertainty was the human condition. His tolerance was not abstract. It was grounded in his own experience of being divided against himself. If he could accept his own contradictions, he could accept those of his neighbors. We can see this insight at work in one of his earliest essays, On Constancy. There, Montaigne admits that he cannot live up to the Stoic ideal of unshakable calm. He confesses that he trembles at pain, recoils from danger, fears death. But instead of hiding these weaknesses, he turns them into the very substance of his reflection. He writes not as a man who has mastered constancy, but as one who longs for it and fails. In that failure, he becomes more credible than any Stoic sage. Readers recognize themselves in his trembling, and in recognizing themselves, they feel less alone. For the modern listener, Montaigne's first major insight remains urgent. We live in a culture that prizes consistency, that punishes contradiction, that demands polished images and coherent identities. We are told to be authentic, but only if that authenticity is stable, attractive, marketable. Montaigne disrupts this illusion. He tells us that to be human is to be inconsistent, to change, to stumble, to contradict ourselves. Authenticity is not the performance of coherence, it is the confession of incoherence. His insight frees us from the tyranny of perfection. It allows us to say, I do not know, I change my mind. I am not always who I think I am, and that is not failure, that is life. This insight also carried personal consequences for Montaigne. It allowed him to step away from the pressures of public life. He had served as magistrate, as mayor, as a participant in the political and legal structures of his time. But he increasingly realized that the only office he truly wanted to hold was that of self-examiner. His contradictions made him unfit for the rigid demands of politics, where consistency is prized above honesty. In his tower, however, he could turn those contradictions into literature, into philosophy, into companionship for generations to come. His retreat was not cowardice, but fidelity to his insight. The best service he could render was to show the world a mind in motion. It is easy to overlook how radical this was in his time. Philosophy in the Renaissance was still largely tethered to theology, to the pursuit of universal truths, to the defense of doctrines. Montaigne broke free. He declared that the ordinary, self-confused, contradictory, shifting was a legitimate subject of philosophical inquiry. That was his first great breakthrough, his first major insight. The self is not an obstacle to truth, but the very ground of it. By studying himself, he could illuminate what it meant to be human. This insight propelled him into writing, but more than that, it reshaped his entire way of being. Montaigne began to live as he wrote, and to write as he lived, without sharp division between the two. His essays were not separate from his life. They were continuations of it, extensions of his daily conversations with himself. In this, he anticipated the modern idea of journaling, therapy, self-reflection. He was the first to turn philosophy into autobiography without shame, to insist that the minutiae of a single, flawed life could contain universal wisdom. Looking back, we can see that Montaigne's first major insight was the hinge of his career. It opened the door to the essay. It made possible his style of writing, his tolerance, his honesty. Without it, he would have remained a man of law, a public servant with a private grief. With it, he became the Montaigne we still read, the Montaigne who whispers across centuries, "I do not know. I contradict myself. I am human. And so are you." As he embraced this insight, he prepared himself for the next step, turning his wandering reflections into words that others could read. The first essays were tentative, exploratory, little more than experiments. But they were the beginning of something new. Out of contradiction had come method. Out of weakness had come strength. Out of self-examination had come a new kind of philosophy. One that would change the very nature of writing and thinking. And so, Montaigne's journey moves forward, from the spark of his first major insight into the shaping of his early writings, where the experiment of the self would begin to take form on the page. When Montaigne's first major insight struck him, that contradiction itself could be the heartbeat of truth, he faced a question that would define the rest of his life. How does one give form to such a realization? How do you take the shifting sands of thought, the restless tides of the self, and shape them into something that can be shared with others? For Montaigne, the answer came in the form of writing. But not writing in the old way. Not the heavy treatises of philosophers, not the doctrinal declarations of theologians, not the polished orations of statesmen. He would invent something new, something supple and intimate, something capable of following thought wherever it wandered. His early writings were the beginning of this invention, the essays, attempts, experiments, trials in which he set down his own mind as faithfully as he could. It is difficult to appreciate now how radical these early essays were, because we live in their shadow. Today, the essay is a familiar form used by students, journalists, writers of every kind. But before Montaigne, it did not exist. There were letters, there were treatises, there were dialogues, but there was nothing that captured the texture of a single mind thinking aloud. Montaigne's early writings were revolutionary because they gave permission to explore, to wander, to confess. They did not pretend to completeness. They did not demand finality. They were, as he called them, essayist attempts, gestures, sketches of thought and motion. The first essays were modest in scope, written not with the ambition of changing the world, but with a desire to test his own method. Subjects like On Idleness and On Constancy may seem minor, but within them, Montaigne was experimenting with something profound. Could the smallest details of his own life become windows into universal truths? On Idleness begins with his confession that, freed from public duties, his mind became restless, wandering without purpose. Most men would hide such weakness. Montaigne made it the subject of his writing. And in doing so, he revealed what every reader would recognize: the difficulty of being alone with oneself, the way the mind rebels against quiet, the endless restlessness of human thought. From his private confession emerged a universal portrait. On Constancy offered a similar breakthrough. Instead of pretending to embody stoic calm, Montaigne admitted his failure. He confessed his fear of pain, his trembling before death, his inability to match the serene sages of antiquity. And yet, by writing honestly about this failure, he made himself more credible than any Stoic philosopher. Readers could trust him because he did not hide his weakness. Here again was the birth of something new. Philosophy not as perfection, but as exposure. In these early essays, Montaigne discovered that vulnerability itself could be a form of wisdom. These writings also showed the influence of his mentors. Plutarch's biographical sketches encouraged him to weave anecdotes and examples into his reflections. Seneca's letters taught him that philosophy could speak directly to the self. Cicero gave him a sense of structure and style, though Montaigne constantly disrupted it with digressions. The presence of these voices in his early essays is unmistakable, yet Montaigne was already moving beyond them. He did not imitate, he transformed. Where Plutarch described others, Montaigne described himself. Where Seneca prescribed discipline, Montaigne confessed weakness. Where Cicero argued, Montaigne meandered. Out of imitation, he was inventing originality. We must imagine him in his tower during these years, surrounded by the carved beams inscribed with maxims, books piled high on the shelves, the sounds of the estate drifting faintly through the windows. He writes not with the fervor of one trying to prove a system, but with the quiet persistence of someone testing his own soul. His hand moves across the page, hesitates, crosses out, digresses. He begins an essay on one subject and ends on another, letting his thoughts lead him where they will. The process itself is the philosophy, not the product, not the conclusion, but the act of reflecting, of recording the restless movement of the self. These early essays were private experiments, but they were not without an audience. Montaigne showed them to friends, shared them in limited circles. The reception was surprising. Instead of dismissing them as trivial, readers found themselves strangely compelled. Here was a man writing not as a master, but as a fellow human being, admitting fears and contradictions they themselves had felt, but never dared to speak. His honesty was disarming. His digressions, instead of irritating, felt intimate, like listening to a friend think aloud. Montaigne had discovered something rare, the power of confession not as weakness, but as connection. At the same time, these writings deepened Montaigne's own sense of purpose. He began to realize that what he was doing was not simply a pastime, not merely a retreat from public life, but the creation of something new. His essays were teaching him as much as he was teaching others. Writing became a mirror in which he saw himself more clearly. It became a discipline, not of memorization or performance, but of honesty. In writing, he could catch his own contradictions, confront his own fears, and turn them into companions rather than enemies. Thematically, his early essays circled around several key concerns: the instability of the self, the inevitability of death, the fragility of knowledge, and the difficulty of living with authenticity. These themes would recur throughout his later work, but in the early essays, they appeared in their rawest form. Montaigne was still testing his voice, still discovering how far honesty could go. Yet even in their tentativeness, they carried the essence of his philosophy. Life is not to be mastered, but to be examined. The self is not to be perfected, but to be understood. What makes these early writings so moving is that they were born from necessity. Montaigne was not writing to impress a university, to secure a reputation, or to defend a doctrine. He was writing because he had to, because his own crises demanded expression, because grief, illness, and uncertainty left him no other outlet. In this sense, his essays were closer to prayer than to argument. They were acts of survival, attempts to make sense of life by putting it into words. And like all true acts of survival, they resonate with authenticity. For the modern listener, Montaigne's early writings offer a model of how to begin. You do not need answers. You do not need a system. You need only the courage to write honestly about what you feel, what you fear, what you feel to understand. In the attempt itself, Montaigne reminds us that philosophy does not begin with certainty. It begins with confession. His early writings are testaments to the power of beginning, of daring to set down the self without knowing where it will lead. These tentative beginnings would soon grow into something far larger. Montaigne's essays would expand, deepen, and multiply, eventually filling volumes that would astonish Europe. But in these early writings, we see the spark, the first proof that his insight could be given form, that contradiction could become a method, that honesty could become literature. From these small attempts, a lifelong project was born, and so, Montaigne's journey now moves into the realm of the personal. For while his early writings were shaped by books and crises, they were also shaped by the relationships of his life. The bonds of love, family, and friendship that sustained him, troubled him, and gave him endless material for reflection. To understand Montaigne's philosophy fully, we must now turn to those relationships, where they were the crucible in which his insights were tested, the ground on which his essays walked. To understand Montaigne's philosophy, we must understand his relationships. For all his solitude in the tower, for all his inward-turning reflections, Montaigne was never simply a man alone. His essays are threaded with the voices of others, friends, family, colleagues, neighbors, even enemies. The mirror of the self in which he gazed so intently was never empty. It always contained reflections of the people who shaped him, wounded him, comforted him, and provoked him. His philosophy of honesty was tested again and again in the crucible of personal relationships. The most luminous of these, of course, was his friendship with Etienne de la Boétie. We have already seen how the death of La Boétie shattered Montaigne, leaving him with grief that echoed through his essays. But before that loss came years of extraordinary intimacy, years in which Montaigne discovered what friendship could mean at its deepest level. He and La Boétie met as magistrates in Bordeaux, drawn to one another with the force of recognition. Their bond was immediate and unexplainable. "If you press me to tell why I loved him," Montaigne wrote, "I feel that it cannot be expressed except by answering, because it was he, because it was I." That sentence alone has carried Montaigne's name through centuries, a testament to the mystery of human connection. For Montaigne, La Boétie was more than a friend. He was a mirror in which Montaigne saw his best self reflected. Their conversations ranged across politics, philosophy, and personal life. They challenged each other, inspired each other, sustained each other. It was in this friendship that Montaigne first experienced philosophy as dialogue. Not abstract debate, but living exchange, the meeting of two minds in trust and vulnerability. When La Boétie died young, Montaigne was not only bereaved of a friend, but deprived of a philosophical companion, a living interlocutor whose absence forced him to turn inward, to make his own mind both speaker and listener. The essays, in this sense, were an attempt to continue the conversation, to keep La Boétie alive through words. But friendship was not the only relationship that shaped Montaigne. Marriage, too, played its part, though in a more complicated way. In 1565, Montaigne married Françoise de la Chassagne, a union arranged according to the customs of his class. It was not the passionate bond of his friendship with La Boétie, nor did Montaigne romanticize it as such. He wrote of marriage with a pragmatic, sometimes skeptical tone. To him, marriage was a social institution, necessary for the continuity of families and estates, but often ill-suited for the deeper communion of souls. He distinguished between love and friendship, arguing that while romantic love was often fleeting and unstable, true friendship was rare, steady, and profound. This does not mean he dismissed his wife or family. On the contrary, Montaigne carried out his responsibilities as husband and father with loyalty. But he was honest about the limits of marriage as he experienced it. He and Françoise had children, most of whom died in infancy, a common tragedy of the time. Only one daughter, Leonore, survived to adulthood. These losses marked Montaigne deeply. He seldom wrote about them directly, but the shadow of grief over lost children haunts his reflections on death and fragility. To be a father in the 16th century was to live with constant reminders of mortality, and Montaigne did not hide from that reality. His philosophy of accepting death as part of life was not abstract. It was the hard-earned wisdom of a man who had buried his own children. Beyond family, Montaigne's relationships extended into his role as lord of his estate. He lived not in isolation, but surrounded by tenants, servants, and workers whose lives were bound to his. He observed them closely, learned from them, and often praised their practical wisdom. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Montaigne did not despise the peasantry. He admired their resilience, their straightforwardness, their ability to live without the pretenses that plagued the nobility. In his essays, he often contrasts the simplicity of common people with the vanity of scholars, suggesting that truth may be found more easily in the fields than in the universities. This respect was born not only of philosophy, but of relationship. Montaigne lived among these people. He depended on them, and they on him. As mayor of Bordeaux, Montaigne also navigated relationships in the public sphere. He dealt with colleagues, rivals, citizens, and political leaders, often in times of great tension. His style of leadership reflected his philosophical commitments. He sought moderation, compromise, and peace, refusing to be swept up in the fanaticism of the religious wars. This earned him respect, but also suspicion. In an age when people demanded certainty, Catholic or Protestant, loyalist or rebel, Montaigne's tolerance could be seen as weakness. Yet his relationships in politics taught him what he had already learned in philosophy, that certainty breeds cruelty, while doubt cultivates patience. His public relationships reinforced his private insight that living well requires humility, openness, and the willingness to listen. Even casual acquaintances left their mark on him. Montaigne had a habit of observing people closely, whether friends, strangers, or enemies, and drawing lessons from their behavior. A neighbor's stubbornness, a servant's honesty, a rival's arrogance. These became material for reflection. His essays are filled with anecdotes, not grand stories of kings and heroes, but small glimpses of human life as he encountered it. Each relationship, however minor, was an opportunity to examine what it meant to be human. And we must not forget his relationship with himself, for Montaigne treated his own mind as both companion and stranger. He often wrote of his own thoughts as if they belonged to another, as if he were observing a friend or foe inside his own head. This self-relationship was perhaps the most important of all. It was not always easy. He confessed to boredom with himself, to frustration at his own weakness, to embarrassment at his failures. Yet he also cultivated patience, even affection, toward his flawed self. His philosophy was, at its core, an act of befriending himself, and in showing us how he managed that relationship, he gave us a model for managing our own. Taken together, Montaigne's relationships reveal the depth of his philosophy. He was not an abstract thinker, spinning ideas in a vacuum. He was a man shaped by friendship, marriage, family, community, politics, and the daily encounters of ordinary life. Each relationship tested his honesty, his tolerance, his willingness to live with contradiction. Each gave him material for his essays, which became not only records of his thoughts, but testaments to the people who had touched his life. For the modern listener, Montaigne's relational world offers two vital lessons. First, that philosophy is not lived in isolation, but in relationship. Our deepest questions arise in the context of others, in the grief of losing a friend, in the challenges of marriage, in the responsibilities of family, in the demands of public service. Second, that honesty in relationships is as essential as honesty with oneself. Montaigne did not pretend to feel what he did not feel. He distinguished friendship from love, duty from passion, affection from philosophy. By naming these distinctions, he freed himself and us from the illusions that so often cloud relationships. As Montaigne's personal relationships deepened and shifted, they fed directly into the evolution of his writing. His essays grew more expansive, more confident, more attuned to the texture of daily life. His relationships did not distract him from philosophy. They became its lifeblood. And so, having examined the network of relationships that shaped him, we are ready to watch how he used them to develop his core philosophy. Out of friendship and loss, marriage and family, politics and peasantry, Montaigne wove a vision of life that embraced contradiction, honored fragility, and sought wisdom not in perfection but in honesty. The next chapter of his story, then, is the unfolding of that vision, the development of his core philosophy, the principles that would define the essay as and make Montaigne not only a writer of his age, but a voice for all ages. By the time Montaigne had lived through the turmoil of his youth, absorbed the lessons of his education, endured his first crises, and traced the contours of his closest relationships, something remarkable began to happen. The fragments of experience, grief, joy, and reflection began to coalesce into a recognizable shape. He was no longer merely testing his thoughts in scattered essays or confessing isolated doubts. He was developing a core philosophy, a vision of life that could hold together the contradictions he had discovered, a way of being in the world that was not shattered by crisis, but nourished by it. This philosophy was not systematic, not rigid, not a fortress of doctrines. It was something more supple, more human, more enduring. It was, in essence, the philosophy of living with oneself. At its heart was one great principle, honesty about the self. Montaigne believed that the starting point of wisdom was not the cosmos, not metaphysics, not theology, but the self as it is, fragile, inconsistent, contradictory, ever-changing. Where other philosophers sought universal truths, Montaigne sought faithful description. He dared to make his own mind, with all its flaws, the subject of philosophy. "I am myself the matter of my book," he declared, and with that sentence, he revolutionized thought. His philosophy was not about transcending humanity, but about embracing it. Closely bound to this honesty was his acceptance of contradiction. Montaigne realized that humans do not move in straight lines. We change from day to day, even from hour to hour. We love and hate, hope and despair, believe and doubt, often at the same time. For most thinkers, contradiction was an enemy to be eliminated. For Montaigne, it was reality to be acknowledged. He argued that admitting our inconsistency is a deeper form of truth than pretending to coherence. This made his philosophy startlingly modern, anticipating the psychology of the self centuries before Freud or modern therapy. It was also profoundly humane. By admitting his own contradictions, Montaigne created space for us to admit ours. Another pillar of his philosophy was skepticism, but not despairing skepticism. Influenced by the ancient skeptics, Montaigne doubted the reliability of knowledge, memory, and perception. He questioned whether humans could ever truly know anything with certainty. But unlike some who use skepticism to slide into nihilism, Montaigne turned it into humility. For him, the inability to know with certainty did not mean life was meaningless. It meant life should be lived more gently, with less arrogance, more openness, more tolerance. Skepticism, for Montaigne, was not destruction but liberation. It freed him from the tyranny of dogma, from the cruelty of fanaticism, from the false comfort of rigid systems. He combined this skepticism with a practical wisdom grounded in daily life. Montaigne was not interested in abstract speculation divorced from experience. His essays are filled with reflections on eating, sleeping, riding horses, raising children, enduring pain, facing death. He insisted that philosophy must address the ordinary, for it is there that life actually happens. In this sense, Montaigne democratized philosophy. He took it out of the lecture halls and placed it at the dinner table, the bedside, the marketplace. His philosophy was not for scholars alone, but for anyone willing to reflect on their own lives. Central, too, was his engagement with mortality. From the death of his children to his own illnesses, Montaigne was constantly reminded of life's brevity. Instead of fleeing from death, he made it a constant companion. To philosophize is to learn how to die, he echoed from the ancients. But he made it his own. For Montaigne, the awareness of death was not morbid, it was liberating. It reminded him to live fully, to value the present, to see each day as a gift rather than a guarantee. His philosophy of death was really a philosophy of life, an insistence that awareness of our end makes our days more precious. Intertwined with this was his tolerance for human difference. Living through the religious wars, Montaigne saw how certainty led to cruelty. He concluded that humility about one's own beliefs was the only path to peace. He advocated tolerance, not as a political strategy, but as a philosophical necessity. If we are all flawed, if we are all uncertain, then none of us has the right to impose absolute truth on another. This tolerance extended not only to religion, but to culture, habit, and personality. Montaigne celebrated diversity, not as an obstacle, but as a richness of human life. Another striking element of his philosophy was the elevation of experience over theory. He distrusted scholars who built elaborate systems disconnected from reality. He trusted the lessons of his own life, the wisdom of peasants, the stories of travelers. He believed that truth is not something abstract to be discovered in books alone, but something lived and tested in the body, in relationships, in the flow of time. This is why his essays are filled with anecdotes and observations. Philosophy, for Montaigne, was not the construction of towers of thought, but the weaving of life into reflection. Perhaps most radical of all was his redefinition of philosophy as a personal practice rather than a public doctrine. For Montaigne, philosophy was not about convincing others. It was about living honestly with oneself. His essays were not sermons delivered to the world, but conversations with himself, overheard by readers. In this way, he anticipated modern therapy, journaling, self-help, even blogging. He turned philosophy into autobiography, insisting that the story of one ordinary life could be a legitimate philosophical project. This core philosophy did not emerge all at once, nor did it ever become a rigid system. Montaigne resisted systematization precisely because it would betray his method. His philosophy was always provisional, always an attempt, always open-ended. Yet within this openness, certain principles crystallized: honesty, acceptance of contradiction, skeptical humility, practical wisdom, engagement with mortality, tolerance, and the elevation of experience. These formed the backbone of his thought, the compass by which he navigated the rest of his life and writings. The significance of this philosophy is hard to overstate. In an age of violence fueled by dogmatic certainty, Montaigne offered a vision of humility and tolerance. In a culture obsessed with honor and reputation, he dared to confess weakness. In a tradition of philosophy that prized universality, he dared to make the self his subject. His core philosophy was, in every sense, a revolution. For the modern listener, the relevance is striking. We, too, live in an age of polarization, dogmatism, and curated appearances. We, too, are tempted to hide our contradictions, to demand certainty, to measure ourselves against impossible ideals. Montaigne's philosophy offers an alternative. Embrace your contradictions, confess your doubts, value experience, tolerate difference, live with awareness of mortality, and above all, be honest with yourself. In doing so, you do not escape life's uncertainties. You learn to live with them. As Montaigne's core philosophy developed, it began to shape not only his private writings, but his public persona. He was no longer simply a magistrate or nobleman who happened to write. He was becoming Montaigne, the philosopher, Montaigne the essayist, Montaigne the voice of a new way of thinking. The next stage of his journey would bring this philosophy into the world, as his writings began to circulate more widely, as he stepped into public view as something more than a landowner in his tower. The private reflections of a man in solitude were about to become a public phenomenon. There is a moment in many thinkers' lives when private reflection spills into public view, when the solitude of a study becomes the murmuring of an audience, when the intimate act of writing crosses into the unpredictable realm of reception. For Montaigne, this moment marked his public emergence. He had retreated to his tower with grief, doubt, and illness pressing on him, writing for himself, not for glory. But the essays, once shared, began to circulate. What he had intended as a personal experiment in honesty became a phenomenon. His voice, intimate and meandering, was suddenly heard across France and later across Europe. The self he had exposed on the page was now a public figure. This emergence was not immediate, nor was it sought. Montaigne was not an ambitious man in the traditional sense. He did not seek to found a school, to lead disciples, to carve his name into the marble of history. His retreat from public office to his estate was, if anything, a withdrawal. But his essays had a strange power. They spoke in a voice so unusual, so disarming, that readers could not ignore them. He was not a master thundering from the pulpit, but a companion confessing his weaknesses. In a century of rhetoric and dogma, this honesty was startling. Word spread. Montaigne, whether he liked it or not, was becoming a public philosopher. The first edition of the Essays, published in 1580, contained 2 volumes. These were not grand treatises, but collections of his reflections on idleness, on friendship, on death, on the education of children, on the uncertainty of knowledge. Readers were intrigued. The essays did not sound like philosophy as they knew it. They wandered, digressed, shifted tone from solemn to playful. They quoted classical authors, but also described Montaigne's own digestion, his horse rides, his dreams. They mixed the lofty with the mundane in ways that seemed almost scandalous. Was this philosophy or autobiography? Wisdom or confession? The answer, Montaigne implied, was both. The reception was mixed, but undeniable. Some were bewildered, even scandalized. How could a nobleman expose himself so openly, admitting fears, failures, contradictions? Others were enthralled. They felt they were hearing a new kind of voice, one that spoke directly to their own experience. The essays, though born of solitude, created intimacy across distance. Readers felt as if Montaigne were speaking to them personally, sitting beside them, confessing the very thoughts they had never dared to voice. In this sense, his public emergence was paradoxical. The more personal and private he was, the more universal his voice became. Montaigne himself was uneasy with fame. He valued his solitude, his freedom from the demands of public office, and he feared being misinterpreted. Yet he also recognized that his essays had struck a chord. In letters, he acknowledged the responses of readers with a mixture of humility and curiosity. He had written for himself, but he discovered that writing for oneself can also be writing for others. The intimacy of self-examination became a gift to anyone willing to listen. His public emergence was not limited to the essays alone. In the very year of their first publication, Montaigne undertook a long journey through France, Germany, Switzerland, and Italy. Partly a response to his health, he sought cures for his kidney stones. This journey also became a public event. He was received in courts and cities, met scholars and dignitaries, and left behind a travel journal that recorded his observations. Here again, his method was the same, attentive, personal, honest. He wrote not of grand monuments, but of the food, the customs, the daily rhythms of life in different places. The journal, though less polished than the essays, revealed the same philosophy. Wisdom is found in experience, in observation, in the textures of ordinary life. His travels extended his voice into Europe, giving him exposure far beyond Bordeaux. During this journey, Montaigne was elected mayor of Bordeaux, an honor he had not sought but could not refuse. His election was a testament to his growing reputation for moderation and honesty. Even as his essays began to circulate, his presence in public life expanded. As mayor, he was tested by the religious wars tearing France apart. He navigated between Catholics and Protestants with caution, striving always for peace, compromise, and the reduction of violence. His philosophy of tolerance, born in solitude, was put to work in politics. His ability to mediate without fanaticism, to admit uncertainty without paralysis, earned him respect. His public emergence, then, was not only literary but political. He embodied in office the same qualities he confessed in his essays: humility, patience, moderation. Yet this role also revealed the tension at the heart of Montaigne's emergence. He was never fully comfortable as a public figure. The same contradictions he embraced in his essays made him suspect in politics. To admit doubt in private is honesty. To admit doubt in public office can look like weakness. Montaigne walked this line carefully, but it weighed on him. His return to his tower after his mayoral term was as much relief as retreat. He preferred to converse with books and readers than to navigate the treacherous waters of faction and power. Still, the experience confirmed what he had already learned, that philosophy without engagement is empty, and engagement without philosophy is dangerous. His essays, read against the backdrop of his political life, gained credibility. He was not